HasanAbi on the beat. Yeah. The people they won't leave. What is threatening about divesting and want a piece? The problem isn't the protest, it's what they're protesting. It goes against what our country is funding. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. When I was 7, I learned a lesson from Cuban Easy E. What was it again? Oh yeah, fuck the police. Actors and badges protecting property in a system that was designed by white supremacy. But the people are in the streets. You could pay off Meta, you can't pay off me. Politicians who serve by any means APAC, Kufi, and all the companies. You see, we sell fear around the land of the free, but this generation here is about to cut the string. You could ban TikTok, take us out the algorithm, but it's too late. We've seen the truth, we bear witness. Seen the rebel, the buildings, the mothers and the children, and all the men that you murdered, and then we see how you spin it. Who gets the right to defend and who gets the right of resistance? It's always been about dollars and the color of your pigment, but white supremacy is finally on blast, screaming free Palestine to their home at last. We see the lies and claiming it's anti-Semitic to be anti-Zionist. I seen Jewish brothers and sisters out there and riding in solidarity and screaming free Palestine, with them organizing and learning and finally cutting ties with the state that's gotta rely on apartheid system to uphold an occupying violent history been repeating for the last 75. The Nakba never ended, the colonizer lied. If students' intents posted on the lawn, occupying the quad is really against the law, and a reason to call in the police and their squad where does genocide land in your definition hot. Destroying every college in Gaza and every mosque, pushing everyone in their wafa and dropping bombs. The blood is on your hands, by that we can see it all. And fuck no, I'm not voting for you in the fall. Undecided, you can't twist the truth. The people out here united, never be defeated when freedom's on the horizon. Yet the music industry's quiet, complicit in their platform of silence. What happened to the artist? What you gotta say? If I was on a label, you could drop me today. I'll be fine with it, cause the heart that my page. I want a ceasefire, fuck a response from Drake. What you willing to risk? What you willing to give? What if you were in Gaza? What if those were your kids? If the West was pretending that you didn't exist, you want the world to stand up, and the students finally did. Let's quit it.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker. This is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Sunday. It's Sunday fun day, ladies and gentlemen. But unfortunately for all of the fun enjoyers, we are not going to immediately start off with the fun. We're going to be doing some light news. But before I get there, of course, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button, pressed the start streaming button. Obviously, last night I had some guests over, and I think you guys appreciated it, enjoyed it, I hope. We have Pat and Mike from the Crash Dummies podcast on, which was great. Fun enjoyers cry every time. Yeah, don't worry, no more tears. Okay, I'm gonna wipe away your tears with some delicious gaming, hopefully in a little bit. HR's coming for you because you're too tardy. Yeah, I can't believe SZA noticed me, but also I can't believe she noticed me in this way. Okay, but yeah, we'll get to that in a second. Did Cutie do racism on the pod? Cutie was not on the pod, so I guess technically yes. She did not appear on the pod, which is the highest form of racism. But yeah, folks, we're live. We're alive. Yeah, I knew she would die this episode. Yeah, well, she did. But yeah, I ended the broadcast. I shot the funniest podcast I've ever shot with the boys, with the Crash Dummies pod. That's going to be out on Wednesday. I don't remember laughing this much ever in any podcast I've ever done. But yeah, we did that. It was awesome. It was hilarious. And beyond that, I woke up early this morning and I did the classic thing where I just like force everyone to do like impressive feats, physical things that they might not even want to do. You know what I mean? But they were down. Pat and Mike are both athletes. They were down. They were like, all right, we'll play ball. We'll play basketball with you. So that's what I did. I made them ball. I made them ball the fuck up. And we went down there. We went to the courts early in the morning. We played some basketball. But unfortunately, it was late. That's the reason why I'm late right now. I was supposed to be live at 12, but we had to start at 11 instead of 10. So, but yeah, we shot the Fear and podcast after we balled. That's why I am late. Okay, that's why I'm late. But let me tell you, I balled my freaking face off. You lost, didn't you? No, actually, I cooked them. I cooked them 3 times. Twice when we were playing half court 3v3 because they brought another friend of theirs. Okay, and then we played full court 5-on-5 and cooked them again. They were impressed with my skill. No proof it was a lie. You alone? What does that mean? What are you trying to come over and fuck? What's happening? No, my family's here. And yes, I know that SZA noticed me. I know. But finally, a black person on the HasanAbi broadcast. Okay, you guys are so silly. Okay, typical. Okay, everybody gets this weird way. Okay, and there's no real way to answer that. Okay, weird. Sorry for being anti-racist. Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, folks, that was it. We did the pod. It was dope. And now I'm live. That's it. I just played a lot of basketball this morning. I feel a little bit tired. I'm a little hungry. Earlier than usual. We're gonna be talking about. Brother, it's okay. I still fuck with you. A little chocolate every so often helps. Wait, have you seen the Brad edit of you? No, I have not. I have not seen the Brad edit of me. Joe Rogan reacts with SZA when? Yeah. Hopefully in the future, in the near future. Steroid or natty. We got the steroid or natty jubilee. We're gonna be looking at that too. All right, let's blast off. Let's do it. Let's get it popping. Okay. Lebanon x Israel. Okay, Lebanon x Israel. Finishing Trump on THEO Vaughn. 71 days out from election. Light news. And then we do Sunday fun day. New jubilee and more. Get in now. Damn, there's like a shit ton of fucking blast off memes, dude. What's happening? There's so many blast off memes that you guys send me. Normally there isn't like this many blast off memes. Can you please cover the knife attack in Germany? Right wingers are losing it here. What? No, dude, no, I don't want to do that for Sunday. Okay. That seems a bit crazy. Summerly agree with you on Face the Nation today. Okay, bro. Why'd you send me an Instagram post though? Like send me the fucking Face the Nation YouTube video. Like Instagram is the worst way to consume video content on the stream. You guys know this already. Okay, here. We blasted off. I'm going to look at this Brad edit, and then we're going to get into it. Okay? The Bart edit is Brass Summer. That's cute. Blasting in the San Francisco Opera House right now. IOC Local 16. Hell yeah. Okay. Brass Summer means something so different to me now with the DNC. It no longer means the same thing, I feel like. Professional eater versus grizzly bear hot dog eating contest. That's incredible. Bro, right wingers in Germany are calling for mass deportations. Bro, I don't even want to talk about that, dude. I mean, it's just like, I don't want to fucking talk about that. Edward Gaming 1 Valorant champs, China #1 as always. Dude, China's having a moment right now. I'm the person that made the TikTok of your chipmunk voice, and I regret to inform you that it has over 200,000 views now. You're cooking me. And yes, I know that SZA noticed me in perhaps the worst possible way that anyone has ever been noticed. You never want to be noticed by SZA like that, okay? But sometimes it be like that. Sometimes you get noticed by SZA and you're looking maybe a little neurodivergent, okay? Maybe you're looking a little, it's like a real messy compilation, you know? And I don't mean like messy, M-E-S-S-Y. I mean like Messi, the GOAT. You know how he has like those autism compilations? You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. It's basically what fucking, I got, basically what happened to me. Have you tried those Zero Sugar Jolly Ranchers? Yeah, I have them. I've never really tried them though. I have a bag from a while ago and I just straight up have not had that. Have you seen this commercial yet? Actual Newsmax commercial?
A message from the 45th President of the United Ponds of America.
Let's make fishing great again, okay?
He's here, everyone's favorite fish, Trumpy Trout.
I can't tell if this is a meme or if they like
from the
actually
45th President of the United.
Wait, there is no fucking way this is a real ad, right? Bro, people are gonna try to fuck this thing. It's just like straight up. People are gonna try to fuck this thing, bro. Just when you think like, could it get weirder? Could these things get like, could the Trump support get fucking weirder? You immediately find out like, yeah, no, there is a new level that they will get to. You might not think so, but you got super lucky with Chicago weather at DNC. We are going to be under a heat advisory basically all week. Yeah.
Ponds of America.
Let's make fishing great again, okay?
He's here, everyone's favorite fish, Trumpy Trout.
No one has ever seen a fish like me.
Trumpy Trout is an animatronic talking fish with a big personality.
I am.
Imagine catching your dad face fucking the Trump fish. Bro, this seems like a bit. This seems like a fucking bit. Like I feel like a Trump supporter didn't make this. I feel like a liberal made it. New sentence alert. Sometimes when you have a new sentence that is locked and loaded in the chamber, it's best to just not let it out. You know what I mean? Like, it's something that I think about quite a bit when people are like, yo, you're like wishing this into existence. And like, I sometimes feel like I have too much power of that sort and I need to be careful with my predictions. But this also is like in that same vein where it's like, maybe you shouldn't say a thing like that. Because what if it becomes real? But overall, I just don't think that it's like a thing that like right-wing Republicans made.
The hugely bigliest fish in the pond.
Watch his fins flap and his large mouth move as he makes speech after speech in high-fidelity sound.
Some bass, a bad fish, crazy fish, criminal fish, and druggy fish. But some bass are good fish, and I only love some of them.
Mount him to your wall or use the built-in stand to display him proudly on your desk. Now you'll never miss a Trumpy Trout rally.
I'm building a new pond, and the bass will pay for it.
Set him to motion activated to surprise his fans.
My fins are big. I have the biggest fins. No fish have fins like me.
Or turn him on and let his inspiring words delight the crowd.
All the fish love Trumpy. They just love me.
Catch Trumpy Trout for yourself or someone you love.
Oh, they can try, but they can't. They just can't.
Treat yourself to this limited edition Trumpy Trout for just $59.99. It comes with your official Make Fishing Great Again certificate of authenticity. Order right now and we'll instantly upgrade you to the deluxe version with desktop stand and Trumpy Trout jingle free.
He is the greatest trout, without a doubt, the biggest fish.
And for even more fun, we'll give you a discount when you buy more than one.
We got the shoreline secure. No bass in this pond.
Supplies are limited, so don't miss your chance to hook the greatest fish of all time.
I am the greatest trout, and there is no doubt.
This is a limited edition collectible from Top.
It's real? No, I know it's real, man. I get it. Like, someone made it. Oh my God. I understand that someone made it, but I don't think it was a fan. I think it was a liberal that's like trolling Republicans. Now, they might still end up buying it, but I don't think it's like an actual Top Dog Direct. Mighty Putty, Mighty Mend It, Clean Zone, Campbell Posture, Cane Tips. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, this does actually make this look a lot more real. Wait, hold on. Wait, what? Okay, this actually kind of makes it seem more real. It doesn't make it seem more real. There's a trademark for it in US patents. I don't think that a Republican grifter like made this. I think it's like a liberal making fun of Republicans. Like, it's giving TrueAnon January 6th board game.
Top Dog Direct. Order now at TrumpyTrout.com. That's TrumpyTrout.com.
What would the Troutski one say? I don't know. Play it on stream when TrueAnon board game. What the fuck is this? Stop hating. It's a great product. Have you seen these yappers on the timeline? What is happening? This Egyptian American actor is a much better fit for Cobra than who One Piece live action picked. I genuinely believe they purposely avoided casting any errors for the Nefertari family because of Zionism. You can't convince me otherwise. Wait, what? I highly doubt that. Like, I know for a fact that that is not a consideration, actually. Did you do this Cuomo DNC clip? Yes, I did. Trumpy Trout will be a John Oliver bit, mark my words. Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like it. The downside of more leftists enjoying One Piece, I know. They're ruining it. They're going to ruin it. I feel like I might have, I mean, I don't know. To be fair, they've cast the Indians for everything where Arabs could have been casted. I mean, I don't think it was like that. Nah, man, I haven't seen that many people upset about it. Yeah. Like, I don't really care. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest with you. They're having fun. They're having a One Piece brass summer. Northernline called himself a leftist influencer. So sorry, man. I have a new leftist streamer. Dude, this is not a crow debate. Have you heard about the company called Reflect Orbital that's starting Q4 2025? Yeah, it sounds fake. Like, I feel like their plan is insane and also probably illegal. It's going to put mirrors in space to reflect light back to a 3-mile diameter for 4 minutes at night to turn night into day. That shit feels hella illegal. Yeah, I don't think it's real. Chat, this welding homework is kicking my fucking ass. Miller Open Book needs to be banned. Did you talk about my country, Lebanon? Not yet, but I will in a moment. A journalist just found a connection between Premier Gun Shows LLC and Lockheed Martin. Okay, I'm not going to watch that, chat. I'm sorry. Chatter, I apologize, but that's probably not something that I'm going to be diving into anytime soon. Okay? All right. Anyway, your hair is very girly pop today, Hasan. Thank you. So here's what I wanted to talk about real quick before we move on. Okay? When mom finds the poop sock, stop fucking sending me silly ass links. Ladies and gentlemen, as you guys know, Harry Daniels, the TikToker, made a TikTok where he sang to me. Okay? He made a TikTok where he's... Stop linking me this dumb shit, bro. Oh my God. Take a day off. You keep linking the same shit over and over again. What the fuck? Why am I clicking on this dumbass shit? I'm tired. I played too much basketball this morning. Holy shit. Bro, SZA knows who you are? No, I don't think she knows who I am. I think she just saw me looking afraid. But basically, as you guys may or may not know, okay? Let me see if I can find this. What is his Instagram? Harry Daniels, because it was on his Instagram. He posted a reel of me and him. This is the reel. Lamau, he's so concerned. Please. It's over. It's over. He's so fine, it makes me sick. He's voting Republican now. I can't even say anything because this is genuinely how I act in public. Bro, he's so uncomfortable. The autism in me recognizes the autism in him. He thought you were Twitch chat. The fact that Hasan was literally kicked out of his suite a few minutes before this. Can you imagine being kicked out of the convention? You got a pass with 60,000 viewers, more than NBC, by the way, because they don't want you sharing your opinions with that platform. They even strip you of your access, which is completely unprecedented. And then he shows up to serenade you right after you were a victim of classic censorship. Bro gained lost and regained consciousness twice in this video. I saw the blind curiosity in Hasan Piker's eyes while you serenaded him. My friend works with SZA. She's very online, so she might actually know who you are. Well, if she does, she doesn't follow me, so I think I'm going to follow her now. I mean, you're supposed to be awkward. And I talked about this already on the pod, on the next episode of the Fear and podcast. The thing is, did you know who he was before this? I had seen one of his videos before when he like serenaded Obama. Not the hands, bro. Don't do it to him. Oh my God. Okay. Well, this is, yeah, he got Biden, Obama, and Kamala. I know. Here, look.
Okay, I sing for you. Please tell me I'm your national anthem. Red, white, blue is in the sky, summer's in the air, baby, heaven's in your eyes. I'm your national.
Bro, he's got he had that death grip that old folks have. He was gripping it, dude. He got the old man death grip on this one.
What did you think? President Obama, can I sing for you? Go ahead. We are the new Americana. High on legal marijuana. Raise is on Biggie and Nirvana. We are the new Americana.
Yeah, Obama reacted so much better than me. It's crazy.
Y'all haters corny with that Illuminati mess. Paparazzi catch my fly and my cocky fresh. I'm so reckless when I rock this Givenchy dress, period. Yes.
Hi.
Hi, it's nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you.
Well, yes.
So anyway, yeah, my reaction is the worst out of everyone else. I knew it was going to happen. I never seen this guy, but at first thought it was a troll, and I saw his professional looking filmer. Yeah, no. So I knew it was going to happen at some point throughout the day, but the reason why I was doing this is because, like, obviously I was thinking like, oh, I'm going to react like a straight man, right? And I don't mean like straight gay. I mean straight man in the comedy sense, right? Like where you're supposed to be like weirded out a little bit, but there is a level of like, can we move on, please? Sheltered Rosebud, make it stop. Please move on. Can we move on, please? Okay, listen. Part of the reason why I had that look on my face is because as you guys know, it happened at a time when a lot of other chaotic things were occurring. It happened at a time when a lot of other chaotic things were occurring. So I didn't know what my face looked like in that moment, but I guess it looked a little too good in terms of, looked a little too convincing in terms of how upset I looked. Anyway, new polling has FDU poll finds race and gender push Harris above Trump nationally. Damn, dude, Trump's going to get extra racist after this one. You are literally all millennials looking at Gen Z doing weird shit on the internet. Don't worry. Gen Z's time will come too. You're going to open that DM to Sizzle with I'm not autistic, I swear. Okay. Size yemek ısmarlayayım mı? İstediğiniz bir şey var mı? Okay. Tamam, biliyorum. But yeah, we got the Sizzanoti, but in the worst possible way possible, chat. It is what it is. Have you played Deadlock yet? No, I have not. It's on the docket. I didn't get like an access code or anything. There's like hella people in the chat that consistently keep saying like, do you want an access code? I think I'm good for now at least. But it's literally Overwatch, Keckle. I just trust Valve. I trust Valve, you know? That's all I'm going to say. I trust Valve. In Valve, I trust. Is 40 minutes to an hour per game. I'm telling you, in Valve, I trust, dude. So I have a sneaking suspicion that it will be like no matter what. Once it's like fully abone değilim ama lütfen bana saatin en başında 3 dakikalık reklam verirsin. Yok, hayır abicim, sadece 1 dakika vereceğiz. Verdik daha önce zaten. Yok, vermiyorum o yüzden. Can we watch the steroid radar video first? I want to hear you react while I get ready for the gym. No, we're not going to do that yet. But yeah, it's like Dota. It's a MOBA, but with shooter qualities. Like it's kind of like Smite a little bit from what I understand. I've never actually played Smite, so I'm not very familiar. Where do you buy your tank tops, dude? Amazon, brother. Fucking Amazon. Artifact was also a Valve game. We're becoming a MOBA community. No, we are not. Black Myth Wukong today. I really want to play it, but I'm like worried that people are not going to enjoy it. Did you watch the pod already? No, we're going to fire that up real quick, actually. And then I'll get to Lebanon, Israel stuff. Okay. And I got to go pee real quick.
Well, you knew his dad for the brother. I did. He hit me up one night and was like, hey man, I'm having a birthday party this week and you should come. And I didn't even know him, you know, and it was nice of him. And since then we've done a lot of fun stuff together. His brother's missing a leg too, which is crazy. He looks like the lamp. Have you ever seen that movie, The Lamp, like from like a Christmas Story or whatever?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. But he's fantastic. The family, the father, I knew very well. He just passed away. And it was tough.
Well, you knew his dad.
For the brother. I did. And he was fantastic. Yeah. I got to know him through knowing Bob. And I tell you what, it's just a fantastic family, the whole family.
Yeah. No, I love Bob. He and I joke around together a lot. We've spent a lot of time together. Look at his brother right there.
That's right.
Dude hits
And you know what? He plays
too.
golf and he plays well. He hit a perfect drive with me. I said, do you play? We were on the 17th hole. I said, do you play? He goes, yes. I said, oh, really? Do you want to hit a shot? And he said, okay. And he got up. Well, it was very hard for him to put it was really a tough situation because he has to get the ball in the ground and the tee and everything else. Nobody did it for him. And he did it. I mean, he goes to the ground and he did it, gets up. He swung. And I'm a good golfer. He hit a perfect shot. out to the right with a little hook. Nobody knows what that means in your audience probably, but that's like a perfect shot. And I said, that is perfect. He said, I'll do it again. I said, don't do it again because you'll never be able to hit a shot that good. And it was really amazing. He's great. And Bob really.
He'll do it again, too.
They
He's
love
a
the
repeat
family.
offender.
They're
great.
They really have an amazing family. They love
Bob's great. I've been to parties at his house. You know, one thing that's really nice about him is I'll go do something with him, and then like a few days later, he'll send a nice note, or he'll send like a photo, like a frame photo, and just say, hey, man, I had a nice time.
Yeah.
I noticed at the events, you don't drink, and you don't drink or smoke, right?
I don't drink or smoke.
You never have.
No, I never have. I had a great.
Here it comes. He's talking about coke. He's gonna start chirping about cocaine.
Brother who taught me a lesson: don't drink, and he said don't smoke. He smoked and he drank, and he was a great guy. He was a very handsome guy.
Is he older? He was older,
quite a bit older, yeah. And he had a problem with alcohol and smoke a lot. But I tell people no drugs, no drinking, no cigarettes.
Yeah.
I tell that to my kids all the time. I'd say no drugs, no drinking, no smoke. And
it was tough.
He'd always tell me, he'd say never. So he was, really old enough that you would look up to somebody, and I'd look up to him anyway.
Did you admire him?
Yeah, I admired so much about him. He had so much going. He had the look. He had
was his name?
Unbelievable personality, like an incredible personality.
What was his name, Donald?
His name was Fred Trump, and he had a problem with alcohol. He got addicted to it because they say alcohol is tougher than drugs to get off of. I don't know if you've ever heard that.
I'm in recovery, actually. I've been in recovery, so like most of the last 10 years.
From alcohol?
From drugs and alcohol.
So which is worse?
For me, drugs is the problem, but if I have a drink, then it's tougher for me to prevent myself from getting
it sets off a chain.
Yeah.
But which is harder to quit? I've heard alcohol is harder to quit than drugs, if that makes sense. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I can only imagine because it's probably more readily available.
And it's social, and you're sitting and everyone's drinking and all.
Yeah, rarely do you go to a dinner and everybody's eating Xanaxes or something, for appetizers. Usually people are having like a mint julep or something a little fancier, Negroni I just learned about.
Right.
But yeah.
So you have a problem with that then?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's been in my family. My family, it's like, Can
you stay away from it?
Yeah, I've done a good job. I mean,
so how long have you been off?
I go to recovery meetings. I've been off most recently a little over 2 years.
Do you ever go back on?
Yeah, I've had stints where I go back.
Is the most genuine you see Trump? Yeah. I mean, he's good. He's good in these moments, man. He's good. You know what I mean? Threat to people at DNC testing COVID positive. Be careful, sir, and test, please. I mean, honestly, I think I lucked out. There's like a lot of people getting COVID from the DNC, but I think me being so fucking dialed in and just like away from other people the entire time, and also not going to any of the fucking parties, I guess I dodged that shit. Yeah. Is this genuine interest in asking Theo questions? Is this what people who care do? And he usually doesn't give a fuck. I'm genuinely surprised that Trump understands about quitting alcohol. You broadcasting away from the pros in your castle before getting kicked out. Good to have dodged it. Bro, I didn't even go to the floor. Like I'm just thinking about like what might have saved me in that situation. Anyway, I'll test regardless. But as I was saying, it's not surprising that Trump is like cold turkey, or not even cold turkey, but just like straight up doesn't touch any of this stuff because his brother was an alcoholic, and he like briefly alludes to it. He mentions it a little bit, but like that's why he's straight edge. He doesn't touch any of that stuff, like at all. What is this? COVID wave in 5 days before the DNC rolls out. Chicago is sick. Actually, I had no idea. Okay, to be fair, I'm the only motherfucker who didn't get it though. What the fuck?
Back on and
Do you drink? Not as much. Like, not really. I'm not a big drinker. I used to be a big drinker. I am not a big drinker any longer.
You don't control it?
It's tough. It goes downhill pretty quick.
No kidding. So
you think it's going to be easy.
You think you're controlling it.
And then you're you're doing your go-kart and racing with hookers and stuff. It gets bad.
It's just not to do it, right?
Right. So then in the end, you're like, I have to not do it. Did you see, like, with your brother, could you see it or anything? Like,
yeah.
Man.
I was amazed because he had so much going, he had everything going. I think it happened in college at a fraternity maybe, or I don't know, somewhere along the line it happened. And all of a sudden, this is not unique. This is a very common story, unfortunately. But and then the family would see it and start to notice it. And it didn't get better. It didn't get better. I was amazed. He lived for so long in bad conditions, in terms of, I was amazed that his body could hold out. It held out and it had bad moments. But his body was unbelievably strong that it could withstand this.
Yeah, it's a body. Your body's just so resilient.
Yeah.
Do you remember the last time that you saw him or spent with him?
I do. And
bro, this is straight up charming. Okay, it's crazy. Like Donald Trump at his rallies is it feels like an entirely different demon. Okay, getting up close and personal like this is legitimate. Like this is when people were talking about like the Mike Malak, Logan Paul interview and shit. It wasn't like this at all. That was regular ass Trump. That was just like him just doing a rally, but to Logan Paul and Mike Malak. This is unironically like, remember how people were mad at Jimmy Fallon for humanizing Trump and like playing with his hair? Okay. That was like something that people were mad about. This is so much worse.
I'm sorry to ask you about it. Is it all right?
No. It's well, the reason it's good talking about it is it might help other people. If it helps one other person, it's worth the conversation. Frankly.
We talk about that stuff a lot on our podcast. Yeah. A lot of our audience struggles or has struggled with alcoholism, addiction, intimacy disorders, all types of stuff. So it's like it's pretty kind of normal conversation. But
the interesting thing is, and I tell people, so I never had a cigarette, and I've never had a glass of alcohol. And my brother was incredible. He would tell me, because he knew he had a problem, and he'd say, don't ever drink, don't ever smoke. He'd always add smoking because he did smoke a lot, which is, not very healthy. But he'd say, don't ever drink, don't ever drink. He'd tell me every time. I said, don't ever drink, because he knew he had this addiction. And I never had a glass of alcohol. Never, ever did I have a glass of alcohol because of him. And I would say that if I did drink, I could, conceivably be the type of personality that would have, like you, that would have a problem. But I never had. And the only thing I say to people is, if too late for the people that you're talking about, but if you don't drink, you don't miss it. I mean, I don't even think about alcohol or
right. It's not a part of your world.
I don't think about cigarettes. I don't think about any of that. If you don't take drugs or if you don't have alcohol, it's real easy not to drink it. It's when I had a friend who went to the Wharton School of Finance with me. He was a very smart guy.
Where is it, Wharton School?
That's in Philadelphia. That's at Penn.
Oh, yeah. Rocky.
Right. And it's a great school, great business.
I like Rocky. And then they put a fucking photo of Rocky up. That's hilarious.
Business school. And it's part of the University of Pennsylvania, the business school.
It's nice down there.
Yeah.
My friend's brother went there or something.
Well,
we ate near there once.
Then he was smart because it's a great school. But this person that I met, he hated the taste of scotch. Hated it. Couldn't stand it. But he insisted on having it because he felt it was important to be able to drink. I said, no, just don't drink. He said, to be successful in business, you have to sort of interact and you have to drink. And I said, don't do it. Anyway, he became an unbelievable alcoholic, uncontrollable alcoholic.
Oh, I thought you meant like one of the best.
Yeah, and he died. He was but he hated the taste of scotch.
And
he couldn't live without it. Wow. Literally.
Well, I think I notice a lot of like in the recovery rooms and stuff, it's a lot of people that they're missing something inside of them. And so they take on like, so they want to try and fill it up with something else. Yeah. Do you remember the last time that you spent with your brother?
I do. And he'd have periods where he'd get sick, very sick. And we thought we'd lose him or we lost him. Then he'd get better. And that happened 5 or 6 times. I mean, you thought you lost him and then he got better. And it was amazing. I mean, he was, certainly very strong in that sense. And I just tell people it's so tragic. Don't drink. Just don't drink.
Yeah.
And you're not going to have a problem. Like even you, if you didn't drink, you would never, but you probably maybe wouldn't be successful like you are. It's part of your story, right?
It's helped me a lot. Yeah, because I don't know what would happen probably. I think it's just too risky.
It is risky.
What's something that you miss about him, or like that? Like what's something that you miss about him, Fred?
Well, he was wise in a sense. I mean, think of it. He's got this problem, and it was very important for him to convey to me not to have this problem. And I couldn't have been successful if I had that problem.
Yeah.
If I had that problem, and I think maybe I'm a personality type where I could have had the problem if I drank. But if you don't drink, you're never going to have it. I mean, I don't miss when I see somebody light up a cigarette and just they're in heaven. I don't miss that at all.
It's weird. It's so it's very Native American too.
Isn't it crazy?
It's bizarre. And I think sometimes our older brothers, they kind of like they take the speed bumps for us, like as younger brothers, so that we don't have to. You know what I'm saying? Does that you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
like my brother went through a lot of stuff so that I didn't have to go through it, and then I get to see him and learn.
Is he okay now?
Yeah, he's doing great now. But it's like. Yeah, that's one of the blessings I think of having an older brother.
Well, you can learn through history too, even if it's not a brother, it's by watching other people. I mean, you can see if you have a friend who's an alcoholic, or even just by reading about people, you can learn.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't necessarily have to be a brother, but in this case, it was very personal. It was a brother, and I learned not to drink, and I learned not to smoke cigarettes. Now, I don't know that I would have smoked cigarettes. I probably would have drank. I think, there's no reason not to drink. But I had a reason because he told me, just
that was it.
Don't do it. Yeah.
Yeah. That was kind of a blessing then, huh?
Yeah.
And where did you guys ever do anything fun together? Like one nice memory that you have with him?
He had a great talent for flying. He was a pilot.
Oh, sweet.
And he loved it. And
did you ever fly with him?
I did. I flew with him. He was a great pilot and very talented. Other pilots would come to his house to...
Why is Theo so anti-corporate, anti-billionaire, but a Trump dick rider who inhales his bullshit with a smile? I mean, that's like, he's a normie, Like in his mind, he's like, I'm interviewing a former president. I think a lot of people just like, don't contextualize it in that same way. It's kind of like, I mean, I'm anti-corporate, anti-billionaire, but I like JB Pritzker. You know what I mean? Do you see what I'm saying? And he's also like charming to him. He's just doing like a regular interview. He's having like a normal conversation. I don't think he has like any sort of political ambitions or aspirations here. Like he's not trying to get something out of him. He's not trying to have like a gotcha or anything like that. It's because he's kind of stupid. He'd admit to being kind of dumb too because he's aware. Yeah. And also, I think overall, like, I mean, he had that point in the Bernie interview too. Like he had that point in the Bernie interview as well, where he was like, you and Trump, like you were the anti-establishment candidates, like, or something like that. He was like, you were the outsiders, right? And like, he said that. Like he said that in that interview. He's like, oh, I wanted you and Trump to run together. Like, like that's it. That's it. Like that's literally it. What you see is what you get. I don't think there's like any sort of cynical reason. He's not like, yeah, I'm gonna go and make Trump look like more of a human, dude. Like, I don't think he's operating like that. Dude, I'm kind of sick of everyone giving Theo this he's so dumb pass. He's not a child. I mean, okay, but Theo's a college grad. He ain't dumb. There are plenty of people who graduated from college that are definitely very dumb, okay? Yes, this is a perfect way to explain it. He's unaware of the implications of having a political figure on a show. He isn't trying to be confrontational or glaze him up. He just thinks it would be cool to have a former president on a show. That's it. People don't like when Trump is humanized because it's a reminder that someone who's gone through hardships could turn into someone like Trump, but it's important to show people how they could go wrong. Bro, Theo plays up a character. I don't know how y'all are so fooled by this. He's 44 years old, multiple college attended. He understands what he's doing. It's a bit. I don't think so. Like, I think he's a genuinely curious person. As far as what I've seen, I think he's just like a actually curious person who doesn't think much. I think you guys are, I think you guys are like placing a lot of emphasis on like, one, a college education that like immediately spells that you're an intelligent human being, which is far from the truth. Okay. Two, I think that you also don't realize that even people who vote, okay, even people who fucking vote, even people who vote for either party or whatever, don't necessarily have a lot of opinions beyond like, oh yeah, I just kind of voted. Like, most people don't think about this the way that you do. Okay. You need to understand that most people do not think about stuff like this the way that you do. We're fucking nerds, chat. That's why I'm always pleasantly surprised when I see someone in the wild who does have maybe not like the same interest that I do, but at least like, even if they don't have the theory, right? Their heart is in the right place. Like I get excited when I see that. Like even if someone doesn't have the best way of communicating, like a leftist worldview or whatever, oftentimes if they're and I'm not talking about Theo in this same way. I'm simply this is a sidestep from the conversation. But like sometimes you'll meet someone who isn't like an out and about leftist, would never call themselves that way, right? They would never say they're a leftist. They wouldn't even say they're a liberal. But like they'll say certain things, especially you see this a lot in working class backgrounds. Okay? Like people that have actually seen and experienced poverty, right? Like oftentimes they'll say certain things about their experiences with their bosses and whatnot, where you're like, oh, this dude gets it. You know what I mean? That's why I always have this belief that that I stick to, that like the average American is actually significantly more open-minded to progressive policies than the people that you see online. You know what I mean? The people that are chirping online, the people that are like supposedly very educated on this stuff. Does that make sense? Do you think it's one, because it's good content? Two, he's scared of alienating conservative viewers by only having Bernie on? No, I don't think he's making that calculation even. Dude, I'm telling you, it feels like he literally is just going, that's a former president, dude, and he's running for president. It'll be good content. And also, a lot of people will watch it. Would you say that most Americans are somewhat class conscious? Fuck no. It's actually class consciousness that is missing from the equation for Americans. They understand certain concepts, but they don't know how to conceptualize it, if that makes sense. No, Americans are some of the least class conscious motherfuckers on the planet, dude. Have you met Theo? Is he like this always? I've never met Theo Vaughn. He has a certain style and character he portrays on camera, but it's not a bit. It's weird how often people mix those two up. People tend to put on a show of sorts when they're in entertainment business.
Study with him.
Watch him fly.
And he was really talented at that. But ultimately, he had to give that because of the alcohol.
I'm new to your community and new to you. Where are your viewpoints on Kamala and the DNC? I was holding out hope that Kamala Harris, because of a couple things that the Democratic Party did, was going to be leaning into a message of like truly helping the American working class. And unfortunately, I didn't really get that from the DNC, and it upset me for sure. I mean, we'll see where it goes. There's 71 days, but some of the high notes, especially like I placed a lot of emphasis on the speech that she delivered on the last night of the DNC, because we don't know how she is going to brand herself. We don't necessarily know what kind of policy she's going to run with. And unfortunately, it's been very devoid of policy in general so far. There's a couple things that they talked about. There's a couple things that she brought forward before the DNC that I liked. Price controls, which is like unimaginably popular, unimaginably popular. So I think that like those things are good. Those concepts are good, but like she's not really running on them. And it spells, for me at least, that this is an old school Democratic Party way of thinking where they run scared and they try to moderate their positions. I mean, I saw this poll, which is crazy. Support for capping increases on food and grocery prices. Support 65%, opposed 24%. And I joked, I said, oh man, the Chamber of Commerce is going to see this poll and roll out Chris Hardball Matthews one last time to talk about how Kamala will bring out the guillotines at Central Park. Like, I fear that, like, and this was a fear that I had with Bernie Sanders. Like, if I'll explain it in a couple different ways. One, I have this opinion that if Bernie Sanders were to actually make it to the general, we would have fully been able to figure out if you can actually run on super progressive campaigns and win incredible margins. Okay. So we never got to see that because the primary is like locked to the diehard loyalists of the Democratic Party for the most part. Most people don't participate even in the general election, but even less people participate in the primaries, right? Most people, when I was door knocking, didn't even know that a fucking primary was happening. They were pro Bernie, but they didn't even know the primary was happening. And for them, it's like going out, registering to vote, all this stuff. It's a difficult process. You don't get to truly understand that until you actually do it. And like canvassers will tell you, it's a fucking massive effort, right? And because of that, we never actually got to see, even if it wasn't Bernie, it doesn't matter. Like whoever it was, if they were, because Bernie's method was to activate the non-voters and the youth vote, right? But that was never going to happen in the primaries, and it demonstrably didn't happen in the primaries. And it's a major reason why Bernie Sanders lost the primaries, right? Like that was objectively a failure twice. Okay, not once, twice. First time, Bernie was very lucky and even got more popularity than he normally would have otherwise because he was running against an objectively unpopular candidate like Hillary Clinton. Second time around, like I said, it was a difficult endeavor. Okay, it was a very difficult endeavor. But I suspect that because there is obviously a lot more people paying attention to the general, I've always had this suspicion that if a candidate like Bernie was on the ballot in the general and was the Democratic Party's candidate, he would be like, he would do Ronald Reagan levels of popularity. Like you would actually be able to activate these non-voters for the general, because then they start actually taking notice of what's going on. Now, there's at least one example I can point to in that regard. Bra, he's 82. Guys, I'm not talking about this time around. I'm giving you an analysis of what went wrong with the Bernie primary campaign as in an effort to talk about something that's larger than the Bernie primary campaign. It doesn't matter that it's fucking Bernie Sanders. He's just one real life example that I'm using to explain to you what it looks like when someone runs on a fucking primary, or when someone runs on a progressive message, and then whether or not they are able to activate the non-voters and the youth vote in general. Okay, that's it. Stop fucking talking about here's how Bernie could have won, or stop talking about how like Bernie was actually fucked over by the DNC and that's why he lost. Like, yeah, those are other factors. Okay, the DNC thing is a factor for sure, but like I'm giving you the actual. Congratulations, you won emos and furries to your location. What the fuck? Anyway, the closest we ever got to like seeing what it would look like in a general election where you had like an actually outwardly progressive campaign was with Barack Obama in 2008. Okay, that was a progressive campaign and objectively one of the most popular candidates in modern history. Okay, so there is at least like one parallel that we can draw there in terms of like what it looks like when you run a progressive message campaign. Okay. Another issue, having said that, however, another issue that I always felt if Bernie were to run in the general, and this is something that I talked about quite a bit at that time, was how the media would treat him, because there were already like, you know, Goldman Sachs CEOs and whatnot. They were writing op-ed pieces when it seemed like Bernie might win the primaries about how Trump would potentially be a better president than Bernie Sanders because he's a socialist and it's terrifying for corporate interests. So I was always fearful that even if Bernie got to the general, there was one other aspect of this equation that would probably cook his campaign, or had the potential to cook his campaign. What was that? Media influence. Baba soslar geldi şu anda. Yo. Hayır. Çünkü sos yoktu. Ama şimdi bugün yine pişir ekmeği ve soslar da geldi. Because the media is still very powerful in terms of like creating narratives, in terms of like basically gumming up the works, like handicapping a campaign by consistently pumping out like certain kinds of messages, and it's basically free marketing, right? It's basically free marketing. It was endlessly successful with the Joe Biden victory in the primaries after South Carolina, which everybody knew he was going to win. There was around $1.6 billion of earned and free media that the Biden campaign got that played a big role in him clearing out Super Tuesday in states that he never even campaigned at. So for that reason, I've always been fearful that like even if Bernie were to have somehow by some weird, some weird unforeseeable luck ever made it to the general, $1.3 billion in earned media. Earned media is a specific designation. Earned media is like is basically like an ad that you are getting from the media, and it's more powerful than like paid media. And that $1.3 billion in earned media only happened over the course of like 2 days, by the way. That was an insane onslaught of positive messages. It's authentic. People do not read that as like an ad. Okay. So I was worried that if Bernie were to ever, by some weird luck, make it to the general election as the Democratic Party's candidate, I thought that the media would do everything it could possibly in its power to sully that process and to handily offer Trump a victory. This is a real fear that I always had. Now, why am I talking about Kamala? I mean, why am I talking about Bernie Sanders and all this shit? That's because the only fear that I have in terms of Kamala Harris running a progressive campaign and putting progressive policies forward in her campaign is the way that I fear the media would actually cook her on it. Okay? They've already briefly started doing it. Okay? This chatter says, clearer explanation of earned media. When there's a news story about you, it functions as an ad. Exactly. Every time she tries to propose progressive policy on stage, is sold with deregulation and neoliberal solutions with progressive language. She's selling the whole building 3 million homes is just deregulation as an example. Every time we get actual plans for these policies, it's just neoliberal nonsense. Any excitement I had over her is going very rapidly every time she shows the actual plan to enact the policy. Yeah, so that is another side of this issue as well, but we're not going to get into that right now, okay? I'm talking about something a little different. So, do you think Kamala would gain more support if she embraced Jill Stein level progressive policies? Do you think that Kamala should be leaning far left in policies to counter the Republican far right nonsense? It's not about far left or far right. I think that she should stick to more progressive policies. Hold on one second. Go grab my food. It's not about like far left. There's nothing far left about feeding children, okay? Or in the way that like Americans understand it. You have to communicate policies that are going to help people. Policies that are objectively popular, okay? That's the situation. There are policies out there that are objectively popular that people poll pretty positively, okay? Ultimately, people want to vote for someone that's going to give them things. It's understandable. That's the whole point of democracy. But liberals have deluded themselves into thinking, or liberal media has caused the base of support within the party to basically firmly commit to this idea that like politics is about just the Democrats winning or your party winning. It's kind of crazy. So I believe that if a campaign, and we've never really tested it with the exception of 08 Obama, I believe that if a general race from the Democratic Party featured actual tangible ways in improving people's lives, okay, actual tangible ways in which the Democratic Party would improve people's lives, and they actually committed to it and made people believe that they would do this, like they would follow through on these promises, that they would be endlessly successful. Can you stop saying objectively popular, since popularity is a subjective thing? No, I won't stop saying objectively popular, because when I say objectively popular, I'm talking about polling data, okay? I'm using it correctly. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, it's not, when I say something is popular objectively, I'm talking about it polls well. Popularity is not subjective in that regard. When something is polled, you're thinking of like popularity as like the cool kids at school or some shit. You're so fucking annoying with the way that you're trying to correct me on something that you're wrong on objectively. Anyway, I'm a firm believer that a big chunk of the Democratic base of support would literally come on board with a lot of these policies that, like even those on Twitter keep saying, oh, we can't have this because it's unpopular. We can't have this because like people won't vote for the Dems. Independents won't vote for the Dems. I am a firm believer that if MSNBC kept saying Medicare for all is the fucking sexiest thing, it's a real winner. And if they repeated that over and over again, let's say in a world where they're not like completely fucking primed to be antagonistic to that sort of thing because of their ad dollars, the revenue that they're generating from the pharmaceutical industry and the healthcare industry. Okay. If they kept saying that over and over again, a lot of these people on Twitter would also be like, yeah, why isn't she pushing for that? What is happening? Why are so many people asking me if I'm a supporter of Jill Stein? Like, what the fuck is going on in the chat? Are y'all joking? Yeah. People are asking, people are doing the fucking, if you vote for her, she'll win, but for Jill Stein.
Oh, he had to give that up, which was a hard thing for him to do, but he had to give that up.
Election day is coming up on November 5th. Computer AI.
Like now, and
That's Aura-THEO, ORACLE.com/Theo. Yeah, it's crazy. That's the wildest thing to watch is people losing everything, you know?
yeah, no, they lose everything, and many people. And in those days, it wasn't drugs. It wasn't like don't drink, don't take drugs. I don't think drugs. I don't even know whether they're even a factor. They happened pretty long time ago, but I think in those days, I don't think were drugs a factor. You go back 25 years ago.
Not like it is now.
Well, certainly not like now. And
Yeah, and that actually takes me into something else I wanted to talk about, like alcohol.
Like, I'm already annoyed with a lot of the liberals that are like, you're not just like lying about how much you love Kamala Harris because you don't understand the severity of a Trump reelection. I do, but I'm not going to lie regardless. But that's one aspect of this conversation. I'm already annoyed with all the liberals who are like, oh, Hasan is fucking hates the Democrats. He's so stupid, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. But then on the other side, now you got hella people being like, dude, what about Cornel West? What about Jill Stein? What about fucking the RFK guys are gone now? Or PSL. It's like, dude, vote for whoever you want, okay? Stop fucking bothering me.
And addiction is something that's really ramped up, even like you're saying, like in the past 20, 30 years in our country, right? And during the opioid epidemic, they estimate that like almost 600,000 people died.
Yeah.
And that doesn't even include the broken hearts and the deaths of families and circles of trust, all, you know, just people that lost a brother. Doesn't even include the actual, the siblings,
right?
Or, you know, and so the ripple effect of that is huge. And there's that Sackler family that pretty much got away with it. You know, they had a financial slap on the wrist.
This is why I was talking about Jill Stein, because there's a video on TYT's like 11th channel with 7,000 views from 3 days ago. That's why. Bro, there's 27,000 people in this chat. Like, what are you talking about, dude? You think?
Yes, but we're one of the only countries that allows drug advertisements and pharmaceutical companies to advertise on television. Like, what do you think are things that you can do to help curtail that when you get into office?
So, well, we did a great job.
Does that make sense or not?
When you get into office, bro, he was president.
Yes, it does make sense. And we had committees, blue ribbon committees in certain cases, but committees that would meet. The big problem we have is, you know, fentanyl is probably the biggest. Opioid is bad. Opioid is bad too.
Yeah.
I think that's bad because everyone thinks, you know, in many cases, they think they're going to do away with pain. And literally the time is so short. If you take it for like 2 weeks, you're almost addicted to it. It's incredible when you.
Oh, well, all of that is horrible. But
how
why do we allow
How
that
did you get addicted? How did?
No, I would just do cocaine. That was really, yeah. So not just, yeah.
That's down and dirty, right?
Yeah, and this. I mean, it was, yeah.
But you don't anymore?
No, I don't do it anymore, man, and I'm not doing it.
Is it too much? Too much to handle?
Some of the stuff started to get a real rattle in it too. I don't know where we were even getting it from in this country, but yeah, it started to make me feel like I was a mechanic or something.
So the thing you go back to then is alcohol for the most part.
Right? Yeah, but
I love that line. Started making me think like I was a mechanic or something.
Want probably is cocaine, but I know that if I have a drink, then it'll be like, okay, well, I had a drink, then I can do this.
Is cocaine a stronger
oh yeah.
up?
Yeah. Cocaine
So you're way up with cocaine more than anything else you can think of.
Cocaine will turn you into a damn owl, homie. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You'll be out on your own porch, you know, and
Yeah.
you'll be your own street lamp. You're freaking.
And is that a good feeling? Well,
No,
it's
horrible.
a miserable feeling.
But you do it anyway, just like the guy you're saying with the scotch. Like you knew it was bad, but you still.
So it's not even good during what would be normally the good time. In other words, oh wow. So why would you do it?
I wouldn't. That's why I don't.
Yeah, that's terrible.
But it's crazy because that's what alcoholism is. I think it's that it trumps the why.
Yeah.
It doesn't, and it just you don't. And you just go to. It's like, so that's why they say that it's cunning, baffling, and powerful. That's what they say about alcoholism.
Yeah.
And it is. It's
Which is a bigger problem in our country, would you say?
Opioids.
Bigger than alcohol.
Oh, for sure.
Dog, you were the president of the United States of America. How the fuck did you not know? Like, alcohol is a massive problem. Alcohol is a massive problem. But, like, opioids are, like, alcohol is a massive problem because it's, like, readily available. Okay? Opioids are not as readily available. And even then, it's a massive killer. It's so funny because it's like, this motherfucker only talks about opioids when he's talking about how Mexicans are bringing over the border. Like, it blows my mind. Like, how the fuck were you how the fuck do you say it at every rally? And there is not even a fucking curiosity behind those eyes where you were just like, let me look into this a little bit. Like, he literally has not looked into it at all. Like, that's actually shocking. That is actually shocking how fucking stupid Americans are, that they literally voted for and will vote again for a guy that is that dumb. Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't make any fucking sense that this dude literally is just like he's not even interested. Like, he's just saying shit, dude. He is just saying shit. Yeah, alcohol kills more people than opioids per year, except, once again, alcohol is readily available and consumed by a much larger percentage of the population than opioids. So the per capita deaths, I think, the per capita deaths per opioid is like way fucking worse in terms of consumption. I think he's just playing dumb to make Theo feel smart. No, dude, I think he just straight up doesn't fucking know. And also because his like brother died to alcohol, like lethality rate. Yeah. Doesn't that make alcohol worse? The absolute numbers matter in that case. No, brother, we're talking about, no, per capita is obviously going to be, or the lethality rate is obviously going to be more significant because like, especially at mass consumption, I would say that like something that is so addictive and something that is so fucking addictive and something that's like a massive killer that there is no social usage of. Like with alcohol, there is like a shit ton of people. With alcohol, there is a shit ton of people that just drink it and don't become alcoholics. Okay, there are a lot of people that do. Okay, and that's why. And there's a lot of people that drunk drive and kill other people. Like there's a social phenomena associated with it as well. But opioids are so incredibly addictive and so incredibly fucking deadly. Most people who drink alcohol don't have a use disorder about it. Yeah. And I say this as someone who struggled, obviously, as you guys know. So like, I'm telling you, it's not like there is a social consumption of alcohol that like many people engage in, many people partake in. Asking Trump about curtailing business. Holy fuck, Theo, bro, pivoted from the Sackler so hard. Yeah, he did.
I think that's one of the biggest problems.
And
like,
compare that to fentanyl.
Oh yeah, well that's the problem is people are making fake opioids because they can't afford real ones, or they're just getting them off the street and then they put fentanyl in them.
Yeah. Fentanyl's like laced into everything now. It's horrible.
It's horrible. Yeah, they found some in a baby rattle somewhere. I think I don't even know where that was. But one of the things I wanted to ask you about was like, so there's like the big pharma lobbyists. Like there's 1,800 big pharma lobbyists in Washington D.C.
Yeah, you can't just like moderately be a social fentanyl user, chat. Like that's not a thing. Okay, what the fuck are we talking about? That's nuts. I know a few. Oh my god, bro. Sure.
Right.
There's only 535 total representatives or senators total. So just the fact that there's this whole other almost drug government that's there kind of pushing pushing agendas and influencing things. Like, how do we stop that, man? It just seems like it's obviously killing people. Like people are dying, it's like, what do we have to do that our own government won't help us?
He's going to talk about fucking immigrants bringing it over, I suspect.
Well, you have to stop listening to lobbyists. I was not a big person for lobbyists. And if they have even a little access to like a president or a senator or a congressman or woman,
they're snakes.
They get a lot of money.
Yeah.
And in some cases, they just take the money. They don't do anything. But you have a lot of lobbyists in Washington pushing, and certainly a lot for all of.
Dog, you literally made lobbyists, or even worse than Murad, You look too skinny, bro. That's crazy. Okay. Bro, he put lobbyists in charge of the agencies that are supposed to be regulating the industries that they were lobbying the government on. He put industry leaders. He sidestepped lobbyists in certain instances. Like Betsy DeVos is directly a fucking lobbyist. She was a secretary of education. She comes from a rich ass family who lobbied the fucking government. Like, what are you talking about? Oh, I hate lobbyists. He's currently lobbying the oil and gas industry, bro. I can't believe it. Trump will never do an interview that is not in a controlled environment or with a person who is fucking utterly oblivious to the reality. Like, did he really though? How do I find this? Look up every single agency appointment that Trump did. Literally all of the top level officials. Lobbyists lobby the government on behalf of certain sectors and certain corporations. Trump literally cut across the lobbyists and just had industry leaders take over the role of the regulatory agencies. And beyond that, there were also obviously direct fucking lobbyists in the administration as well. That's one lobbyist for every 14 political appointees and 4 times more than Obama had appointed 6 years into office. It's fucking crazy that he's saying this. But of course, what the fuck does Theo Von know about this shit? Like, no disrespect to Theo Von, but he is so goddamn ill-equipped to have this combo. And that's precisely why the combo is happening. Like, you have to understand, like, Trump's not stupid. His team's not fucking dumb. They know he can have this combo and just like portray himself as in a certain light, maybe even humanize himself this way, and approach Theo Von's audience as like a totally separate being than he actually is. And that's what's happening here. Yeah, Rex Tillerson, former ExxonMobil CEO, is his Secretary of State. Trump's entire cabinet was fucking lobbyists and also corporate executives. I think that's why they get mad at Theo. People want him to be able to analyze, criticize, and communicate how crazy Trump is. Yeah, y'all are fucking delusional if you think that like he's gonna do that. Okay?
The things that we're talking about,
they're
including
winning.
Alcohol.
The lobbyists are winning, it feels
Yeah, they're
like.
winning. They're making a lot of money. Absolutely.
Can you stop that? Can a president?
Like, it's so crazy. This also, once again, speaks to how dumb the average American voter is. And it also speaks to the other side of the equation that I talk about quite frequently, which is that even the dumbest person that you know that goes out and votes or doesn't even vote has certain political opinions, and those political opinions are endlessly progressive. Like, people might be dumb, but they still at a personal level understand, like, man, it sure seems fucked up that these corporations that are like ruining people's lives are actually running the table and get to control different aspects of the government. Like, that's not good. Okay. You think most people want to trans the kids? Who is transing the kids, bro? What is a transing the kid? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dumbass? You watch too many fucking YouTube videos, bro. Shut the fuck up. Shut your stupid ass up, bro. Adults are talking, okay? You fucking freak. God damn, dude. Transing the kids. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Who's doing that? Why do we have to sit here and have a conversation with your fucking paranoid hallucinations, man? And the worst part about it is there's enough people in the fucking country that also share those same delusions. It's like a collective hysteria. So now we have to deal with it. That's what's crazy about this situation is like dumb motherfuckers literally are like, well, sorry, I'm an American and there's a lot of other dumbasses like me that believe this thing. So now you got to actually address it. It's like fucking flat earthers, dude. It's like, imagine if they were just like constantly, if there was enough people in the country that genuinely believe the earth is flat, and now you just have to deal with it all the time. You have to like actually address it. And they just have no idea. They've been fucking brainwashed, bro. What are you talking about? Transing the kids. Like, that's not a thing, dog. You just are trans, okay? It's the same as being gay. You just are gay. You don't like turn gay, okay? Shit pisses me off. The people are just so stupid about it. God damn.
Didn't stop that. Like, how do we stop that?
Well, one way you could stop it is to say, if you're going to go into government, you can never be a lobbyist. In many cases, they have rules and regulations where you can't do it for 4 years, 3 years, 5 years, whatever.
You mean be a lobbyist after you were an elected official?
I mean, you could
Is that what you're saying?
You could say that if you're an elected official or if you work in government, you can never be a lobbyist. You have people that work in government and they give out contracts to the military, and then they leave and they work for the people that they're giving out contracts to.
That's exactly what happened with the Sackler family, with the drug companies. They hired people that were on the FDA to work for them so they could loophole the laws.
Yeah.
Or, but can we outlaw lobbyists, or we can't do that?
Well, there's a whole constitutional thing there. I mean, can you make somebody never, ever go into the business if you work for government?
Theo knows this, so he's not stupid. It's intentional. Dog, you need to understand something, okay? You can be a dumb person that knows that. Like, that doesn't mean he's like super well read, okay? Half of the shit he just said that sounds super smart to you, literally in the last 3 minutes at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break, was shit that he learned about from Bernie Sanders last week, which we watched. And if you were subscribed back then, you probably saw that shit uninterrupted. There were no ads being served for you, I mean. If you no longer want to see those ads at the top of the fucking hour, that's what you got to do. You got to subscribe. No, you don't get it, man. Logan Paul and Theo Von are both in on it. I'm willing to bet Logan Paul has more like political ambitions, regardless of his like level of intelligence, than fucking Theo Von does, in my opinion. Like, Scarnarv, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gift of subs. Like, it honestly feels like Theo Von is the type of dude you could like convince not to be transphobic in like a 5-minute conversation. Because he has something that I think many people miss, which is like genuine curiosity and a willingness to learn and charitability. But don't forget that you are talking to a motherfucker who literally told Bernard Jebediah Sanders that he would have loved to see him on the same ticket as Donald Trump. Okay? You're fucking crazy if you think he's like some secret political demon and he's like, yeah, he's actually trying to make sure that he humanizes Trump to his audience. Like, no, he's just fucking, he's like, yeah, he's a former president, dude. That's what he would say.
And especially if you're giving out contracts. In other words, you're a powerful person within some industry. The Navy, the Army, anything. It could be military procurement, etc. There's a whole thing there's a whole question as to you give out a contract and then all of a sudden you're working for the person you gave out the contract to or the company that you gave out the contract to.
Right. It's like you're playing both sides of the net.
Well, it's obviously a problem, and it's a big problem, and we were doing things about it, but then we had to get down to other business. We had to solve we had a lot of problems with this country. A lot of problems.
It's pretty clear that the establishment doesn't like you, I would say. What do you think?
Well, I think the people like me.
Oh, yeah, the people.
We're leading now in all the polls. We're leading, and Rasmussen just came out a little while. Rasmussen's a very highly regarded poller. We're leading by 5 points. Rasmussen poll, and others also, and we're doing well. But I think the people like me a lot. You know,
like you think he knows that? Like you think he knows Rasmussen is a fucking right-wing pollster, and they're just like so fucking biased and wrong? No, he doesn't know that. He doesn't know shit. He's like, oh, Rasputin, like the Russian guy. Like that's what he's about to say, bro.
Won, and then we did,
no doubt.
So we won in 2016, and then we did much better in 2020. Much better. Got millions and millions more votes. And
why does the establishment keep trying to sink you? Like, what is it that they are so afraid of?
Well, in some cases, the things we're talking about right now, they want to sell product that I'm not interested in. They want to have certain boats and certain ships and certain planes and certain everything bought. Pharma is another one that's, interesting.
Or do they push back against you think?
Yeah, I think they do. Well, yeah, I think it's pretty obvious that they do. In one way, that's a positive thing politically, because when you can show that they push back, the voters seem to like it. But we have a lot of popularity. We have a lot of people that want to see me come back and win, because we had a great time. We had the greatest economy in history when I was president. We had
my cousin got a boat.
Numbers. Yeah, we had the best job numbers. African American.
Bro, come on, dog. He said, hell yeah, my cousin got a boat. My cousin got a boat during your presidency. How does he not know why people hate this liar? Because he's a comedian in Joe Rogan's orbit. So I suspect a lot of the people that is like around him are either people that have similar opinions to myself, like Stavros, who don't like necessarily give a shit and also make jokes about Donald Trump, or are people who are just like super far right or right wing. That's what it is. Like, that's literally what it is. These people are, he knows and is trolling his ass. I don't think so.
Hispanic American, if you look,
really,
Asian American, job numbers, women, men, everybody. We did a lot of good things. We cut taxes more than anybody else, including Ronald Reagan. We cut regulations, which created jobs. We had a great period of time, and I think the people want it back. Based on what I'm seeing, the people want it back.
One thing that you did, recently we had Bernie Sanders on.
Right.
And
interesting.
And I know
that's very interesting.
Certainly, you guys don't agree on a lot of things, but I think you both acknowledge how horribly rigged the healthcare system is against the American people.
Dog, he was the president, and he actively ran on shutting off Obamacare, like the Affordable Care Act, and even succeeded in eliminating one of the funding mechanisms of Obamacare. Like, that was one of his main policies, dog. Theo knows is a trap. Dude, there ain't no way Theo's here trying to get him with a fucking gotcha, okay? Let's see.
Because hospitals and insurance companies get away with hiding their prices from all of us, and literally they...
No, he's talking about price. Yeah, he's talking about price transparency. That's a Trump policy. That's the dumbest way to try and fucking deal with this problem.
Can charge whatever they want. You know, it's like you sign up and say, yes, I'll pay. You trust the hospital, but then you get home and the bill is...
Dog, you want to know how fucking stupid price transparency for hospitals is? It's like the dumbest idea that libertarians have cooked up. Okay. Let's say you broke your fucking leg. Okay. Let's say you broke your fucking leg. At what point are you going to be like, hold on, let me pull out my goddamn phone and look at the fucking Yelp reviews and the different prices for the 11 different private ambulance companies, and also let me look at the fucking phone to figure out which hospital is actually treating my broken leg at a cheaper price point. That's not how healthcare works. Like, it's so fucking stupid. There are massive hospital monopolies as well. In PA, all hospitals are owned by only a few organizations, a cartel. Exactly. You talk about being compassionate, but you aren't giving Theo the benefit of the doubt. This is him trying to make a difference. No, I know, dog. I know. Or lady, listen. I am giving him the benefit of the doubt. That's why I defended him when chatters were saying he's actually secretly a political assassin in the pocket for Donald Trump, trying to fucking humanize him deliberately. Okay? That's why I said, no, that's not the case. Okay? The two genders, dog or lady. Yeah, we got dogs in here. Bernie mentions the exact thing to Theo too. When you're diagnosed with a major illness or you have a critical injury, price options aren't really going to help you.
It's whatever, you know, which pretty much feels like some form of extortion to me. That's what it seems like to me.
It's a form.
But you had an executive order where you created a federal rule forcing hospitals and insurers to publish all their prices.
Yep.
Right? So that people would be able to know, okay, if an MRI costs $600.
This is a guy, someone in his team literally gave him bullet points and was like, yo, this is how you'll sound smart, dude. Bring up price transparency, dude. That's also a Trump policy, dude. I swear, dog. I swear, dude. You come across genius. That guy's name is also Theo. Yeah, they sound exactly the same. And they're also named Theo, his producer. Price transparency is so fucking stupid. What a stupid, silly, like non-fix to a problem. And then people will cynically turn around and go, Hasan, don't you think it's better to at least know what price you're paying? It's like, sure, but if you think that that is going to change the dynamic of how fucked American healthcare is, you are the dumbest person on the fucking planet. That's the problem, though. A lot of Americans don't think about it like that. They don't think about like the actual reasons as to why this is like being put forward as a piece of legislation. And it's not exclusive to the Republican Party defending the Republican agenda, okay? It is the Democratic Party and its most loyal soldiers as well. Straight up. That's precisely why So many people in this chat fucking chirp at me as well, but they're like, "Oh, Hasan, you want Trump to win? You want Republicans to win?" Like, don't you think it's better to just have an Affordable Care Act than not have it at all? Yes, of course. But you know what's even better? Fucking socialized medicine, which is what the entirety of the developed and also developing nations have at this fucking point. We're like one of the only countries that doesn't have it. Oh, it makes me so mad that people are just so incredibly cucked, and they think that like their cucked position is actually somehow more intellectual than someone like myself who only broaches subject matters with surface level observations. Hasan is not smart enough to understand, like I am, the cost of doing business. Hasan is not smart enough to understand that, like, you know, these insurance companies have to exist in the way that they do. There is no other alternative. I am a brilliant thinker. It's like, dog, we are unique on the planet, okay? We are literally unique in the developed world. We are even fucking unique in developing nations. In comparison to developing nations and developed nations, we are the exception, not the rule, in terms of like the way we deal with healthcare. You just are brain broken by Reddit and Twitter, where a bunch of like corporate backed think tanks have created these papers that you read, or at least you like act like you read, and you just like repeat the fucking high level observations that they put in front of you to come across like you're the smart guy in this conversation. Hillary Clinton did it too. She was like, "Oh, well, what else? You want healthcare, free healthcare? What's next? You want a pony?" What a fucking ridiculous way to run a campaign.
$100 here and it's $5,000 there, then I can go here and save myself money.
Right.
But that hasn't even been enforced. Like hospitals,
Biden got away with it.
hospitals and insurance companies, they're still not showing their prices.
They hated it.
Of course they did.
And because it would have made it very competitive. And Biden let it go. He never enforced it. And to get that approved was a big deal.
Yeah, dude,
and
it was
that
an
would have brought down
objectively
the
stupid
price
fucking
of,
idea, okay?
Oh, so many things.
Not only, you know, just care, right? Care, physical care, mental care. That would have brought down the cost of care by 50, 60%. And Biden and Kamala didn't press it. It was a big thing to get it, but I'll be pressing it. And because I'll be pressing it, and because I'll be pressing it.
Also, that's a lie. But what's really funny about hospital pricing is that, like, maybe some people don't know this, but you remember how we talked about dynamic pricing? Chat might remember when I was talking about like the McDonald's app or Uber, and how Uber has dynamic pricing, like surge pricing and shit. But also beyond that, even if you had two separate phones, one guy was a wealthier guy, the other guy was a poorer guy, from the same exact location, if you called Uber, Uber would literally show the poorer guy cheaper options. Like the same ride, Uber would actually serve to them in a cheaper way. That's called dynamic pricing, okay? It exists already. It's existed in hospitals for a very long time. Dynamic pricing is exactly how hospitals do pricing, okay? That's how they do it. If you have the capacity to pay, they'll cook you. They'll hit you with like those Hall's cough drops that are normally like 30 cents a pop. You'll have to pay $37 for it. You're like, what the fuck is this? You look at the receipt, you're like, how the hell did this happen? Well, that's because the insurance company is not interested in making it cheaper. The insurance company is simply interested in offsetting as much as the cost and making you pay for as much of the cost as possible. They don't give a fuck about making this shit cheaper. They're just an expensive middleman. Yeah. Yeah, if you're poor but have very good health insurance and you get hit with a bill, it's like $80K, but then negotiate it down to $8K.
Yet there are some people that are vehemently against it for financial reasons, you know, for money reasons. But
those people can go to hell, dude. That's insane.
Yeah, no, they're bad people.
Especially because one of the leading causes of bankruptcy in America is medical debt. I mean, that's crazy. And I don't even think I made that up either.
No, it's when you think of it. At first, when you said it, I said, wow. And then I'm thinking about it. I said, it's really not a wow. I understand it.
Yeah.
Tremendous lobby.
There ain't no way Big Dog, who used to be the former president of the United States of America, didn't fucking know and just learned from fucking Theo Vaughn. Please stop. There is just no, why are you even admitting? Like, what is going on, dude? Like, you know, and someone is going to fucking send me like a tweet or a video from a long time ago where, as a gotcha, to be like, well, see, he mentioned it here. No, dude. Even if he did mention it, he just doesn't know. He like has not internalized this information. He has not held on to this information. People just put scripts in front of him and he fucking reads it, dude. That's it. That's it. He does not give a fuck. And he does not even remotely care. He's like, wow, medical bankruptcy is like the #1 cause. Wow. Dude, you were the president. Like, listen, I don't like Obama. Okay. But there is no world where you could catch Obama slipping like this. Like, there's just not a planet. Like, we are in a separate planet. I don't think you can fucking catch Joe Biden slipping this hard. And his brain is not even working. I genuinely have forgotten because, like, I don't really watch Trump behave in a unrestricted environment like this. So like he's too free for his own good here, you know? My favorite Palestinian book talker had a really great take about your running with Harry Daniels and the implications of all the influences of the DNC. Well, all right, we're not going to watch that right now. Bro, you're not even making sense for real? What do you mean? What did I say that didn't make sense? Dog, I'm just saying, it's fucking crazy to me that the former president is like objectively shocked, okay? Objectively confused and shocked and perplexed. And is acting like this is the first time he heard about like a phenomena that is truly uniquely bad in the Western world, in the developed world, to the United States of America. A concept called medical bankruptcy.
I'll be tremendous power. Really
like,
not.
Look.
When you think of it,
bankruptcy,
bad people.
Especially because one of the leading causes of bankruptcy in America is medical debt. I mean, that's crazy.
Wow.
It's pretty
and I don't even think I made that up either.
No, it's when you think of it, at first when you said it, I said, wow. And then I'm thinking about it. I'm saying, it's really
like bro, this is new information. He has been presented with new information. You were the president, dude. Oh, look, you called it. Yeah, Trump told his nephew to let his disabled son die, then move to Florida, book says. Yeah, I don't fucking care about this shit, dude. I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. Yeah, he knows it's expensive. Healthcare is expensive. I know he knows that. It honestly just shocks me that he is just like, I'm a little shocked. I'm shocked and I'm maybe a little mad at myself for like forgetting how fucking stupid he is. You know what I mean? That's what it is. Where it's like frustrating that I forgot that like a person who was the former president can be like this checked out of the process. Like, I cannot think of a single fucking former president that is still currently alive. Like Jimmy Carter, if you could catch him in a good moment, he's a carcass at this point. But like, even he would be like, no, I know that. That's a problem. You know what I mean? Like George Bush would know what the fuck is up. Yes, George W. Bush would be even like, this is entry level stuff, chat. Like, it's not, this isn't like, you know, you don't have to be brilliant to know about this stuff, okay? You chatters, you know about all this shit. You don't have the same level of information the fucking president's supposed to have. Wait, the beginning of this interview has us thinking he was a genuine guy. It didn't take for it long to ruin us. Dude, are you kidding me? There's not a single soul in this chat that will vote for Donald Trump. Of course, we are interpreting this very differently. The average person that doesn't know that is not going to pick up on the fact that it's wild that a former president is oblivious to the reality that the fucking in the American nation, the leading cause of bankruptcies is medical bankruptcies, like medical bills. The average person is just currently thinking about how sick it is that Donald Trump is going to fucking kill lobbyists or whatever the fuck they're fantasizing about.
Really not a wow. I understand it.
Yeah.
Tremendous lobby, tremendous powerful lobby.
Well, yeah, because I mean, think about what else is going to put you in medical, like in that much of a debt. It's like, I believe that's accurate. Who's behind the healthcare insurance, that whole thing? Like, who's behind it all? It feels like Chuck Schumer is this kind of like deviant mastermind back there somewhere.
Well, he's one of the people that is hurt, and he's one of the people that keeps the price.
Oh my God, bro. Oh my God, bro. What are you saying? I mean, he sucks. And this is the worst. Okay. This is the worst part about the Democratic Party. Okay. This is the worst part about the Democratic Party is that because across the board, they're also the same exact level of shills for the corporate autocracy that we exist under. That like when Theo Von says like Chuck Schumer, dude, seems like he's always scheming. You know, he's got his hands like this. like I know chat's like geared in on the anti-Semitic, the subtle anti-Semitism there. Okay. But like in theory, he's not even fucking wrong. Chuck Schumer isn't like a big healthcare dude. Every American politician, unless they have told you otherwise, is absolutely deeply vested in the continuation of private healthcare. Okay? Like, it's not, you could fucking toss a rock in that hall and you're going to hit someone on accident that is pro big pharma, pro healthcare, pro private healthcare, anti Medicare for all. Sometimes there are those who even tell you the exact opposite. They tell you that they like Medicare for all, but they're not actually for Medicare for all. There are a handful of American politicians who are genuinely invested in pushing for a ceasefire in Israel and delivering you healthcare or free college or any number of different fucking things. Here's every Republican senator who opposed the healthcare bill. Yeah, but like Democrats also fucking oppose it. The difference is when they pushed for it, and Kamala Harris was one of the Dems who was on board with this. Like, you have to remember, they did that knowing full well that Trump was the president. Even Big Gretch is anti-M4A, I know. But that's because she's, like, related to a pharmaceutical executive, right? Focusing on Chuck Schumer is like saying an unhealthy diet gave you cancer when you worked in a Teflon factory your whole life. No, not necessarily. Chuck Schumer is literally the fucking... What are you talking about, dude? Chuck Schumer is the leader of the Democratic Party in the Senate. Like, what? Like, yeah, he's Jewish, but her dad was Blue Cross Blue Shield CEO, and her money came from Harvey Weinstein's crew in Hollywood and health insurance lobbyists when she first ran for governor. Yeah. Chuck Schumer passing Obamacare in 2010 was a mistake. Chuck Schumer upbraided his own party Tuesday for pushing the Affordable Care Act through Congress in 2010. Schumer emphasized during a speech at the National Press Club that he supports the law and its policies are will and continue to be positive changes. He argued that the Democrats acted wrongly in using their new mandate in the 2008 election to focus on the issue rather than the economy at the height of the terrible recession. Bro, I'm serious. It really pisses me off how fucking bad politicians are at politics. Yeah, Blue Cross execs helped Whitmer raise cash for Governor Run. Yeah, there you go. That's how you know she's anti-M4A, okay? Like, it's just nutty how fucking objectively bad American politicians are. Like, they are directly antagonistic. They are directly antagonistic to the well-being of American citizens. I don't know. Why? Oh, I want to do garage shit? I don't know where my fucking keys are at, bro.
Price is high, and he's, gets a lot of contributions from the people on the other side. And him and plenty of other people, a lot of people. It's a very powerful lobby.
But wouldn't they want
the most powerful lobby? The lawyer lobby.
That's
that feeds into that also. It all feeds into it.
Wait, hold on, just so I understand, Donald. Sorry. So that lobby is a very powerful one.
Yeah.
But why do those people want people to suffer, though? Just so they can make money?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it really has to do with money.
That's crazy. How much money do they need?
Probably start off by saying this is terrible, and then they eventually say, well...
But can we just, as a country, say, hey, how much... Okay, you need $3 million. We'll give you that. Fuck off.
Yeah.
We want to be healthy.
Yeah.
Like, can't we make a deal with those people?
They're very tough to deal with.
This is why I hate when liberals are like, bro, Americans are not progressive. Think about the moderates. It's actually the moderates that the Democratic Party needs to captivate. It's like, bro, you have two dudes. You have a dude who's like the most apolitical medium voter ass motherfucker you can get, who is surrounded by right wingers in his profession, literally having these opinions. Isn't that weird? Doesn't that kind of make you see the reality that like most Americans are probably a little bit more progressive in terms of like individual policies? Like, they might not like the Democratic Party. They might think liberals are pussies, but like the average country bumpkin like Theo Von, who obviously is no longer as much of a country bumpkin as he used to be, obviously, because he's fucking in Hollywood and shit. But like, still, don't you fucking think that like the average American, like if you talk to them, they're probably going to be on board with a lot of this shit? This is how every motherfucker from the South is, but no one wants to acknowledge it. Yeah, that's why I get so frustrated with polling on issues especially polling on issues that are like untested. There's no counter narrative associated with the issue, and it's just a narrative backed by Republican hysteria. And then people just like run the table, and the Democrats run scared, and then they sedate their fucking liberal audience, their liberal team, into believing that like they have to do these moderate positions. And liberals eat this shit up. I hate when people pretend like most people in the South aren't just like pretty bad people with stupid beliefs that are generally borderline, if not fully fascist. Dude, I hate when there's only two different types of people that have this issue, have this kind of opinion, okay? A, dumbass liberals who grew up in fucking like liberal enclaves their whole lives, okay? Or B, dumbass liberals who grew up in a fucking deep red district, okay? And their parents were super fucking homophobic to them. So then they develop this like sensibility that every single person is just like their immediate friend circle that bullied them for being gay or some shit. Okay? Like that's a ridiculous fucking assessment, dude. You just said the entire South is like full of fascists. First of all, where the fuck do you think black people live in America? Okay? Number one, I know your ass is a liberal, so let me fucking use terminology that'll make you feel bad, okay? Like half the shit you say about the South, you're just saying about black people, okay? This is something that people don't understand. Black people are not represented in the political equation in that way because they live in deep red areas, okay? They live in fucking deep red districts and they're redistricted out of the fucking political equation. But you can't be talking like this. It is a ridiculous way to approach the subject matter, chatter. All right, damn. No, it's like crazy. Come on. I hate this shit. Most people are just fucking normal. They're deluded. Like all of the events that unfolded for you to develop the opinions that you develop, half of that shit was luck. The other half was genuine curiosity. Okay. You can't just like write off people. It's social conditioning that causes them to fucking be like this. There's hella fucking Southerners in this goddamn chat. Like it's ridiculous to fucking say, oh, all of them are fucking fascists. Like, no, they're not. They're just people with the same exact fucking class interest that you have. Some of them just don't recognize it. It's especially frustrating because it's like it's this idea that like America is like inherently hostile to so many of these ideas, like inherently hostile to so much like progressive policy, when they're not. No one just pushes for it. No one pushes for it earnestly. Yeah, never forget Bernie Sanders won Oklahoma. Okay, y'all are crazy. Blanket disrespect is only permissible to Britons. Yes, exactly. It's so funny because like I make a lot of jokes about every country and I spend a whole lot of time making jokes about myself, right? White guy from America, I make fun of white guys and I make fun of America quite a bit. And people take it so fucking seriously. Like sometimes I'll see a comment where I'm like, damn, dude, like this person genuinely thinks I hate like every person from the fucking nation of France. No, it's just the British, okay? Calm down. But yeah, ultimately, it's just like, it's all jokes, man. I'm not being fucking serious. It's always the same shit. It's always the same shit. When I'm making fun of a group of people, I'm making fun of their hogs, okay? Never forget the universality of hogs. That's it.
And they've been taken care of by drug companies and others for years. You know, you have politicians that have been for years being taken care of by people that make a lot of money and they want to keep making a lot of money. And it is, I mean, in that case, it's not a power thing. It's a money thing.
Yeah.
A lot of money.
What are some of the other lobbies that are out there that we don't even know about?
Well, the most powerful lobby is the lawyer lobby, I would say. The teacher's lobby is important or powerful. Sometimes really.
Yeah, it's the lawyer lobby and the teacher lobby. Lawyer lobby is such an old school fucking Republican grievance. I'm just shocked that he's bringing that up. Like, that's kind of crazy that he's talking about the lawyer lobby. Like, that literally is the oldest Republican grievance. Like, when I talk about like tort reform and shit, like that's like 90s Republican shit. But obviously teachers lobby, oh, they're terrible. They're terrible. They're terrible. They're terrible. That is like a classic thing that these demons always fucking talk about. And I think it works really well for the Republican base of support because, like, I'm sorry, some of these fucking Republicans are dumb as shit. Okay? Maybe they weren't paying a lot of attention in school. Okay? Maybe they don't like their teachers. So it works well for them. All right? It's crazy. So the teachers lobby, they're evil. Okay, when I said some and talking about Republicans, I was being nice. Okay? Yes, all.
To the detriment of everybody. But the most powerful lobby is probably the lawyers. Who would think that, right? But they have That's why if you wanted to get rid of court cases and cut down litigation costs, which in this country is out of control, loser
It's
pays.
crazy.
What you do is you go loser pays. In other words, the loser of a lawsuit has to pay for the other side, has to pay back all the money the other side spent.
You think that would solve it?
Yeah, it would get rid of 75, 80% of the litigation. We are a very litigious country.
Everything's under, it's all bureaucratic, it's all dirty.
Yeah, dude. The average American has a lot of opinions on this. Yeah. Such sound populism from Donald Trump. Loser pays is so crazy because, like, much like everything else, American politics, American existence, capitalist. So everything is fucking pay to play. So if you want to win a court case or if you want to win an election, the money side is going to come out more successful in the overwhelming majority of instances, right? What do you mean pay? What do you mean loser pays? He's always eating the motherfucker, says my dad walking by while listening to your broadcast. Bro, how is it that there are people who just only catch me in the same time frame, my anabolic window, okay? How is it? Like, it blows my mind. There's just some people who only see me in between 2 p.m. and like 4 p.m. because that is the window of time that I eat at every day, okay? Sometimes it's after 3, sometimes it's before 3. It's crazy.
Dirty paperwork, it's a bunch of rigmarole.
Well, if that would happen, you'd get rid of a lot of it. But the lawyers are opposed to it. It probably will not happen no matter what, because obviously the lawyers want to.
What would have to happen? The Supreme Court would have to vote on something to make it happen?
I don't know. I think that it maybe would have to go before the Supreme Court. But the most powerful lobby is that lobby. And if you wanted to get rid of litigation, if you went, and Europe has it, a lot of places have it in different countries where loser pays. If you sue somebody and you lose, you have to pay the costs of the other side.
Yeah, that makes sense, I think.
And what happens is people don't sue. It's a tremendous difference. But this country, the lawyers are very much opposed to it in this country. It's too bad.
Yeah, man, it's just pretty heartbreaking, I feel like.
Like, I don't care. I don't care about this enough. I don't care about like loser pays litigation changes. I don't. And I don't think the average American does either. But it's kind of funny when he's like, they do it in Europe. You know what else they do in Europe? Fucking socialized medicine, dude. How about we do that? Oh, no, because that is not interesting, because that goes against the fucking corporate lobbyists that you were talking about. That goes against the corporations that you were talking about that are so powerful, so powerful. It would end up helping every American. So we can't have that. Oh, no, we can't have that. God, I feel like I'm losing my mind. I hate this fucking, I hate all of the back and forth that I engage in on like these issues on a regular fucking basis. Is like we have dulled ourselves. We have basically bludgeoned ourselves into believing that a better future is not possible. Okay? Like nothing. And I'm not talking about a single fucking thing that is radical. Okay?
Like, there was a rumor that you almost had RFK Jr. as a potential vice president.
No.
Okay. Just a rumor.
Yeah,
and
I like him. I've always liked him. But
yeah, I like him too. Bobby and I are friends. He's a friend of mine. I've known him for years.
He's a good man.
Yeah.
He's in there pitching. It's tough. It's a 2-party system, and he's a third party. It's a tough thing. He can't get registered now in New York. I see New York, and the Democrats have really opposed him vehemently. I haven't, but the Democrats.
What? Bro, you literally secured his endorsement. What are you talking about? You're not opposed to him running. You literally secured his endorsement so he would get off the ballots, because you literally secured his endorsement because you wanted to get him off the ballot because he was eating away at your base. Bro, how can you say Theo doesn't know what he's doing when he's hyping up RFK Jr.? Wait, what? You think hyping up the fucking guy who was polling at like 6% in his best races, who's most notable to the average person for having fucking brainworms, is an actual clear-cut indication that Theo Von is a political mastermind? I hope you're joking, right? Like this is a meme, right? Like you were actually on my side on this one.
Like,
there's no way.
So you think he should be allowed to run everywhere?
Well, the laws don't allow that.
Okay.
And the laws don't allow, unless you have 15 or 20%, whatever it is, they don't allow you to debate. You don't have to debate, so you can't get on the stage. You can't. And the debates are very important. I mean, I had a debate with Joe Biden.
Oh yeah, I
and
saw
that was
it.
that was a very consequential debate, to put it mildly.
Well, yeah, they took the hand out of the puppet after that.
Well, they wanted to debate. They gave me everything that I didn't want, CNN, and then they gave me Dana Bash and Jake Tapper. Now, remember this, they were very straight during that debate. I gained a certain respect because Jake Tapper, who I call Fake Tapper, but I don't do that.
I saw him at Whole Foods.
I don't do that so much anymore. You did. But I thought they were very even-handed, if you want to know the truth, during the debate.
I didn't feel like the moderator. I didn't feel like they pushed a lot of
they
stuff.
had certain pressure on them to be even-handed. I think it's hard to not do that, but they were very even-handed, and it was a great debate, but a very important debate.
Well, after that, it seemed like suddenly everybody had been like, "Oh, Biden's fine," in America for like 18 months. Like my dad was really old when I was born. My dad was 70 when I was born, right? So I don't like seeing senior citizens take advantage of, right? I felt like that happened a lot when I was a kid. And so I think for me, it reflected on me, like it made me really angry because I was like, I know this guy's not well. It's not fair to pretend that he's well. It's not fair to him because he doesn't know you're pretending, you know? And it just seemed like the cruelest thing you could do. And then we're all kind of supposed to believe this thing that we know is not real. Our media is just saying this is real. And we're like, we're all just being.
I think this is exactly the kind of shit that makes people also like way more conspiratorial. I think this is exactly what people talk about when they're like, I don't trust mainstream media. But it's something that they could just like directly see with their own two fucking eyes. And then the media is like, nah, it's not like that. You know what I mean? Bernie did not get these questions. What? You think he was contentious with Bernie?
Gaslit is human.
He was literally just as nice, if not nicer, to Bernie.
About something that's like moral. Like this is a human man. This is somebody's grandfather. And then they just disappear. He just disappears. And suddenly it's like.
It was a coup.
Kamala is the one that went in. What do you think happened in the back rooms there? Because that almost was overnight that happened.
I know what happened. And you're not supposed to do that. It's not supposed to be probably constitutional. She got no votes.
What are you talking about? Bro, it's not constitutional. Like, what are you? Bro, it's not like Joe Biden is dead. They didn't kill him. He's around. He's the one who endorsed Kamala Harris. He's still running around talking about how he wants Kamala Harris to be president. Fuck you mean? He chose Kamala Harris as his VP, bro. Like, that's exactly how this is supposed to happen. There's no, what? It's like, it's illegal. It's just when something is not going my way, it's illegal, unconstitutional.
He got 14 million votes. All of a sudden, they're telling him to get out, or they threatened him.
But who are
and
they
he is
when they say that?
An angry person. Well, I would say Schumer, Pelosi, and
I mean, bro got fucking upwards of 80 million votes, and you still didn't consider him to be the real winner for fucking a year after the election. So, fuck you mean 14 million votes?
Numerous other people, the heads of the Democrat Party.
Yeah.
And they did. They threatened him violently, I think. And he didn't want to get out. Remember, he said,
bro. Yeah. Nancy Pelosi was like, I'm going to suffocate you with my titties if you don't fucking drop out.
that only God will get me out, right? Only God will get me.
Somebody dressed up like God and just chased him out of there.
Yeah. And what happened is they went to him and they said, this was after the debate. Now, if he didn't have the debate, he would still be running.
Yeah. So they set him up. They knew they were going to pull him.
That I don't know. I mean, he had his debate. Maybe he wanted to. I heard he didn't. I heard they offered me things that I would never accept, and I accepted them. They said CNN. They said Jake Tapper, Dana Bash. They said all things that I could not take, and I accepted all of them. And, look, it was a good debate for me. It wasn't a good debate for him. I think he'd still be running right now. You wouldn't have her. She was one of the most disrespected people in the whole country. She was a failed vice president. She was the most.
My ideology order was not delivered completely, bro. Reach out to the fucking distributor. What the fuck? It's like fucking calling out. It's like calling out LeBron when you ordered LeBron shoes from Nike and it didn't come in. Okay, good. Yeah. Because let me tell you, okay, I deliberately didn't send you the full package. I wanted to steal from you.
She was considered the worst vice president in the history of our country. She had no chance. You know, if you go back 6 weeks, they were saying how bad she was, and they wanted to choose from 11 different people.
Do you feel?
I thought that's what they were going to have.
Oh, you thought that's really good. Well, that would have seemed more democratic, I think.
They wanted to be politically correct, and they chose her.
I feel like it would have seemed more. But dude, I got so angry when they.
Wait, does he mean like when Joe Biden chose her? Oh,
they sidetracked Bernie a few years ago, or that wasn't fair.
It happened to Bernie twice.
Yeah,
you think about it.
Yeah. Oh, it was crazy. Yeah, 2016 and 22. He just got, it just wasn't cool. Like whatever you think, it's just like we have to be able to believe.
Well, do you like Bernie? Are you friends with him or something?
No, I met him the other day. I like.
He's like, this is again. What the fuck was that? Oh, you want the phone? Okay, you need to do something if you want the phone. Oh my God, you guys are so cute. She's so cute. You need to take this and give it to and put this in the fridge. Can you please do that as well? Thank you. Trump is like being real here too. He's being genuine. You like that guy?
That's the first time?
It was the first time.
Were you impressed by him?
Yeah.
One thing, he's still sharp, right?
Oh yeah, he's still sharp.
He doesn't suffer from what Biden did.
No.
Mental dullness.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean,
mentally gone.
Biden is
mentally
like,
gone.
He's somebody put a merry-go-round in his head, I heard. But that's, but they didn't plug it in. They didn't tell him.
Yeah. That's probably right.
But no, one thing I liked about Bernie, well, one of the things is the healthcare. I just feel like we spend so much money in different places and people are sick, and the opioid epidemic. I just feel like, and the lower cost of drugs, those are things that
because I got insulin down and they took credit for it, but I got it down to $35. And I said, I hope I win because somebody's going to take credit. It takes a period of time before it kicks in statutorily. And I got it down to $35, which is a very low price. And they took credit for it, which is, now I'm taking credit because I'm talking to you.
Well, yeah, if you did it, then you should be able to take credit for it.
I just watched her performance today. So she went out and.
Who, Kamala?
She lied about everything. She said, this Trump tax, that Trump tax, that Trump tax. He's going to tax this. He's going to tax all these different things. And I'm not going to tax them. She made it up.
Did you?
So Donald Trump insulin price caps is a policy that he pushed for. Okay. Here it is. President Trump announces lower out-of-pocket insulin costs for Medicare seniors. Today, he did it partially for B or D, and Biden got full for both, right? Yes. But even then, Biden actually didn't lower it for anyone outside, though. This is still not a full-blown measure.
Represents the pacification of Gen Z and brain rot. A lot of people.
Okay. Biden and Trump are fighting to claim $35 credit. Fighting to claim credit for the $35 insulin. It was actually a pharma giant's idea. This is one of the funniest parts about this. Okay, it's like, no, dude, you didn't fucking a pharma giant did not actually personally come up with this idea. Get the fuck out of here. Was that your butler that took your plate away? Yeah, he suspiciously looks a lot like me. I don't know if you noticed. Isn't that weird? It's because I only enslave people who look very similar to me. My butler. It's nice though because Lamau Heimerat. Oh, okay. People not on Medicare have too long to live to deserve discount shit. Yeah, it's not happening. Would your butler also fix your car? Not really.
You know that for these companies, so what can Moingers and on THEO
trying to get into politics and become more informed about it? Is Hasan a good commentator to watch? Yes.
Sign up today and get free hot rolls in your first order. Spelled M.
Oh my God, Chatter, stop saying fucking no. You guys are such, dude. I don't expect you to be ridiculous dick riders of mine, right? But please, every now and then, be for real. There are so many fucking haters I have out there, and they do not stop. They do not sleep. Okay, all they do is I know you're joking, right? I know you're joking. I know you're probably in a fucking state of panic. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and you're fucking thinking to yourself oh, he's gonna do a debate again, okay? But you have to remember that there are literally fucking haters out there who are working round the goddamn clock trying to make me look bad to the uninitiated. There's a dude in the chat advocating to watch another person. There's literally people in the chat being like, yeah, don't watch them. Actually, there's like, this person is better. That person's better. Like, it's crazy, man. What the fuck is wrong with you? Dude, you got to stop reading all the negative comments today. You're hyper focusing on them more than normal. You're right.
Is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but at a fraction of the cost with one of the...
Oh my God, how long is this? Holy shit.
Look, people in politics, many of them, not all of them, are really liars, but she's really a liar. She made up a series of lots of different taxes that Trump's going to charge you on clothing. He's going to charge you on this or that. And actually, she's the one, your taxes are going to go up by 4 times. And if the Trump tax cuts, because I got the largest tax cuts ever, but they expire in a number of months, pretty soon, she has to be able to do something about it. And she's unwilling and incapable. I'll tell you what, if she's the worst vice president ever. He's the worst president ever.
Like, he should ask why. Like, what do you mean? But to be fair, that probably opens up another avenue for Trump to just like, just say a bunch of shit that's objectively not real. Say some stuff that is real that he himself also advanced. Because a lot of the stuff that like Republicans shit on the Democrats over, they do too. They do the same shit. Say Israel, what the fuck? No. Oh my God. Okay. Like, I know Chad is joking. But some of y'all's jokes today are just not landing, okay?
A deadly combination. And we have a country where the borders are bad, where the world is blowing up. You look at Israel, you look at Ukraine, you look at all the different things that are happening.
Oh, yeah.
She has no clue. And you know what I say about her? Why don't you do it? You know, she complains about everything. She's been there for 3.5 years. Why don't you do it? All you have to do is say, why don't you do it? Why didn't you fix it? You could fix it right now. Don't, do whatever you're doing.
Yeah.
And she won't talk to you, and she won't talk to anybody. She won't be interviewed.
She's welcome to come on. I would love to get to talk to her.
I'm sure she'd be very exciting. Actually, you could make her exciting, probably.
You think?
Yeah, I think so.
Somebody said she's a good roller skater. That's what I heard, which is crazy.
That's about it.
Yeah. I mean, look, we're going to wrap it up soon, okay?
Yeah,
is that what you're saying? Okay, done. Sorry. Speaking of Kamala and speaking of the border, we had 2 Border Patrol agents that came on in the past 2 years, right? Because we wanted to learn about it from people that are.
Oh my God, bro. Dude, this is it. This is what I mean. It's like, bro, talk to a person who's an undocumented migrant or an advocate. You know what I mean? Like, why the fuck are you asking the goddamn pigs how they feel about a thing that their job requires them to lie about? You know what I mean? Like, that's what's crazy, bro. You wouldn't have a fucking healthcare pharmaceutical executive on to talk about how insurance is sweet, So why the fuck are you talking to a goddamn border agent, a border patrol agent, about like how fucking Latinos are, coming into the country with fentanyl in their ass cracks and doing rapes? This shit pisses me off so much. Talk to a fucking immigration lawyer, man, or an activist or some shit. Yeah, talk to a house owner about socialism, dude. Fucking do it. Talk to a house owner about socialism. Socialism is when everybody have a house, okay? That's socialism. Socialism is when 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, you all avoid it. That's socialism, okay? How do you do that? By subscribing. You get gifted subs, that's a socialism. You have $5 or $6 in your pocket and you subscribe to avoid the ads, that's socialism. I didn't run it. I forgot to run it. I did the segue already, but I forgot to run it. I'm running it now. Okay, calm down. I'm running it now. Double segue time. Double jeopardy.
Are there on the ground. And one of the things that we found out was a lot of times they keep arresting the same people because the people that are coming in illegally aren't being prosecuted. That's one of the biggest problems they were saying. What can we do differently to make things safe at the border? It's the fact that a family can't.
I work with SZA. You want her on the pod? That'd be phenomenal. I don't think you're actually... Bro, why do you always read my dumbest chats? I'm assuming this was a bait, right? Like you were trying to bait me? Like, I just don't think you actually work with SZA. It's all right, though. No, I can't tell. Not a bait. What a question. Chatters, and not just this person, but all of you. If you are working with like celebrities, yeah, I would love to have them on the pod. Why the fuck wouldn't I? Of course, I would love that.
A father can't, can't sleep at night because he doesn't know who's going through his yard or going through it. It's just not fair. It's not what you sign up for when you're an American. What are you going to do differently?
So the borders, well, I did it. We had the best border.
Oh, the wall, they should have kept it. I agree.
We had the wall built. We had more going to come long beyond what I promised. I built hundreds of miles of wall, and it worked. Walls work. Walls and wheels. I say it all the time. Two things, they never get obsolete. Well, wheels and walls.
Well, they also supplied infrastructure. Like, people don't understand, the wall also was a place where Border Patrol agents could go to get water, to get food, to rest. It provided like a shelter out there as well.
It worked.
Hey, yo, I'm dying, dude. This is so... To be fair, aren't border control agents a necessary function to protect the country, even if we could be more open to immigrants like police for borders? The only border patrol agent you need is a motherfucker who just rubber stamps you into the country, okay? Not the way that we currently have the border patrol operate. Hasan, where'd you get that jacket? Please, I want it. It's a ASOS jacket, ASOS, from like 10 years ago, okay? What about the cartels and all that? Great question. If you want to shut down cartels, okay, you have to shut down the way that cartels exist and the way that they make money, which is decriminalizing drugs. You also need to stop, you need to stop giving Americans easy access to an arsenal that they can, give to the cartels in exchange for drugs. What a take. I know, it sounds so crazy. Chatter is going to be shocked when he finds out that other countries have done this and seen tremendous success. Portugal, Caralho, but also, of course, like 99% of the things that I argue for are just like tested and true things that happen around the world. But chatters are uninitiated to it. So they go, that's silly. What's next, bro? You talk about free healthcare? What a fucking dumb communist loser you are. Joe Rogan over Hasan. True, he's so much better than me and so much smarter. That's why he was riding with DeSantis. Yeah, you got to have people make sure you aren't bringing invasive species. That's one thing for sure. Have you seen this? It's pinned in Hoscord. What is this? What the fuck is this, bro? Honestly, like, even without the poop sock, that just fucked my day up. You know what I mean? Like, this is the one time. This is the one time where the poop sock made it better. Like, so it kind of defeats the purpose of the poop sock because it was like a moment of solace. Like honestly, I don't know how, but we arrived at a situation where the poop sock actually improved my mood, and seeing the poop sock improved my mood as opposed to all the other things that I just saw before the poop sock. Anna doesn't agree. She said Portugal only legalized it but kept the culture of bashing them. What? What does that even mean? We're talking about legislation. Like, what, in Portugal they have they legislated the culture? Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, and also they're not legal. Exactly. I said decriminalization, chatter. That's why I used a very specific term. I did not say legalization. I said decriminalization.
Big.
Anna thinks drug use isn't stigmatized enough in America. Huh. Yeah. Just like homelessness is not stigmatized enough, and criminals. Like, the one thing we don't do enough of? Dehumanizing convicts. Why are Anna spokespeople coming out of the woodwork right now? I don't fucking know.
In the middle of nowhere. They said it worked. The two that I've spoken to said it worked.
And I was going to do 200 miles of wall. We had it built, and to the spec.
At the risk of being roasted, what's the difference in legalizing and decriminalizing drugs? When you decriminalize a drug, like, selling large quantities can still be illegal, but the consumption and the carrying of drugs is not. This allows, that is a good question, by the way. You will never be roasted for a good question like this. Okay. This allows people who are drug addicts to be treated as though they have an illness rather than prosecuted and put into prison. Okay. This also allows a lot of rehabilitation opportunities for people that are, experiencing tough times, right? Lamau, to be honest, that depends on your mood or how annoying chat is. No, usually when someone asks a good question like that, I will always answer. Okay. For example, legalization, on the other hand, would make it so that you can have like Pfizer selling the fucking heroin, which is not a good idea at all. Legalization allows major corporations to generate taxable revenue off of selling certain things and even marketing them, depending on how fucking insanely unrestricted the government is. Like, for example, in the United States of America, it's fucking terrifying. Like, imagine we already have like we for example, we have the Galaxy gas, right? It's like a loophole. It's an up and coming drug that people are doing that's just like poking direct holes in their brain currently. I want my Bayer brand Fenty, gimme. But how does that stop cartels? We'll be advocating for full legalization? What do you mean? It's still illegal to operate, like to fucking traffic and smuggle drugs over the border in that situation. It's just not illegal to have a certain amount of drugs on you so that you can get the adequate care that you need. Philip Morris cocaine merch will go incredibly hard. Hassan, what are you saying? Okay, that's actually, you're not wrong. But the cartels are getting the revenue if it's not legalized. That's not even correct. I'm saying that there still should be a prosecution of the people that are illegal. Chat, I'm not saying you should be able to like sell heroin legally, okay? I am not an advocate to sell heroin legally. Like, cartels are a black market. The goal is to tackle the black market. Is it a policy to prosecute the drug dealers and not the drug users? Well, let's think about it. What's more common, drug dealers or drug users? If you have a finite amount of resources, none of that should be spent on prosecuting the users, because it shouldn't be a crime to be addicted to a substance. It is an illness, and it should be treated as such. That's precisely the reason why rich people have the capacity to do the same fucking drugs that poor people do, but then they get to go to rehab. Whereas when you're poor and you're doing drugs, you go to prison. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anyway, do you think cracking down hard on sellers but not users with lower usage? I feel like people need to cope with their crumbling material conditions, so they'll still find a way. No, I think you guys are not getting it. The point is that with decriminalization comes a better method of getting people off the drugs to begin with. Decriminalization and rehabilitation work hand in hand. You can't just do one and not the other. That's it. Prison is just really bad rehab. It's not rehab at all. There's hella drug use in prison, and a bunch of different problems on top of that.
Specifications of the Border Patrol. We were going to put it up, and it would take 3 weeks.
Like this, I feel like a lot of people in the chat have never been like addicted to a substance. Talk to some fucking sober people in the chat, and they will explain to you that like this is not how drug use works, man. It's giving people want to be homeless. How can you stop them from being homeless because they want to be homeless? Like, bro, nobody wants to be addicted to drugs. What are you talking about? If you've ever been addicted to a substance, you know that is hell, dude. What the fuck? It's like also a lifelong struggle in general. It's just not something that you can just drop and then pick back up. Like, that's not how this works. Like, nah, dude, people are just going to be addicted to drugs anyway. It's like, no, dude, that's not how this works at all. Read my damn messages. I spent 3 years in prison, and Hassan is right. I was a heroin addict for 7 years. Ask me, God damn it. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of other people who have also been in and out of prison in this community and are sober now. Congratulations, by the way, on your sobriety. Like, it's just like people think like, no, you don't understand. People are like, no, you don't understand. Like, everyone will do the heroin. Dude, if they decriminalize it, everyone's going to do it, man. The one thing that was stopping you from having like this unimaginably awful fucking thing brought on yourself is just that it's illegal. I've been clean for a long time, but the millisecond they legalize heroin, I'll be first in line. It's the immediate effect against the cartel that people aren't understanding the connection to is long-term, not short-term solution. What? Okay, maybe that one chatter. Maybe it's good to keep that shit illegal. That one chatter changed my opinion. Why not make it legal to sell drugs so less drugs are laced and you can buy them safely? Well, because, dude, okay, now we're reaching a very different point where I guess like I'm at odds with some people who are more woke than me on this issue. But like, I don't think people should do drugs, okay? Like, you know, recreationally to that degree. Like we just talked about alcohol. Like obviously the cat's out of the bag. People recreationally consume alcohol, but like that leads to a litany of problems. You know what I mean? There's other societal factors at play in how alcohol turns into a major issue. But people inevitably do drugs. Yeah, they will. So we should make it as difficult as possible in terms of like people's access to it. I don't want prohibition because it's impossible. But overall, I don't think it's smart or good, especially when we talk about the fentanyl crisis, right? We talk about the fentanyl crisis, right? I mean, look behind me, dude. This is fucking nicotine right behind me. There's 2 towers of Zyn. I'm deeply addicted to nicotine and also caffeine. Now, what I'm trying to explain to you is that there's a litany of different drugs that we have actually opened up to the broader market for recreational use. They're nowhere near as bad as some of these others, but like the fentanyl crisis originally began not because like Mexicans were smuggling fentanyl over the border. It began because doctors were overprescribing it. Like that was literally the legal way that people were accessing this life-destroying drug. And the Sacklers and pharmaceutical corporations didn't just stop at that. They basically created think tanks for pain relief, lobbied the government, and created like entire fields of medicine that they manipulated specifically so that people would be like, oh, this is the only way to solve pain relief. Is the only way we can do it. Like down to the fucking charts that you see, the 1 to 10 equation that you see, like the smiley face versus the sad face that they show you sometimes at hospitals about like measuring your pain. Sacklers did that. Now, obviously, that doesn't mean that like all of that stuff is bad and that there shouldn't be a fucking, the pain scale. That's not true. Am I wrong? I thought that was the Sacklers invented pain. Yeah, they did. And they told the doctors it was not addictive. Like they lied. I don't think it's a good thing that we are, I don't think we should be, I think we should be disincentivizing people into recreationally using like super, super addictive substances. Please, more lectures on how nobody wants to be adding in front of a mountain of Zyn. The irony is that's my methadone. You know what I mean? There is obviously a significantly more harmful substance out there called heroin that I used to do. Not heroin, but cigarettes, tobacco. So like, this is me managing it to a certain degree. What's the difference between alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs? I think deadliness, addictiveness, not heroin, chat, chill. In a serious medical setting, fentanyl is extremely helpful. Yeah, exactly. I'm not saying like fucking make fentanyl illegal across the board. That's ridiculous. Law claiming to be on heroin. No, dude. Oh my God. It is a fucking analogy. Do you guys know how analogies work? Zyn or nicotine substitutes is a significantly less harmful version of a more addictive, more harmful product, tobacco. Okay? It's like a comparison between caffeine and fucking meth. Jesus Christ. Here's a pipeline for you. My mom crashes ATV, gets overprescribed oxy, gets addicted long-term to pain meds, resorts to heroin, ODs, gets brought back to life, gets put in jail, out of hospital. She's out now. Yeah. I mainly disagree because people will do anything. It's better to make it safer, not harder. People will still skydive even if they had to make their own parachute. Yeah, I mean, that's heavily regulated though, ultimately. Like skydiving and shit. Like in comparison. And also that's a self-selecting thing that you can do and nowhere near as deadly. Skydiving is nowhere near as deadly and as easily accessible as fentanyl. I think the point is, if fentanyl was over the counter, okay, if fentanyl was over the counter and as easily accessible as alcohol, we would be in a fucking really bad predicament. Like it goes back to what we were talking about earlier when we were having a conversation about alcohol. Alcohol kills more than ODs on fent or opiates in general, but obviously in comparison to like the user base, fentanyl obviously is much more deadly than alcohol. Not in totality, but for per capita usage. My life experiences caused me to agree with you.
Weeks to put it up. That's an additional 200 miles to fill up certain areas that, when you make the wall, then all of a sudden they start coming through other areas. We had it wired, and they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't put it up. And I realized they wanted open borders. Kamala wants open borders. She's going to have open borders. We'll have 50, 60 million people because of them.
Sick.
We have over 20 million people, in my opinion, right now that came into our country. Many come from prisons, jail.
Hail Satan, you're doing a slippery slope by resorting to heroin and meth in your arguments. Why not legalize MDMA, weed, ket, etc.? Oh my God. Dude, any substance that's like incredibly addictive, introducing that to the regular consumer base is not a good idea, okay? If you were to ask, like, should MDMA treatments or should ketamine therapy be legalized, then yeah, I'm on board with that, okay? But that's insane, Hail Satan. Like, and we're not even talking about weed in general. Don't get in the drug discourse. It has too much in it. I know. Comparing Zyn to tobacco is not like comparing caffeine to meth. It's comparing meth and speed. Wait, what? No. It is like comparing caffeine to meth. Like, nicotine is deeply addictive for sure, but nicotine side effects in general, especially depending on the different delivery mechanisms that exist out there. I'm not talking about like vaping and shit, but nicotine side effects are nowhere near as severe as fucking tobacco. Caffeine is also fucking deeply addictive.
Mental institutions, many terrorists. Do you know that other countries now, their crime rate is way down because they're sending all their criminals to us?
It's a party.
They're sending all of their criminals to us. And who would take this? Why is this a good thing? It's a horrible. She should be ashamed. And, she was the border czar, too. He put her in charge.
It's so fucking addictive, dude. Heroin, cocaine, like, it's like off the chart, dude. Heroin is literally off the chart in terms of dependence. Even cocaine on average has a lower than 10% addiction rate, which is lower than alcohol. Yeah, I think cocaine has a higher physical harm as evidenced by this chart. And it lethals cartels in less than a year without question. Decriminalization is a half-ass measure, not even 1/16 ass at best. Legalization eliminates or hyper-reduced availability. I mean, if there is any sort of legalization of drugs, it has to be heavily restricted and heavily controlled in terms of who gets to sell it, how they sell it, no marketing whatsoever. Like, there's no, like, the principle behind it is that I'm in favor of disincentivizing like newer drug users. You know what I mean? And people might get mad at me for saying that, but like, it's because some of these substances are insanely fucking addictive. And also insanely fucking deadly. Like, that's it. Where would gooning be on the map? Yeah, I'm noticing that gooning is not on the map, nor is porn addiction, which, looking at like the internet, at least, they consider that to be akin to heroin. So, surprised, but not surprised. Mushrooms isn't on that chart. Isn't that addicting? No, I don't think mushrooms are addicting. I mean, that's anecdotal, actually. I don't fucking know. But I don't think they are. Mushrooms are the opposite of addicting. I mean, I like mushrooms, but I don't think that. I think maybe part of the reason why I like it is because they're not addictive at all. Especially if you take too much, then they're the opposite. It's quite tricky to be addicted to hallucinogens, wears out the mind. By that logic, LSD isn't addictive either. I don't think LSD is that. I don't think LSD is addictive. Like, it's not. It's just. It can be harmful, I think. Chad is confusing intensity of the substance to addictive dependence, it feels like. The problem is with a lot of these drugs, I think, like, the bigger problem is if you have, like, undiagnosed mental health problems. They do have a capacity, even including marijuana, to exacerbate certain issues, especially if you're on a bunch of different drugs as well. Like, that is a major problem in this situation. Like, if you have any sort of, like, history of schizophrenia in your family, you shouldn't be doing any of these drugs, like, at all, because it will fucking trigger that shit. It'll fuck you up. Why do you make fun of porn addictions? It's something I have struggled with since I was 16. I've had 3 psychiatrists, multiple SSRI, anxiety prescriptions, electroprostate shock therapy, and I still struggle with this to this day. That's not real. No, he's memeing, dude. Come on. There is no way he's shoving a fucking cattle prod in his asshole and stimulating his prostate. Nah, I think it's legit. No fucking shot. There ain't no way, bro. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, this is some shit that you don't reveal in a fucking black site, dude, when they're torturing you. Like, they fucking black bag you, put you in a van, federal agents fly you quickly with haste to Romania, to a black site facility. They torture you. This is not something that you're revealing about yourself, okay, in the process. Stop. You're going to make his gooning worse. Chat, I know electro-ejaculation is real, okay? Stop linking penile vibratory stimulation. I know that that's a real thing, okay? We're not talking about whether that's a real a procedure. We know it's a real procedure. You want to know how we know it's a real procedure? Because I found out after the IDF revealed that it has a fucking goon squad, okay? We know that already because we covered it after October 7. IDF came out and we're like, oh, you know, we have a semen extraction brigade, right? And we sometimes use like cattle prod, like electric shock therapy to fucking extract the semen out of the ball sack of a fallen soldier. Okay, so we know that already. It's just ridiculous to fucking say that about like as a part of, you know, your porn addiction. It's a part of your porn addiction therapy. Yeah, the goon platoon, that's real.
He was the worst border czar in the history of the world.
She's a roller skater. That's what somebody told me the other day.
She's terrible.
But what are you going to do? What's going to happen with the border when you're back?
We're going to seal the border, and I had it very well sealed. We had the most successful border in the history of our country. We're going to seal the border. We're going to finish up certain areas of the wall because they didn't do it. And we're going to have an unbelievable border. And we're going to spend a lot of time getting the criminals out. Look, we have murderers in our country now.
I don't think people should be allowed to be in our country if they're criminals.
Well, then you're going to be very unhappy to know that we have a lot of people, hundreds of thousands of murderers. We have people, drug dealers talking about drugs. It's not even believable that they'll do it. So what they've done is they've allowed murderers, people in prisons, people in jails, people in mental institutions and sanitors, and terrorists to pour into our country by the hundreds of thousands. And they are in our country right now. And the country that brought them out said, if you ever come back, we're giving you the death penalty or we're going to kill you.
Well, in Brooklyn alone, there's a huge building that is housing just Haitian people. They're just housing.
Yeah, and I suspect they're all drug dealer, rapist, murderers, actually. Because Trump just said that, and I'm not going to fact check it. And I'm also scared of black people. So I'm just going to go along with this narrative now. What a wonderful conversation, dude. Yo, those are people, dude. Those are human beings. You know what I mean? Like, those are just regular fucking humans, dude. Like, trying to make a living, you know? And we're out here having this convo. We're out here having a conversation about them, about how like they're all actually criminals, dude. That's insane. Bro, this guy talked to Bernie Sanders like fucking last week. How is this possible? What a switch up.
And just wandering around Brooklyn all the time, my friends are telling me.
They have some rough people too, really rough people.
So you're
that he can just say this shit is exactly why the Biden bill and party messaging is so terrifying. Basically, we're conceding to the psycho narrative. Yeah, it's nuts. To quote Theo from an hour ago, some might be human, man. Yeah.
So if you get reelected, the border, you're going to continue that project.
No, the difference between him and Joe Rogan is that it would take one person to be like, hey, Theo, like, meet my friend. He's one of the Haitian migrants that you're talking about. Like, he's just a normal dude who wants to make a living. And he just wants like the proper paperwork so we can go participate in the American economy and try to achieve the American dream. And then I suspect that he would be like more understandable. Whereas I feel like Joe Rogan would act like he's understanding that point and then immediately forget it the next time he talks to a white supremacist that he definitely brought on a show on purpose. Like, that's why I always say charitability is the number one thing. Okay? Charitability is the number one thing, chat. If you talk to someone who is like genuinely curious, genuinely a charitable human being, like you can explain to them all of these concepts in a way that makes sense. But the inverse of that is also true. When someone is like open-minded, you could have like a guy like this come out and just be like, yeah, they're all fucking rapists, Theo, I'm telling you. And he'd be like, yeah, I know, dog, that's crazy. What? Like that's it. Too many people call that gullible. No, dude, it's not just like being gullible. Hassan has been resurrected many times. He knows what he's talking about when it comes to pain. What the fuck does that even mean, dude?
Well, I
We're
had
going to make sure it's safe.
We had the safest border and the best border in the history of our country. And now it's a disaster.
Somebody invited Biden to the border and they said he went to a Borders Books, dude. And I was like,
well, they invited her and she went to a place that doesn't have a problem. Yeah. You know, she's a disaster. She is the worst vice president. It's the worst administration in the history of our country. She's a part of it. And she won't do an interview. She would never do an interview like this. She won't do an interview.
I want to learn more about her.
Well, I think you should ask her to come on.
Tell Baron I said thanks, man.
Good.
Yeah.
He's a big fan.
I hope to get to meet him someday. He seems like a neat kid.
Yeah, he is. He's great.
Is he? Yeah. And yeah, thank you for your time. I can't believe that I got to be able to sit down with you. I'm grateful to Dana White as well for setting this up. And I just appreciate you giving me your time today, Donald Trump.
Thank you so much. And good luck with your situation.
Yes,
You're going to do it. You beat it, right? You beat it. Good luck with it.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you very much.
Now I'm just floating on.
Let him talk, bro. We already lost 20 million Afghanis because of their mouth. King Solomon is mad now. King David is looking down. What the fuck? Anyway, Israel, Lebanon. The Israeli military has struck Lebanon about 4.5 times as much as Hezbollah and Lebanese armed factions have struck Israel since the Gaza war began, per this count. Even after a 200% increase in strikes by Lebanese factions during the exceptionally violent month of July, in retaliation to the assassination by Israel, strikes on Lebanon remain disproportionately higher. Meanwhile, August marks a relative return to the previous rates of attacks. Ori Miller, what integrity do you have if you write this? Israel did not attack Lebanon, but Hezbollah. Civilians were harmed, but the targets that were attacked were Hezbollah's in response to their attacks on Israel since October 8th. And it's like, dude, he's a journalist. He's just literally writing the truth. You're just mad that the truth doesn't match up to your understanding of like Israel always being in the right. It makes you maybe second guess it. It's funny because Kamala could have even a greater gain in young voters than Trump thinks he's going to get with all these podcast appearances if he just stuck to the need for a ceasefire. Yeah. Is Yahya right about taking a harsher stance against Israel for Hezbollah and Iran? Like, this happened yesterday near the end of the stream, and I was genuinely scared an all-out war was going to break out. I just don't. I'm going to be honest. I think Israel knows. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think Israel just knows that Iran, one, doesn't want the smoke and is too restrained. And I think basically that's why they're, pummeling the region, because America will always defend them. And they don't think that Iran wants the smoke. What is this? What if Republicans actually ever did even aesthetically claim to care about Palestinians this campaign? Would it roll? No. I'm already seeing right-wing Zoomers busting out the Call of Duty clip saying, me going to war because white women voted who Taylor Swift told them to vote for. It's kind of crazy because Israel did a preemptive attack. Even my dad, who's literally fucking Turkish and is like relatively knowledgeable on the situation this morning, was like, well, you told me last night that Israel struck Lebanon, but the news reported that actually Hezbollah struck Israel. I was like, yeah, Dad, because Israel struck Lebanon last night. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, they just called it preemptive self-defense, and the news media reported it as though it is preemptive self-defense, and then reported it as Hezbollah is just like going crazy for no reason. Anyway, what is this? They're turning against them? I doubt it. Fall of Asmongold. Asmon in 2021. I'm just a dude playing video games. WoW devs don't care. Look, this Final Fantasy 14 is not so bad. Asmon in 2024. Let me repeat my opinion for 30x times on this random Twitter niche drama because I'm always right. Now let me react to this 8-year-old funny video. If you don't like it, you're a bitch. And if you don't agree with me, you're a stupid animal. I don't think that he's been a bit unhinged lately. Dude, I saw like 8 videos on my TikTok from Asmongold like shitting on the woke game. The Norwegian woke game, which is like, obviously that game sucked. Shitting on another woke game that I remember watching I remember watching a trailer of and like immediately discarding. If you recall, what was it? It was like the Black Woman Duelist or whatever. What the fuck was it called? She had like a pistol. It's so like a Flintlock. Yeah, Flintlock. I remember watching that trailer and I was like, this looks like ass. right? And it's like, or Dustborn is the Norwegian one. Dustborn is the Norwegian game. And it's like, dude, you can have like, you know, shitty games, man. People make shitty games all the time. Like, people make shitty games all the time. It's fine. I saw someone saying that, like, or I saw a TikTok of him saying that gamers or gaming journalists are saying that a fucking AAA title, the new Star Wars release, they're giving it high marks, and he thinks it's because he shit on it. So now the game journalists are like negatively polarized into defending it. And I was like, no, man, it's because they're game journalists. It's a fucking AAA title. Of course they're going to give it high marks. When have they not done that? Like, that's crazy. What the fuck? The funniest thing is, like, I don't even disagree with them in terms of, like, obviously half of these games being ass. I just disagree with him on why he thinks they're ass. You know, they're ass because they're ass. They're ass because capitalist corporations want to just churn out absolute garbo and appeal to the lowest common denominator and just try to farm as much revenue out of gullible gamers as possible. Okay? Like, that's it. They're just trying to farm. The farm is open. That's the same reason why you get the same fucking Call of Duty game every year, which also, ironically enough, is considered fucking 10-10, you know? I wonder why. Yeah, they're min-maxing. They're just trying to generate as much revenue as possible. And that's it. And the video game journalists, for the most part, are attached to the hip. What is this? This podcast is
I noticed at the
painful?
events you don't drink.
Holy fuck, this dude already uploaded my reaction to the... That's crazy. He didn't... There's no way he finished it. Talk about how insurance is sweet, you know? Oh, he's just uploading before I'm even done. That was an accident. So yeah, like, I don't even disagree with them. I don't even personally disagree with them as far as like some of these games being ass, right? Because they are. But I just don't think it's because of like some secret conspiracy to make the fucking games woke. They're just ass. That's why Baldur's Gate 3 was regarded as a fucking game of the year, even though it was just as woke, if not way more woke than all these other fucking games that gamers complain about. And by the way, when I say gamers, I should put air quotes because I feel like a lot of people joke about me not being a real gamer because I never play video games on stream anymore. But like, at least I'm not constantly spending my time just shitting on every fucking video game, you know? God damn. It does feel like a lot of these capital G gamers have turned into just haters of every video game. Unless like the developer comes out and is like, I hate women. Then it's good, no matter what. Sometimes it is good. Sometimes a developer that says they hate women make a game that is good, like Wukong, okay? That seems like it's a good game. That's what everyone's saying. All the clips I see of it, it seems like, you know, Chinese God of War. And like, you want to know what's ironic about Wukong? Okay, you spend time being shit at them? Yeah, I do. At least I spend time, though. So the thing about Wukong is it's the principle that I always advocate for. Like having an untold story, right, in the Western world at least, or a story that you've only seen in like different packaging from the Western world. Like a video game like Wukong is automatically seen as like unique in terms of like what kind of experience the Western world is having with it, because it's just not a Western developer. You know what I mean? It's a story. It's ironically, it's diversity. You know what I mean? This is what people talk about when they say diversity. This is what I talk about when I see like a character that is normally not represented, as long as it's done well. Like, it's different. It's a new story. It's one that you might not be super familiar with. So automatically there's a novelty to it and you're excited to experience it. You feel me? That's it. It's DEI technically in the way that people understand it. How do you know that it's because the game is not woke? I just know, man. Because of the example I gave you with Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate is woke, but it's a good game. So nobody fucking chirped about how woke it is. That's it. That isn't what they mean about diversity, though. Most of the contention that I've seen about diversity is that is legit. There ain't women in it. What? Who? And also, you know, you can like disagree with people, right? like some people have dumb opinions. If someone is just like, well, this game sucks, there's no women in it, okay, that might be a valid critique, or that might be a dumb critique, right? There's a difference between being like, that's a dumb critique, I enjoy this game, I'm going to play it, versus it's got to be a conspiracy theory to homify all of the youth and to open up a new market for exclusively blue-haired SJW feminists, you know, a fucking old Gamergate. Let me bring back an old Gamergate meme for that one. It's exclusively trying to kill incels and capture the gaming space specifically for blue-haired SJW women who are fat feminists or whatever, you know? Like, there's a difference between those two ideals, and I feel like most of the time, a lot of the gaming reporters on the commentary field end up doing the latter rather than the former. You know, they don't just go, yeah, this is a dumb argument, I like the game, here's why I like it. Why do you have Chapel Rowan's Instagram open? I was going to talk about her being harassed the other day, but like, I don't fucking care about it. RFK reacts. What? Babe, wake up. New insane RFK Jr. dead animal story. I can't do this. That discourse is so boring. Thank God. Yeah, except people love that discourse. Anyway, let's get back to Israel. According to New York Times, CIA and other U.S. intelligence have been working around the clock with Israel, including providing advanced surveillance tech to find Yahya Sinwar. For nearly 11 months, they have failed to find a man confined to a small strip of land Israel's occupying. Interviews with more than 24 officials in Israel and the United States reveal that both countries have poured vast resources into trying to find Mr. Sinwar. We'll talk about AOC on Gaza in a second. Officials have set up a special unit inside the headquarters of Shin Bet, Israel's domestic intelligence service, and American spy agencies have been tasked with intercepting Mr. Sinwar's communications. The United States has also provided ground-penetrating radar to Israel to help in the hunt for him and other Hamas commanders. Maybe the CIA is too woke and gay nowadays, yo. They just can't do it. Well, if they can't find him, they should do the other thing, which is to stop Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign. The preventative strike was supposedly in response to a mobilization of launchers on the border. Hezbollah confirmed they were going to and did attack, but the IDF claims a much larger tactical win than Hezbollah say. The IDF says there were supposed to be 6,000 rockets, whereas Nasrallah says IDF mostly struck empty fields. Either way, both parties talked through mediators and agreed that this round of attacks is over. So no all-out war for now. Pretty much a replay of the Iran attack from April. Isn't he the negotiator now? Why are they trying to kill him? Because they killed the former negotiator. Also, Yahya Sinwar isn't he isn't like the head of the Politburo. He is not the political bureau chief. He is absolutely the fucking head of the military wing. So if they can see through the ground and into the tunnels, why did they ever claim that there was a command and control center? Yeah, this calls into question the American State Department consistently reiterating like Israeli propaganda that we know is just not true. Now it turns out they fucking knew it wasn't true and they just lied anyway. You know, you're wrong. Sinwar is both now. Yes, he is both now, but that wasn't his original job. Okay.
Neither party's official platform, in my opinion, is good on Palestine. I don't think either party right now is doing justice to Palestinians. That doesn't mean that they're the same. I think that a Donald Trump presidency would be absolutely catastrophic. I mean, he's coming out here saying finish the job of a genocide.
There's a lot of people with our politics that are having a hard time getting there in terms of supporting Kamala Harris. How do you think we help them get there in November to beat Trump?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think, first of all, it's important to emphasize how valid it is. We're looking at over 40,000 Palestinians that have died under Israeli bombardment. And the current U.S. administration has been continued to provide weapons to Israel that have been dropping on innocent Gazans. To me, when I process this, I weigh through all of the people living under extreme levels of oppression, especially outside of places even like New York. I think about the women that are bleeding out in ER rooms because they live in red states. I think about trans kids that are living in places where their entire families are trying to figure out if they need to pack up their entire lives and move somewhere else. We have to hold all of those things at once. And so to me, the conclusion that I've come to is having more people suffer to put on top of the already horrific suffering that's going on in Gaza is not something that I think I'm comfortable with.
Yeah, I mean, this is the calculation that's it. This is the liberal calculation on the matter. This like, no, it isn't. Liberals completely ignore it. No, ultimately, the pro-Palestinian liberals also fucking make this calculation. This is what they say. Who's going to be better, Trump or Kamala Harris? Or at least Kamala Harris is better on domestic policies than Donald Trump. I get this calculation. I understand it. If that's the calculation that you want to make, go off, kings and queens. Okay? I'm not going to sit here and be like, don't vote for Kamala Harris. Okay? I will, however, say that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with Twitch Prime. It is the lesser evil. Okay? It is the lesser evil. Top of the hour ad break, greater evil. $6 subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime, lesser evil. Why doesn't she focus on criticizing the current admin? It's always just Trump bad because she's a part of the Democratic Party. That is what it is. And you know how the Democratic Party operates. You know how they approach the matter. Feels like they're using the trans community against the Palestinian community. Careers are pro-Palestine. This is lib co-opting. Yeah. No, it is. It's ridiculous, I think. I mean, it's ridiculous electorally. It's unconscionable morally. It's definitely illegal. Okay. Today marks 701 IDF soldiers killed in the 10 months as the war started. 701 is the same amount of soldiers killed in 18 years of war and occupation with Lebanon from 1982 to 2000. It's almost impressive how this campaign is a failure on literally every strategic and tactical front, except for when it comes to murdering Palestinian babies. Yeah, straight up. Straight up. Israel's economy is in the shitter. Israel's ports are fucking bankrupt. The Israeli society is in a state of utter panic. They're fucking fleeing. They're leaving the goddamn country. Israeli soldiers are getting fucking slaughtered by dudes who made like makeshift bathtub rocket launchers and shit. And it's like, no, we just got to keep it going, baby. We got to keep it fucking going, baby. We got to do it. It just doesn't make any dang sense. Unless, like I tweeted out the other day, you think about how the Democratic Party is approaching the subject matter with the utmost fear, okay? With the amount of fucking fear that I've just, I expect from the Democratic Party, but even this is like a new low for them, honestly. What do I mean by this? Well, there was someone who asked, like, why the fuck don't they do this, right? Eldon Kotz says, honest question, why are Democrats so scared of cutting off weapons for Israel? It's so obviously the right thing to do, both morally and politically. So what are they afraid that would happen? And one answer is, it's because they're evil people and they're bad and they want to do bad things. Okay? Which, I can understand how you would arrive at such a conclusion. I try to be a little bit more, analytical, a little bit more critical about this. Okay? And my estimation is they're scared of big donors, not just AIPAC, but other big donors who are also genuinely up Israel's asshole. Okay? Because remember, Israel has a shit ton of companies on the American stock market, okay? Like an unimaginable number of companies, like more than fucking like India and multiple other nations combined, okay? We are directly tied to Israel economically, financially. So there's that. And there's a lot of people who would be very upset if that was disrupted, okay? Number two, the media onslaught, much worse than Afghanistan withdrawal with 70 days left to campaign. I think that the media is, of course, incredibly ultra-Zionist. Like Western media is terribly ultra-Zionist. That's precisely the reason why they changed the calculation as soon as Israel started striking Lebanon. They were like doing the exact same fucking thing that they were doing for Palestinian babies, but this time for Lebanon. They were like, oh, well, you don't understand. They were asking for it. Okay, here, let me contextualize why Israel had to do a preemptive strike. Okay? And I think that they are fearful that right now the media is playing ball with the Kamala campaign. Okay? They're playing ball with the Kamala campaign. It's vibes based. They're fucking great. They're, it's breast summer, all this stuff. Okay? They are fearful that immediately all the coverage would be about how unimaginably anti-Semitic the Kamala Harris campaign is. It's the most anti-Semitic campaign. It's basically worse than Adolf Hitler. Okay, that's what you would hear. Van Jones would literally say Kamala Harris has that Hitler gene in her. Okay, and I think that that's what they're afraid of. Okay, and then obviously they're worried that they would get bogged down by cynical smears of anti-Semitism. It would turn into like a Corbyn campaign, you know? Every question is like, I don't care about your fucking policies. Tell me why you're the biggest anti-Semite. And last but not least, rewarding or seemingly rewarding Hamas for October 7 by capitulating to their demands. I think those are like, this is it. These are the four major points as to why. These are the four major points as to why they are legitimately afraid. The other cynical calculation that they're making is that people don't give a fuck. Okay? It was a blip. There was a brief moment where people were like lasered in on this, but no one can pay attention to anything really in the American media cycle for extended periods of time. And now that the Kamala momentum is there, they just don't think that people give a shit enough. Like they have made the calculation that more people will be excited at the prospect of a ticket swap and will ride with Kamala from here on out for the next 70 fucking days than feel like, you know, she's just as bad as Joe Biden. Okay, this is good analysis. You should have gone to the DNC, helped them out. Yeah, I should have done that. You're right. My answer to all of that, of course, is obviously Dems outrage Trump without big donors and would activate the Obama for America style door knocker wing of the party. Okay, like if the Democrats legitimately change course on Gaza and legitimately change course on Israel, it would have an insane amount of activism attached to it. Okay, like people who literally would, you know, people who would go out and campaign for the Democratic Party. People will be excited for the Democratic Party. No losses, only W's. Okay? Millennial coded Lamau. There are more people who want a ceasefire, even in the media, than rabid ultra-Zionists. I said Lamau to the anti-Semitism, cynical smears of anti-Semitism. That's like so stupid. If anyone takes that seriously, they are the biggest delusional loser on the planet. Okay? And last but not least, ending the genocide is a reward to all humanity. Wins votes, loses none. But that's it. The fucked up thing is we couldn't even canvass for her right now, even if she said arms embargo tomorrow, because she has no policy materials to door knock on. Yeah, I know. What about the Jewish vote? One, if you think the Jewish vote is a monolithic voting bloc that simply votes on behalf of Israel, well, you'd be wrong. Okay? That's number one. Number two, it doesn't fucking matter because Jewish people don't live in massive numbers in fucking swing states. So if you want to make a cynical calculation, well, you know, even if all Jewish people were singularly focused on Israel and they would consider it to be unconscionable that that America said, you know, we're not going to fucking give you weapons unless you fucking commit to a ceasefire, okay? Which, by the way, that isn't the case, for the record. Like, Jewish people are not fucking singularly focused as a voting bloc on Israel. They're American Jews. Hello. Okay? And there's a shit ton of younger Jews who are at the forefront of the anti-genocide activism. Make no fucking mistake. Okay? That comprise of the activist base of the party that I was talking about. But beyond that, even if every single Jew, every single Jewish person in the United States of America was singularly focused on Israel's self-defense and right to existence and how Democrats have actually betrayed that bond. Okay? What? It still wouldn't matter in terms of the election. It just would not. Okay? Would they fucking lose New York? Would the Democrats lose New York? Would the Democrats lose California? Would the Democrats lose Florida? Well, they already lost Florida. So that doesn't even matter. So that's it. What does ultra-Zionist mean? No way there are 26K people watching. How the fuck do you believe you or someone could talk about this? Well done, Scrappy. Joke's on you. Good luck guiding the 30,000 racists you know who you've guided. Racists? The fuck? Like, what are you trying to say that, like, Jewish people have, like, some inalienable, unchangeable characteristic that they have to do genocide? Like, what the fuck are you saying? Like, it is a racial quality of the entire American Jewish population? What does this mean? What are you trying to say? Also, there's hella Jewish chatters in here that are also anti-Zionists. What the fuck? Jews make up 2.4% of America. Kamala really needs those votes? What? Dude, Jewish people are not of one mind. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Okay? Like, Jewish people are not a monolithic voting bloc that only cares about fucking Israel, dude. What the fuck? What are we doing? There might be a gray area that you're painting with a pretty broad brush here. What do you mean by this? Israel's a far-right government that wouldn't agree to peace, even with U.S. weapons ban. Israel can manufacture their weapons. You are wrong. You are incredibly wrong. Without America's undying commitment to Israel behaving whichever way it wants, and America will always bail them out and will always fucking defend them, Israel will cease to exist, okay? And Israel knows that it will cease to exist. That's why historically, when America has said, cut it out, they have cut it the fuck out. The problem is the current Democratic administration is giving them the bandwidth to do whatever the fuck they want. There are plenty of Israeli Jews, American Jews who are anti-Israel, pro-Palestinian, but wouldn't necessarily qualify as anti-Zionist. What? Plus a lot of single-issue Jewish voters. The swing state thing is facts, though. Wait, dog, you just did the thing. You did the thing again, okay? You did the literal thing where my main point when I started this conversation was that Jews are not a monolithic voting bloc, and there are a variety of different opinions on Israel, especially with respect to American Jews, okay? But you didn't hear me say that, or you heard me say it, and then you wrote it in the chat as though you were against me, as though I said the opposite of the thing you're saying. I said the same thing. Why do chatters do this? Yeah, single issue Israel voters in the Jewish community, of course, exist. Overwhelming majority of those guys are voting for Donald Trump already. And they did vote for Donald Trump already. Bro, just trying to help you out and you're yelling at him? No, dude, this is my like least favorite type of chatter, unfortunately. Well, he's not my least favorite type of chatter. But like this is a thing that people do all the time where they will literally repeat what I said, sometimes fucking verbatim, but will come at it like they're disagreeing with me or I said the opposite, you know? Yeah, dude. Ultimately, American Jews, like you have this like you're a lot of liberals are so quick to be like, well, I guess you don't care about abortion. I guess you don't care about trans people. I guess you don't care about this. I guess you don't care about that. I guess you don't care about democracy. Okay, go say that to the people who are like, oh, if we're not doing permanent genocide in Gaza, then I'm not voting for the Democrats. Go yell at them then. Except you don't have to do that because there's no Democratic Party voter that's like, we have to keep doing genocide in Gaza or else I won't vote for you. Like statistically, there is not a single person that is a likely Democratic Party voter or a Democratic Party voter that is going to actually have this opinion. We know this. They've literally polled people on this. What is this? Thoughts on California advances zero down, no payment home loans for undocumented immigrants. Who pays for that? The Americans are already struggling to pay for groceries. Why are you only caught up on Israel-Palestine? There are so many more issues here at home. Wait, what? Zero down payment, no home loans for undocumented. Like you're saying free homes for undocumented migrants? I mean, that sounds awesome, first of all. Like that sounds fucking dope. What I'm going to assume you're talking about is probably like Breitbart or some other fucking right-wing outlet took a reasonable policy that California passed and then butchered it and then wrote it out in like the dumbest way possible. And you're basically just coming in here primed because you got mad at what you read. Also, the irony, of course, is you also said, how will people pay for that? And then you turned around and said, why are you only caught up on Israel-Palestine? Dog, Israel-Palestine is obviously an important issue for Americans because we're paying for it. You're paying for it, dumbass. The fuck do you mean? Of course, it is so is Ukraine. Okay, then why the fuck are you chirping? Then you understand. Eligibility for assistance based on immigration status. This resource provides an overview Community Development Block Grants, the program intended to strengthen communities by providing funds to improve housing, living environments, and economic opportunities. It does not have specific immigration status eligibility requirements. U.S. Department of Treasury's Emergency Rental Program, rental assistance. What? It's from October last year. California bill that could open new path to homeownership for undocumented immigrants advances. California bill that could allow undocumented immigrants to qualify for first-time home buying loans continues to progress in the state legislature. The bill, formerly known as AB 1840, would expand the eligibility requirement for the state's first-time home buyer loan program. I think what's really funny about this is that, like, I don't even have a problem with this on principle, but it's hilarious that, like, we have one speed and it's like neoliberalism for everything. Oh my God. Oh, that's great, man. We're just giving. California Dream Shared for All Appreciation Loan Program launched in 2023 helps qualified first-time home buyers with down payments. Program was initially created to help low and middle-income individuals buy homes. Still, Assemblymaker Joaquin Arambula, who introduced the bill, previously told KTLA that the program doesn't address eligibility based on immigrant status. The program hasn't been clear about eligibility for undocumented individuals. Let me be clear. Anyone who meets the program's criteria can apply for this loan program. And to qualify, you must secure a bank loan or a mortgage. AB 1840 is about providing an opportunity for home ownership. What happened, dude? Where's that guy? Where's the fucking free housing? Dude, for the normal American home buyer, it's no easy anymore. Wait, what? Dog, what are you talking about? It's a program that, this is literally something that already exists in other forms for American citizens. And what is being held up, the question here is that maybe the eligibility also factors in undocumented migrants too. Check more recent news on it. As in from what? This is 3 days ago, man. Like, as in more recent news, as in like what, 1 day ago? God, why are liberals like this? Bro, if you think this guy's a liberal, time without a whoa, this guy's not a fucking liberal, okay? Let me tell you, I can smell the hog off of him, okay? He came in, yeah, see, he said, far from it. We know, brother, we know what you are. Yeah. Don't worry. My man came here from Facebook. He saw a Facebook headline and is running off the anger and resentment that he feels. No anger, just interested in other opinions. Okay. Well, my other opinion that you're interested in is great. The fuck are undocumented migrants supposed to do, bro? They're here. They can now participate in the busted ass housing market in a more meaningful way. Great. I mean, dude, it's hard as fuck for Americans. Yes. You want to know why it's hard as fuck for Americans? Because dumbass Americans like you think that it's the fucking undocumented migrants that's robbing you blind. Okay. It is the real estate developers. It is the fucking landlords. It is the lack of interest from our dumbass neoliberal institution in California that wants to actually open up a fucking affordable housing as an alternative that is actually sponsored by the government that would readjust the housing market in this fucking state. Okay. That's it. And your dumbass thinks it's undocumented migrants that are fucking the bag up. It's not. It's our politicians backed by corporate interests that are robbing you fucking blind, that are literally not solving these problems. In a state like California, we try to vote to solve these issues on a regular basis, and they just do nothing. I think it's all of the above. Bro, you are so dumb. What do you mean it's all of the above? The undocumented migrant has nothing to do with this. He's like you. There is nothing different about an undocumented migrant than you, other than the fact that his spawn point was worse than yours, okay? And he worked harder than you to get here. That's it. Let's be real. Lower taxes equals more money in my pocket. Yeah, this is why I'm saying you are the problem, okay? That's it. This is why I'm saying it. Because people like you advocate for policies that are in your worst interest, okay? Consistently, reliably, okay? People like you demand things that you think are going to offer you short-term benefits like $5 extra in your pocket, okay? Meanwhile, when you get $5 back in your pocket, the guy that's already paying like 0.001% of his fucking net worth growth that year, okay, is getting billions of dollars back. And they're getting subsidies on top of that for their corporations that actually impacts their profit margins positively. And you just sit there and you're like, you know who's fucking up the bag for me? Some Guatemalan guy who walked here. Okay? I'm a property owner in a corporate world. In the corporate world? What do you mean? What? Like, as in you, Like, you own corporate real estate? Like, I don't understand. Well, like, what are you saying? Why do I need to pay more? What? Immigrants are a problem because they don't have to pay to skip the top of the hour. I already ran the top of the hour ad break. No, apartment buildings as well as my home, and it's insane in Florida. Bro, your shit is about to sink, dog, okay? It's about to sink. Good luck. Dude is trying so hard to move away from this conversation about how the rich are robbing America blind and blaming the poor and marginalized. Why good luck? Don't worry about it. You'll be real confused why your basement is flooding again for the 8th time this year. Because I bust my ass, I have to pay more? Dude. First of all, you own apartment buildings, okay? You are not busting your fucking ass. You might have busted your ass to go and get the apartment buildings originally, or to at least put a fucking mortgage down payment on said apartment buildings, which then you translated the mortgage cost back to your fucking renters, okay? And you saved for years, all right? But ultimately you got lucky, and now you're just sitting on a bunch of fucking property that people need to survive. I don't care about your sob story, dude. I don't. Lucky, yes, you got lucky. You know who else got lucky? Me, motherfucker, me, okay? Luckier than you even, okay? We are lucky. Every rich person got lucky at a certain point. Any rich person, chat, that tells you that they didn't get lucky is the biggest delusional asshole on the planet, okay? This is the number one thing that rich people lie about. They lie to themselves and they lie to others about this. Of course you got lucky, okay? You worked hard and you sacrificed, but you got lucky at the end of the day. You think the fucking person that is a teacher in Oklahoma isn't working hard? You think the person that is a teacher in Oklahoma isn't working hard? You think the fucking person working at McDonald's and then doing an Uber on the side to have a little bit of disposable income isn't working hard? They are. You just are luckier than they are. That's it, okay? And you are no longer working hard. That's the difference, because you got lucky. Stop saying budget. Oh, my God. Also, we both work 50 hours a week. Oh, man. Mr. Worker over here. Yeah, if poor people just is the truth, I don't come from money. No, dude. Luck doesn't mean you just came from money, okay? Luck doesn't mean you just came from money. After your chat works part-time. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. What a fucking, like, classic Florida landlord. Just absolutely delusional. Doesn't even understand climate change jokes that I'm making about his fucking housing properties that are going to be underwater soon. Dude, just half your chat works part-time. What a fucking silly thing. You have no idea what people's backgrounds are, okay? You have no fucking clue. And also, the difference between you and them, even if they're working part-time, is that they're still working. You're not. You're making your money work. That's the difference, okay? You own capital, and you're still chirping, and you want additional tax cuts. You fucking live in Florida. What more tax cuts do you want? First of all, you already got tax cuts under Donald Trump. So did I. Okay, not at the state level, of course, because I live in California, but at the federal level. The fuck do you want? I mean, depending on how much money you make. I don't know how much money you actually, how much income you generate. Honestly, being a landlord doesn't involve luck a lot of times. No, dude, to be able to get to the point where you have enough, you to be able to budget to the point where you have enough to put a fucking down payment. Wait, you make $300,000 a year and you're fucking complaining in the chat? Bro, you are who I'm talking about, dumbass. You are not benefiting from this system. You fucking clown. You have all those apartments that you're talking about and you're only making 300 grand a year? Bro's in here talking like he rakes in 10 million every fucking year. Holy shit. Oh my God. Why are these people? Yo, what the fuck? Bro, you're bringing in $300,000 a year. The people that I'm talking about are literally raking in 10 million plus every fucking year, okay? The people are not even 10 million. The people I'm talking about are making billions of dollars, okay? It is so ridiculous. And he's not even subbed. Sunday FUNDAY docket. Trump THEO Von interview. Time for depressing news from Palestine since it seems so hopeless. Yelling at new gray name chatter after new gray name chatter says something stupid. Anyways, that's it for today. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Okay, fuck you. Isn't it crazy that you worked, I assume, a normal real job where you had the budget for years so that you could put a down payment on a property, and now you can actually offset that cost of the mortgage back to the fucking renter, and now you make 300 grand a year. doesn't that strike you as a little odd? Like, doesn't that make you at least feel like the system is a little designed to churn out this result for capital owners, which are, of course, not the average American citizen, and that the average American citizen works infinitely harder than you do now, and yet you're also, you know, your hyper focuses on people who make even less than the average citizen, who also had to come here by foot, okay? Not really, because I don't feel like I'm high class at 300K. First of all, that's a shit ton of money you're making every fucking year, dog. It's just not that much, though, okay? In the grand scheme of things, when we're talking about like how much money you're going to have in your pocket in comparison to the amenities and the social safety nets that you would get by a competent government, it's nothing, okay? Even if you were to like lose, I don't know, 50K from the 300K that you're making a year, okay? And then those taxes actually translated to fixing fucking potholes, being able to at least like harden your infrastructure against climate change, which is real, even though in the state of Florida they act like it's not. And then they're like, I don't know why we just keep getting flooded every day. I don't know why housing insurance doesn't exist in our state anymore. Okay? Like, the things that we advocate for would shave a little bit off the tippy top of the likes of people like yourself. Okay? And you would get a shit ton. You would get more competent people in the workforce that you could work with because they're better educated. You would have more freedom. Like, your workers would have more freedom. You wouldn't have to, if you were to ever hire someone, worry about paying their fucking health insurance, for example. All these other costs associated with small businesses. Not that it matters for you, because obviously you're, you know, a landlord for the most part. So I assume a big part of your job is just simply sitting around whenever whenever one of your renters says like, hey, can you fix the AC? It's broken and it's 120 degrees. You say, yeah, sure, we'll get to that. And you never get around to it. But bro, they complain like a motherfucker bullshit. Yes, bro. They're human beings that are kind enough to pay your fucking mortgage. Maybe you should respect them a little bit more. Like, in a just world, your job, which is not a real job at all, would not exist. No, I work as a medical gas sales rep as well. But you're right. Okay, think about how hard you have to work in that fucking job. Okay? That's a real fucking job. I doubt he makes 300K a year, by the way, Chad. I think he was just trying to say that. He was upselling himself. He's a sales guy. Classic. Probably has like one apartment. That's usually how it goes. 15 apartments. Okay. I hope they fucking make Airbnbs illegal, dude. Okay, what's the real job? Being a fucking landlord? Sitting around and listening to your fucking poor renters chirp at you? Or, you know, trying to fucking secure new clients in your medical gas sales job that you're doing as a sales rep. Sales is a real job? Come on, dog. It is a fucking real job, Chad. Jesus Christ. I was in it, okay? Let me tell you, that shit sucked ass. Especially because of how much ass you need to suck. Galaxy gas sales. Sales fucking sucks. Anyone who says sales doesn't suck is fucking delusional, okay? It's the worst. The only people that like sales are actual sociopaths, okay? Like, straight up, the worst people that you know. This guy provides gas to Kanye's dentist? Yeah. You weren't doing that shit right. The guys I know that do sales are constantly going to dinners and golfing with rich assholes. It depends on what you're selling and what level of a sales executive you are. If you're just like a fucking sales rep, you're not doing that for the most part. And even then, again, it's a lot of glad handling with like assholes that you have to suck up to and act like you care about what they have to fucking say. It was awful. I did not care. Okay? It's just, you have to just suck ass on a daily basis, which is harder than kissing ass. Like, you have to directly suck the farts out of their asses. It sucks. Anyway, it was great. It was a great conversation to listen because the guy thinks 50 hours is a lot and deserving workload for his wealth. I work more than that, and I rent a room, let alone having an apartment building. Yeah. That was the point I was trying to translate to him by using his own real lived experience so that he can understand that, like, dog, there are people that are in your position that work more than you and are probably renting your properties right now and are dying of a fucking heat stroke because you haven't fixed the goddamn AC. Because why the fuck could you? Why the fuck should you? You can get away with not doing that shit because that's your fucking job. The job that makes you so much more money than doing medical sales, okay? They complain so much. It's bullshit. They should just fucking die of a heat stroke. Oh my God. Yeah. It's also funny because he was like talking about not distributing tax revenue. Holy fuck, Murad is so back. Murad is so back. The garage door is open and power tools are working right now in the house. Oh my God. And my fucking stupid ass Nest turned echo mode again. Eco mode. All right, we're going to do steroids are natural and then we're going to and then I'm going to move on to gaming. Actually, we'll do Costco guys.
Let's go, guys. Of course we go shopping while eating a chicken bake.
Okay, Northern Line clip about landlord in the chat.
No purse. Mouth, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know what the hell that means at all.
I got to pee first, though.
I'm happy to see you, though. Congratulations on your big news. Dude, honestly, you know what I hate about homeowners? Like, purse equals money equals win. Oh, okay. Say no more. Now I get it. When you announce, like, something big, like Mouth signed on a house, right? People they say congratulations, but if they own a home, they always they add, like, a but. They're like, now the real adventure starts is, paying your property taxes. And when your water heater needs a repair, you gotta pay for it now. So your days of relaxing as a renter are over. And I'm like, shut up, dummy. It's not that hard. Like, it's honestly probably the easiest thing you could ever do. Like, I spend a third of my time as a homeowner sleeping. It's not like you're doing that much on a daily basis. You're just kind of chilling. He's right. People are doing it. Dude, I don't know what it is. And this is rude, okay? I apologize in a way for it. But homeowners, like, want to feel like they're, like, the most oppressed class of, like, individual on the planet. And I'm like, it's just, like, look at the real estate market over the last 20 years. There's, like, an 11% annualized return or something. Just chill out. It's not that big a deal. Yeah, every once in a while, like, some shit's going to go wrong, and you got to fix it. That is when you're planting the seed and harvesting the grain, and then when you sell that's when you're eating the bread. You get to eat the bread, so don't complain when you're planting the seeds. The government takes 23% of my bread after I harvested? Bro, where do you live where your property taxes are 23%? It's literally not. That's like a lie. Your income tax might be 23%, but if your income tax is tied to the property market, I wouldn't admit that in this chat, okay? I'm just looking out for you. Capital gains, not property tax? Why you pay capital gains on I don't know, the tax code everywhere. You're not supposed to pay capital gains unless it's your principal, not your principal residence. You own 2 houses, you motherfucker? You admitting that shit in this chat? You gotta get to the safe. We got an escape tunnel under the stream. You pull open Das Kapital in the bookshelf. The bookshelf turns 90 degrees. You sneak in there, you close the bookshelf, and then you just keep running. Just keep running. There's a Cracker Barrel at the end. You'll be safe there. There's more of you there. But for now, just go and never look back. No, I'm not going to trunk them for being a landlord. It doesn't bother me as much as it bothers you. I'm just trying.
He's not. He's not all the way there, okay? How is he balder than funnier than you? If I said it didn't bother me that someone was a landlord, you guys would eat me alive, okay? I know he gets away with it because he's bald and handsome, okay? Like, I guess if I shave my head, maybe you guys would be more forgiving if I were to say things like,
trying to protect them. You can't admit that kind of stuff in this era, okay? You got to keep that on the DL. Cracker Barrel is the safe zone. Dude, I honestly think if I had to pick a restaurant that had like the highest amount of homeowners, I would pick the Cracker Barrel. Bro, Cracker Barrel can SMD? I thought Cracker Barrel was somewhat well liked. Am I mistaken? Cheesecake Factory? No, come on. Like, I'm not saying the Cheesecake Factory doesn't appeal to.
Okay, we're done with that. Steroids are natural.
Seen that in person. I'm gonna say not natty.
What's good, everybody? My name is Scott Ho. I'm a full-time online fitness coach and content creator.
I'm Jason. I'm a student athlete. Yeah, I'm a student. That's what I do.
My name is Patty, and I also create fitness content online.
Clean beef.
So, can you guys explain what natty or not is?
Natty means natural, so basically just not taking any type of performance-enhancing drugs. And not means not natural. So taking some sort of substance or performance enhancing drugs. What are your guys' strategies for today?
I mean, look at them.
Yeah.
There's no way to tell. Also, there's so many different types. Like some are for strength, some are for aesthetic.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe they took it 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah, exactly.
I've done this 2 times, not with steroids, but with sexuality. So if you guys want, I think it'd be really funny if the guy who doesn't do fitness online is number 1.
You want to do that?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Step up.
Number 1.
Step up. I don't have too much confidence in myself knowing if people are natty or not, to be honest.
I have a little bit of confidence.
Yeah, a little bit of confidence?
I got a little confidence, yeah.
For sure. Hey,
I think this is good,
I got some confidence too.
Okay,
no more Mr. Nice Guy.
hold on.
I got some confidence too.
Let's switch it up.
What are we gonna do?
Nah, I'm playing. I'll stay here.
Okay.
I'll be the underdog. Now that I'm sitting at 3rd, I only can prove them wrong. So we'll see. We'll see what place I come in.
I saw on Twitter that Moist Critical's about to make a video on you tomorrow. Let's burn DC to the ground and rip out every Republican's vocal cords. Bro, I think you need to calm down, man. You good? Like, you all right, dude? Keep speaking, my brother. You have some valid points. Don't listen to these half-brain idiots. Sales, that sounds like the most shitty job on the planet. We need real men who know how to run an oil rig. Me, when I'm a 14-year-old lived-up teen, I don't know. Bring him back. Okay, I kind of want to hear what else he has to say. How much creatine you take a day? 4 creatine pills. Brother, that's a fed. I know, but I kind of want to see what else he has to say. Okay, let's keep going.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty nervous, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm feeling pretty confident, honestly.
Oh man. Well, I was just gonna be looking for big muscles, but I think there's a big supply of that right now. So honestly, just the vibe, yeah. If they are confident in themselves, if they're making eye contact, I might just straight up be like, how long have you been taking PEDs? I'll like see, and if there's like a little glint in the eyes, they're gone.
All right, you ready?
Let's just bring them in, yep.
Let's go. Let's bring them on. Nice to meet you. A lot of intimidating people.
They were all just huge. Swole.
So now Natty is right, and Natty is left. And go ahead, India.
Hi, I'm India. I just want to say you look really good. So I feel like I could suspect some allegations, but
How long have you been lifting for?
5 years.
What's your max deadlift?
345 right now.
345? Wow, that's pretty strong.
Are you a bodybuilder, powerlifter, casual?
Okay, I think she's a bait pick. Like, I think she's a bait pick, like in the sense that you suspect her of being not natty, but she actually is. Also, with women, you can kind of tell. With women, you can tell better. I mean, obviously, you can never fully tell because it's entirely dependent on how your body responds to steroids. But with women, like the additional testosterone certainly has a way of even shaping your face, I feel like. 5 years is a long time lifting? No. I mean, Jeff Nippers is natty. He's a tank. Yes. You can tell Jeff Nippers is natty because of his body fat percentage, even at his lowest point. Like, Jeff ain't natty, lol. He absolutely is natty. What are you talking about? I think Jeff Nippert is like basically what happens when you max out. She has a tremendous amount of gain for 5 years, like an insane amount of gains for 5 years. So I don't know. Nippert isn't natty. He admitted that he isn't on his YouTube. No, dude, you watched the fucking steroid video that he made where he said, hypothetically, let's say I take steroids, and you literally didn't understand that he was doing a thought experiment, and you got fucking clickbaited, and now you literally think he is not a natural athlete. Oh my God. No, dude, he is. We watched that video. I do think that eventually Jeff Nippert will he might do steroids down the line, but he has not done so far. Also, Jeff Nippert has one advantage, which makes him natty, but not really natty. Okay. Which is being 5'4". Okay. That's everyone in the chat that works out knows exactly what I'm talking about. Okay. Motherfuckers under 6 foot walk into the gym and get swole. Okay. Oh, nah. Yes. Yes. It is a major advantage. It is a major muscle enhancer, dude. Straight up. It's a massive buff. I mean, Jeff Nippers is my king. I love him. He's incredible. But it is true. Wow, fucking rude as hell. No, it is a ginormous advantage in And I think in bodybuilding specifically, like he's participating in a study now where he's doing steroids. No, he's not. You're actually right from a former bodybuilder. Yes. Having a broader, larger, well, not a broader frame necessarily, because like certain aspects of having a broader frame are better for bodybuilding, like having narrow clavicles versus having wider clavicles, broader shoulders. Obviously, like I have very broad shoulders, so that's definitely beneficial for my frame and the way that I look. Having said that, however, being shorter is like, I mean, it's a joke in the lifting community. It's like 5'6" motherfuckers walk up and spot you and they get more. 5'6" motherfuckers will walk up to spot you and they get better gains from just that spotting than you did if you're 6'4". Anyway, let's continue. I'm gonna say she doesn't look like she is, but I think that's a debate. She's probably like freak genetics, and she is natty.
Lifter. Currently I'm cutting, so I was bulking before, so just push-pull legs is what I work on right now.
Can you do like a squat? Okay, nice, good form.
What's your favorite workout?
Probably
a little toey.
Hip thrusts.
Okay, wow, that really helped a lot. Okay,
bro, you can't tell? Of course it's hip thrust. Look at her. Like, yes, it's definitely hip thrust.
Oh man, okay, not natty.
How long was your bulk and how long are you planning to cut?
My bulk was about a year and a half, and I'm planning to cut for like a while.
In my experience, it's a little more rare to come across many women that are using, so I'm gonna say natty.
And I'm gonna go not natty.
How you doing? My name is Angel.
You look good, bro. You look good. You big. You big. I can tell you're strong.
Can you do a backflip?
What? No, I cannot do a backflip.
Okay, darn it. Okay, can you do like rep out like 5 push-ups right now?
Yeah, of course.
This is another debate where he's not natty, but he looks like he could be. I think bodybuilding is legit so gay. It is literally the gayest activity. I think bodybuilding and just like weightlifting is straight up gayer than sucking a penis. I'm not even kidding. Like, I love it. It's the best. It's straight up the gayest thing. 100%. Anyone throwing question marks in the chat does not know how fucking gay it gets in the gym. Okay? Like, 3 dudes having a gay orgy is nowhere near as gay as 3 heterosexual men that are lifelong weightlifters sitting in the gym, exercising, and checking each other out. And the more you lift weights, the gayer you are, straight up. Don't think his traps and lats are developed enough to be geared up. Yeah, I know, but there's like, sometimes people just have like, what is it? Shitty androgen responders? Is that the right term? I don't know what it's called. But like sometimes people just don't respond to steroids well, and they look, or receptors, not responders. Sometimes people will do steroids and then they just like don't look as good as like as you expected to.
Yeah. Oh wow. And then add a clap at the end. He like stopped, like prayed for a second. Oh my gosh.
What would you say your best lift is?
I would say rows.
I don't know how to gauge that. Okay. I'm gonna say natty.
Okay. You know, I'm gonna say natural. Yeah, okay.
Dude, I'm just gonna go off just assumption, not natty.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Lana.
How long have you been working out for?
4 years now. 4 years.
Okay, come on. Okay, if this person is taking steroids, okay, that is insane. Like, that 100% natty, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Do you play sports?
Yes, I play pickleball.
How long have you been on PEDs? Natural, yeah, okay. I like the acting, okay.
How many push-ups can you do?
Like 23, 24, 25.
What do you think your style of lifting is?
Casual weightlifting.
I'm gonna say
yeah, she's on steroids for like allergies or some shit. There's no fucking way. If someone is on steroids and they all vote natty, life ending, yeah.
Natty then, because I don't think too many
Not all PEDs are for size. Distance runners take PEDs too. Come on, bro. This is not about that. What the fuck? Also, she's a pickleball player. Like that's not this. The conversation right now is not about that. Okay, calm down, Chad. That's not what we're doing here.
Casual lifters are, I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know.
I think just based on looks, like I'm gonna go natty.
Hi, I'm Daniel.
Do you have any special skills
Natty.
as far as fitness goes?
I could do 105 on flat dumbbells. 105
Okay.
It's not bad.
Wow, yeah. No, that's not bad at all.
How long you been lifting for?
On and off for about 10 years.
Shoot, you look good, bro. You look good.
Would you say you're a casual lifter, bodybuilder?
I mean, I build my body, but I wouldn't say professionally.
Okay, I'm gonna say natty.
I'm gonna go natty.
Jump as high as you can. Oh, okay. I'm gonna say natural. I'm gonna say natural. Yeah. So
that's so sad. It's like womp womp. Okay, womp womp. He looks like he just started his first cycle not that long ago, but not really. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's the other part of it. Like, what if we got fucking dudes who just started their cycle? Like that kind of defeats the purpose. You know what I mean? Or didn't just get off of it, but like did steroids. You know what I mean? Like a while ago. Because you can't fucking tell if that's the situation. Why are all these people admitting to steroid use? What do you mean, chatter? Get with the fucking real world, okay? Especially because of TikTok. Holy shit.
Oh, I play volleyball and like
I think this guy did steroids back in the
one
day.
of my coaches, he was just like, you know who has the highest
Not
verticals
natty.
in the Olympics? And it's like professional lifters. I don't know what I was doing, like, cause he jumped pretty high anyways. I was just really just like, you know what? Let's see what happens. And just the landing just felt really stiff. So I was like, you know what? Maybe not.
Hi, I'm Trey.
Trey, nice to meet. Can I get a handshake?
Ooh.
That was strong.
Oh, you have really big quads and really big pecs and all of it.
Can you give me a front double bi? Okay, are you a bodybuilder?
I think he used to take steroids. He doesn't anymore. But I guess that would rank him as not natty.
No, just vanity and powerlifting.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna go with non-natty. Okay.
What's your favorite workout?
Bench.
You like chest? That's your favorite
Yeah,
muscle group
I'm
too?
really good at chest.
Can you do like the... I've never seen that in person. I'm gonna say not natty. Okay.
What's your max bench, bro? Your chest looks nice.
This guy's fucking... I'm sorry. He's kind of unbearable the way he's like talking to these dudes. Glaze! What's your bench, bro? Your chest looking real nice. Like, calm down, dude. Fucking chill out. Why are you so awkward? He's a TikToker, man. It's just like, it's ridiculous. Fucking dial it back. Maybe it's because like, he's been drooling over like, isn't admitting natty or not sort of admitting you committed a crime? Feels weird to ask people. Dude, the real crime is people watching the 3-minute ad break, okay? And plenty of you wear that on your fucking chest, okay? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, well, then all you need to do is subscribe, which you could do for, you could do that for $6 or for free with Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
465.
We're gonna go not natty, bro.
When working out, there's a bunch of tips on how to reduce and prevent injury.
But tips on how to reduce your risk of your personal information. Thanks again to Acogni for sponsoring this portion of the episode. Now let's get back to the video.
Hi, my name's Sophia.
All right, what's your favorite muscle group to hit?
I like push day.
What's your favorite part about the gym?
Like the rush.
The rush? For me, sometimes I associate like maybe PED usage with like the rush. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's like just me, but you're like really a go-getter. So I'm gonna say not natty.
What?
Have you ever competed in any sport or type of event?
I play.
Not natty. Bro, what is she on? Topical steroids? Like, what are you talking about? Bro, these people, some of these people that are getting not nattied is like, some of these people are not doing like steroids, or they should do more, okay? What kind of steroids do you think she's taking? Asthma medication? You're out of your fucking mind, bro. Especially with women. Like someone said Trent. Like, do you know what she would look like on Trent? Do you have any idea what she would look like? Okay, let me show you what like women bodybuilders look like so you guys develop a better understanding, okay? Obviously, like, this is the top of the top of the top, okay? Like, what the fuck are you guys talking about, dude? I mean, they're doing a lot of steroids, right? Obviously. Like, even if they were doing like clenbuterol, okay, they would be fucking shredded. That's why I said you can kind of tell when women are on steroids. This woman is a natural bodybuilder, I guess. Show stage enhanced women bodybuilders are not accurate to what enhanced women look like. Okay, that's true. That's why I said, you know, this isn't the best representation. It's literally all in the delts for either sex. The delts respond really well to Jews. Look at Sam Sulek. Yeah, dude. Delts respond really well to Jews, chat.
Play volleyball and soccer.
Okay, I'm just gonna go off that. Natty.
Okay, I'm gonna say Natty. Natty.
Hi, my name is Travis.
What's up, Travis? Nice to meet you. Can I get a handshake?
Yes, sir.
Not Natty.
Oh, shit.
He's on it. He's on the sauce. This is like one of the few people where I'm like 100% convinced.
The handshake tells a lot.
Your biceps are extremely large, and you
He's
have
a juicer.
tat.
Look at that, dude. Look at the trap definition. Look at the shoulders. I mean, look at the trap build and the shoulders. He's you know, yeah, his delts are fatty. He's a juicer.
Two of a guy flexing, so I'm gonna say not natural.
Your arms are really impressive. I'm just gonna say not natty. Okay.
Can you give me your best like bodybuilder pose? Oh. I'm gonna go based on aesthetic, not natty.
Hi, my name's Aaliyah. Your legs are insane in a good way. In a good way.
Can I get a bodybuilding pose?
Yeah.
Nice.
She's not natty. She juicing.
What is the number one thing like of advice you'd give to someone who's like new to lifting? They're like first day in the gym, just anything.
I would say you should.
She's juicing. You can tell by looking at the arms. Juicer arms don't look normal. There's not like one specific thing that you can point to, but with women and men, usually like low body fat with like, if they're fucking diced and they're brolic at the same time, they with women, you can look at the jaw too, depending on how much they've used. Like vascularity.
You should hit every muscle group because if you're new, you probably want to just hit everything as often as you can with good form and doing progressive overload and training till fit.
What do you mean jaw? Women start developing a more pronounced jaw. I feel like, I don't know if it's HGH usage specifically or steroids in general, but women develop like a fucking like very square jaw. Yeah. Like they get the Giga Chad. Well, I guess men do too, but like it's more pronounced than women because like it's unexpected.
Failure.
Oh, that's a good tip.
Did you do sports as a child?
I did. I was a swimmer and a soccer player for 14 years.
What do you do now? Are you a bodybuilder?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What category?
Oh, that's a good question. I haven't competed yet, so either figure or wellness. I think my arms are too big to do wellness, but I would like to.
With that sport background, literally it could go either way, but I'm gonna say natty.
No.
I'm gonna say not natty.
Okay, I'm gonna go based on your answers, not natty.
What's good? I'm Gibberish.
Hi, Patty.
I've seen your content. Lean beast.
Okay, he is natty, and if he's not natty, I'm just gonna be sad. Like I think that's the guy you don't want to be at the gym. Okay, the guy who's like on steroids and is already like shaving, you know, years off of his fucking lifespan, and on top of that, he still doesn't look the part. Like that's the worst. That's the absolute worst position you can be in. At least the fucking Trent twins are like, they look like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. You know what I mean? Like,
appreciate it. Thank you.
When's the last time you worked out?
This morning.
Oh, yeah. For the show, huh? For the show, okay.
I missed yesterday. I had to
You're right,
recoup
okay.
the gains.
Okay.
How long have you been lifting for?
8 years.
8 years?
Yeah. Actually, middle school.
Middle school?
Middle school
definitely
football.
natty.
Football in middle school?
Yeah, bro. I'm from Texas, man.
Okay. I'm gonna say natural, just for the accent. Texas, yeah.
I'm gonna go natty.
What are your gym goals?
Athleticism, get strong as hell without injuring myself.
A little hesitant of the danger.
Yeah, definitely.
Bro, he's just bulked up a bit. He would look insane after a cut, plenty of muscle. I mean, he's got decent pecs. He does have, he has decent pecs for his body fat percentage. It's just that, like, dude, his arms are like, come on. Like, I can see his pecs off of the fat, okay? Like, he has a good pectoral shape. His arms are fucking somehow underdefined. Like, his arms are underdeveloped, which is weird because he said he worked out for 8 years. That is shocking, okay? Because I don't do, like, I don't do any fucking additional work on my arms. Like, I rarely ever I rarely ever do like bicep, tricep exercises, and it's mostly compound muscle work that ends up building my biceps and my triceps in general. Okay, he has a better defined chest than he has better defined chest and more pectoral build than his fucking biceps and triceps. Like they're just fat.
Okay, I gotta say natty then, because I feel like not natties, they might embrace it. You seemed a little too safe.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's up, bro? Miles, nice to meet you, dog.
Do you do like competitions or no?
No,
Just
bro.
for fun, like personal?
I'm just with the homies. We're in there cranking it out just for fun.
Pause.
What would you say your gym goals are?
No gym goals, just a dude just trying to get after in the gym. Popping a little Trend Twins, hardcore funk, and I'm ready to go.
Let's see. Can you demonstrate? Shoot, what else can you do other than push-ups and
I could
squats?
just do-
Okay. I didn't even need to ask.
Look, I know. I'm acting up right now.
For sure.
Can you hit like?
I think he's not natty. But he might have gyno from just like literally just having it. Like you don't have to do steroids to have gyno, but not natty 15-year-old. He's not 15, dude. He just has a baby face, or maybe he is, but I don't know.
Like you're doing like a chest pop
Oh, I'm sorry.
action.
These double deckers just have mine.
Double deckers.
I apologize for that.
Can you hit like your favorite pose?
I really don't even pose that much. Like I hit a little bit of like a lat spread, but like I really don't practice that much.
I'm gonna say.
Also, 17-year-olds absolutely do steroids now, for the record. For chatters who are like, he's 17, he doesn't do steroids. Like, bro, there are hella 17-year-olds doing steroids, okay? Like, it's a definite problem.
Natty though, because I feel like a not natty
would know
all the poses.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
What's your favorite like muscle group to hit?
Shoulders and SARMs.
SARMs?
Okay, he knows all the memes. He's just like, he name dropped Trend Twins. Oh God, TikTok is so fucking bad, dude. It's so bad. Okay, maybe he is natty. He just has gyno.
What?
Okay.
Shoulders and arms.
I'm gonna say not natural.
Oh, bro. Come on, dog.
Your physique, honestly, like, I think I'm gonna go in natty.
Hi, I'm Beignet.
How long have you been working out for?
Since 2019.
What would you say your fitness goals are, Beignet?
Right now, it's just staying consistent and because of my Pilates era, so.
Pilates era, okay.
And then also healing my leg / hip.
Do you weight train?
Not right now. I was a few months ago, but my injury, I was having issues with it, so I didn't want to risk it with, adding more weight. I was basically deadlifting, but my foot placement was incorrect. So it ended up throwing off my whole knee and hip and lower back on my left side.
Okay, so were you powerlifting before?
Bro, like, most of these people that we've seen, if they are actually not natty, I'm just gonna be sad. Like, virtually everyone except for the one black dude who I immediately was like, that's not natty, has had, I hate to say it, but unimpressive builds. If they are on fucking steroids, then goddamn, what the fuck is going on? Like, are you just on the couch? Like, maybe you're just a non-responder. Like, what the fuck's happening?
Or the Pilates era?
Yes.
I'm gonna say not natty. Who knows?
I'm gonna go natty.
I'm gonna say natural.
Tyler, bro.
Tyler, nice to meet you.
Okay. Yeah. There you go. Hey, chat. Hey, that's okay. There it is. Okay. Like, you could tell. Surely he's a natural bodybuilder. Surely. Look, you see this shit? Dude? You see that? He's just Samoan? No, dude. No. You're crazy. No. Samoan dudes that don't fucking do steroids are also still pretty fucking brolic. They just look very different.
Not natty.
Got you.
In the best way possible. You're very wide.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Can you take your shirt off by any chance?
Yeah.
Yeah? Could I get like a double by and back, like turn around?
Oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh, he did the whole prep thing too.
Is it safe to assume you're a bodybuilder?
Bro, he's got, come on, bro. He's got the back knee and everything. Oh my God. Come on.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I'm gonna say not natty. Yeah, you're really big, man.
I'm gonna say not natty. Yes.
What's up, Arturo?
Arturo?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
What would you say your goals are in the gym.
I mean, one, just trying to be as strong as I can be and pretty much be like a built anime character. Baki, JoJo.
Okay, okay.
What's your favorite day?
Probably.
He just started using steroids, and he's not an experienced lifter who just started using steroids. Okay? He is an inexperienced lifter who just started using steroids. He's probably not working out correctly either. He's not natty.
Back day, but like my favorite workouts are deadlifts and squats.
Really? Okay, okay.
Do a lot of calisthenics too. So
calisthenics, you're big. Okay.
How long have you been working out for?
Probably 10 years, but I've been doing a whole bunch of stuff. Right now I'm doing powerlifting and Muay Thai.
What's like the best, like what's the hardest push-up?
Probably one arm, or some people don't know, like fingertip push-ups, where like you're doing it with your fingers.
Can you do that?
Yeah, sure. Press your fingers in.
Oh my gosh. Can you do a clap out of that?
Can you demonstrate a pose for me? Oh, he knows his stuff. Oh, he knows his stuff.
I'm gonna say natural.
He's not natty, but that's great. Dude, what the fuck? Okay, you might be wrong. Clearly I am wrong. He is a calisthenics athlete. That is also, I'm sorry to say this, but that is the least, and he's short too. He's got the short man buff, which doesn't show at all. Calisthenic athletes are insanely shredded. He's big as fuck. What are you talking about? Like, I've never seen a dude who looks like that, who's capable of doing one-arm push-ups. You must have not met people fresh out of prison. I actually do know people fresh out of prison.
That's, wow, oh my gosh.
I have.
I'm gonna say natty.
I'll go not natty.
Hi, I'm David.
Your pecs are very big. That's nice.
Appreciate it.
Oh my gosh.
Are you comfortable taking your shirt off?
Oh, yeah.
Can you do like a lat spread? Oh my gosh.
All right, very lean, looking vascular.
Okay, this could go either way. I mean, I think he's not natty, but it could go either way. It could go either way. Like, you can get this build naturally, but I don't think he is. This one is tough. This one is tough. This one's tough. This one's definitely tough. This is a calisthenics build.
Vascular.
What do you identify as fitness-wise? Like a bodybuilder, a casual lifter?
I'm a competitor.
What category are you in?
Men's physique.
What place did you get?
Oh.
I placed top 3 in every show I've done besides one.
He's natural. Okay, I take it back. He's natural. He's definitely natural.
I think just because of that, like, I can see the vascularity, I'm gonna go not natty.
No, dude, what? Not natty? What competition is he doing where he's top 3, bro? He's definitely natty. What? All bodybuilding comps are on roids? Fuck no. No, there are natural bodybuilding competitions. Rich Piana was natty, right? Yeah, of course. No, I think he's natty.
I feel like this is gonna be a curveball, so I'm gonna say natty.
I'm gonna say not natty.
What up?
What's up?
Callie.
Callie?
Why are you wearing a long sleeve, bro? Are you covering up or what?
I got a tattoo that's still scarred a bit, so.
I see,
you know.
I see, no worries.
What time do you normally go to sleep at?
It's different every day.
Okay, weekends.
It's different every day.
I know you're in jeans, but can you give me like 3 squats? Okay, nice.
What would you say your fitness goals are?
This year, I want to be able to do a handstand for 10 seconds.
Always like calisthenics or?
No, weightlifting and cardio and yoga.
With the yoga in there and the mix of things, seems very like health oriented. Would you say your goals are like health?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna say natty then.
I think you have like a nice athletic build.
I can't tell.
And just based on that alone.
I can't tell from with the shirt. I mean his chest is insane. Like he's got honkers on him. Like he's got bazookas. So I do think he's not natty, but I can't really tell. Natty, look at his jaw compared to the last guy. Dude, what are you guys talking about, brother? Stop saying just his jaw. Your jaw changes with your body fat, okay? And body fat can be an indication that you're not natty, but the fuck are you talking about? Like, I think he's not natty.
Like it's really symmetrical and everything. I think I'm gonna go natty.
You know, I feel like I've been doing natty a lot, so I'm gonna go not natty for this one, just to throw it in the mix.
Hi, I'm Christina.
What's your weekly split?
I do upper lower split.
You like upper or lower better?
Okay, if she's not natty, she might not be natty, and I think she's doing like very little steroids potentially.
Upper? Interesting. All right, I like that.
What are your PRs?
Bench is 135, squat is 225, and deadlift
I don't think she's
is
natty.
265.
What?
Look at her fucking lats, dude. She got a lat spread. Look from the front.
Hi, I'm
And she's
Christina.
got
What's your
fucking
weekly split?
I
insane
do upper, lower.
quads. Bro, come on.
Or split.
You like upper or lower better?
I think she's not
Upper?
natty.
Interesting. All right, I like that.
What are your PRs?
Bench is 135, squat is 225, and deadlift is 265.
What is your relationship with the fitness world? Are you just like someone who lifts? Are
I'm
you
a
like-
powerlifter.
How long have you been powerlifting for?
A little over a year.
Oh, really? Okay, so like kind of recent. What did you do before that?
Bodybuilding.
Bodybuilding? Did you ever compete?
Yeah.
What
Not
did
natty.
you compete in?
Bikini.
I feel like you have to be natural to compete, so I'm gonna say natty.
Based on looks, I'll probably go natty.
I'm gonna say natty. Okay.
What's up? I'm Josh.
I
You're
think he's
looking
natty.
big.
Thank you,
Are
man.
you natty?
Okay, he's fucking. Here's another guy.
I am natty. I am natty.
You look like Jacob Elordi. You gotten that before?
Dude, the past 4 days, there have been like 5 different people that walk up and they're like, you look like Jacob Elordi, but I don't see it at all. I really don't.
What would you say your fitness goals are?
To build my tibialis as much as I can. This guy right here, get that huge. That's what I want.
Physique-wise, what's your favorite like muscle to flex in the mirror?
My tibialis. This guy right here, get that guy going. Yeah, that's
Are
the
you,
one.
really?
I love it. I love the tibialis.
What?
It's not oddly specific. He's like a fucking what's the guy? It's not knees over toes, the other guy that does like crazy stretches. It's not knees over toes talks about it too, but it's the other guy that does like insane fucking stay flexy. Yeah, stay flexy. That's a stay flexy watcher. 100%.
Is your strongest lift?
Definitely my tibialis. This guy right here. I like to work him. Yep,
Really?
real hard. Yep. I like to lift it up and make sure it's strong. You see that?
This guy, get him talking about his fucking knees, dude. He's going to tell you all about how great it is that he's worked on his tibialis. So now he never has knee pain. He used to have knee pain. He no longer has any knee pain whatsoever. Okay. Watch him show you all the crazy, all the crazy fucking things he can do.
Couldn't not see it after
The one
that.
right in front of the shin.
Will you take your shirt off?
Stop.
The tibialis thing is throwing me off. I feel like it could go either way.
Okay, can you give me like your best pose?
Absolutely.
You might not be. Yeah,
Mobility.
Okay, you know what? That just sounds like you really get into like the science of lifting in every muscle group. And for some reason, I'm gonna say natty. I'm gonna say you like, yeah.
I'll say not natty.
Off aesthetic,
I don't
off the
think he's
tibialis, I'll probably go natty.
He's not natty.
You have a nice stance.
This guy is
First time I hear that.
So how long have you been working out for?
Seriously, since 2020 after losing 110 pounds. So
How long did that take?
about a year for the 90 pounds, but another year just to like see definition, abs, muscle, stuff like that. So I could have just stopped, saw loose skin, but I didn't want to keep going.
I'm gonna do the jump thing again. Okay, it looked like you really prepped in for that and everything. Okay, I like that.
I am gonna say not natty though, because I feel like sometimes men might struggle with like low test levels with a situation like that. Like losing that kind of weight, not everyone can do it, and it can be very taxing on your hormones.
Understood. So
Yeah.
not natty?
Not natty.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I've done natty. I'm
It's actually a really good call from Lean Beef Patty.
gonna go not natty for this one.
I'm gonna go natty.
Hey,
What's up?
my name is Damien.
You look like you're really going. Good eye contact. Okay. What's your favorite PED? Okay, you passed that one. Oh, that was a tough one.
What do you identify as in the gym?
Bodybuilder.
Bodybuilder?
Yeah.
Do you compete?
No.
Can I get a pose from you? I feel like a pose would look good from you, bro.
Yeah.
Wow.
Not PED wise, what's like a supplement that you recommend taking for everybody?
I think
Creatine.
creatine. is a good thing. Yeah, creatine monohydrate.
Okay, monohydrate specifically. Okay. I'm gonna say natty.
Sleeper, not gonna lie. No, I would say natty for him, but he might not be, which is kind of sad again.
I'm gonna say natty. Okay.
You looking good? I'm gonna go natty.
How's it going, Abraham?
Hi.
What's your mood today? You say
This guy is not natty, but he claims natty.
you're a little angry?
No.
No? Okay, what if someone like keyed your car? Would you be angry after that?
No.
That almost seems like you're doing reverse psychology on me right now. No? What would you do?
Just go on with my day. And
What if you saw him? Like, he's doing it as you're walking up. Are you like, hey, and chasing him? Or like what?
I'll be like, oh, like, are you having a bad day? Like, what was the need to scratch my car?
Wow, okay. Abraham's a good, all-around nice guy.
Do you compete, Abraham?
Yes.
What division?
My first competition.
If a bunch of these guys are on gear, would it make you want to take it, Les? No. I'm good for now, though, on that front. He's definitely not natty, but he probably claims he's natty.
I did men's physique, and my second one, classic physique.
Bro, can I get a last spread, bro? Last looking fire.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Okay, I'm gonna say not natty.
You have a really nice physique, bro.
Thank you,
I'm gonna go not natty.
Not natty, just to end it off. Not natty. Oh my gosh, okay.
Quite daunting, I won't lie.
I think they're.
Come on, man. Tell us what you're on. It's so funny. Thank you for thinking that I'm on steroids, but I am not. I wish I looked like I was on steroids. I don't even look like I'm on steroids, but thank you.
There are some natty people that were pretty easy.
Glad it's over somewhat. I just want to see the results, see where I'm at. Hopefully I'm still on top.
This Nectar app is really accurate. What? You know.
All right, here we go.
I'm India, and I'm 100% natural.
Nice.
Do you ever get like allegations? Or
I
like
guess-
in the nicest way, like, or like BBL allegations?
Yeah, I get those a few times. Yeah.
I see.
Hi, I'm Angel, and I am.
Let's go. Wow.
I'm on a small blend. I plan to do my
Called you. Fucking told you. I told you. half of these motherfuckers are like doing tiny doses.
first show, and I want to do it competitively, so that's the only reason I hopped on.
Of course.
My name is.
Your predictions are 1 natty, 2 not natty, 3 natty, 4 natty. Okay, we'll keep it up over here. I said 1 was natty, 2 not natty. I'm correct so
Is
far.
Lana, and I am natty.
Yes, let's go.
3 natty.
I'm Daniel, and I am natty.
4
Nice.
natty.
Good stuff.
The
Good
jump.
stuff.
The jump?
5 not
I made
natty.
you jump.
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
I did.
Still don't understand that. But
Bodybuilding. You know, I don't got to get into more of it, but
Good.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm Trey, and I am a natty daddy.
Ah, damn it. That was my first wrong one.
Natty. Yeah, I got it wrong, bro.
I've been lifting for 14 years. I was football families, and being gay in LA, you gotta get a good body or else you're well, I mean, you're not.
Hello, I'm Sophia, and I am natty.
Nice.
Boom.
Nice.
Hi, my name is Travis, and
Oh, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I'm an IFBB pro, so yes, I am not natural.
Yeah, I mean,
Go.
it's
There
not
we
even
go.
a
I got
question.
that one right.
Yeah, I think I did too.
Of course, bro.
Had the
Of
tattoo.
course.
Okay, I got one wrong so far. Number 8. Let's see. Now I said not natty for number 8. Let's see what.
Looking good, man.
Look at Sophia.
Let's see what she is.
What got you
No,
into
I didn't get 2 wrong. I got 1 wrong.
bodybuilding in general?
I started working out. I was in Iraq 20 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so I think our downtime made us want to work out a little bit more. So I started working out at like 19. I'm 39 today. Today's my
This
birthday.
one's gonna be tough.
39?
Oh my gosh, wait a second.
Happy birthday.
This one's gonna be tough. This one's gonna be a tough one because I say she's not natty, but she might be. I think all the women probably are natty. Maybe I'm wrong.
Oh my god.
Happy birthday. You looking good.
Hi, I'm Aaliyah, and I'm a lifelong vegetarian, so obviously I'm natty.
Oh.
Obviously.
So you do just plant protein? That's it?
Yeah, so
Too wrong.
basically I'm eating like 290 grams of protein right now.
That's
but
insane. What are you eating?
It's basically all from plain non-fat Greek yogurt, whey isolate,
Oh.
egg whites, cottage cheese.
You eating a tub a day.
I'm eating 3,500 calories a day right now. I'm in a 6-month bulk.
Wow.
Towards the end of it, who knows how long it will go,
God
so eating a lot of
damn.
food.
What's up?
Bro, she eats more protein than me every day, bro. She eats more than I do. What the fuck? Jesus Christ, dude. Her ass is farting, okay? No disrespect to my vegetarian queen, but that ass be farting, dude. There's no way. There is no way, dude. 290 fucking what?
Y'all, I'm gibberish, and I'm actually 100% natty. Yeah, natty.
There we go. There we
How did
go.
y'all guess? I'm not as lean as I once was.
How much protein do you take? I try to stay above 230.
It's okay. We're gonna get back at it. I'm eating carbs.
What's up, guys? Miles Ward, aka Real Miles Ward. I am Natty bro.
There we go. There we go.
Yeah, he just has gyno. I was wrong. R.I.P.
Hi, my name's
That's
Vinye,
3 wrong
and
now.
I'm Natty.
Did they ever make you take anything for your injury?
No, they didn't.
It was like PT?
Yeah, I went to one session, but it was really painful, so I didn't go back. I was like, let me just learn to do it by myself.
I'm Tyler, and I am not Natty.
There we go.
Nice. Okay, we got one. I think we all.
No
did
shit.
all.
Yeah,
How
yeah.
long have you been non-natural?
3 years now.
Why'd you choose to be non-natty?
Well, being the IFBB, basically, like, it's being on even playing field.
Yeah.
And there's some people that win the genetic lottery, and I just didn't happen to win that.
What do you mean, bro? The fuck? Yes, you did. What the fuck are you talking about? 3 years of steroid usage and you look like that? You absolutely fucking won the genetic lottery. What the fuck?
You look great.
Yeah, you look
good.
good,
You
bro.
look amazing, bro.
Looking good.
What's up, y'all? I'm Arturo, and I am Natty.
There we go. Arturo, my bad.
I don't know why I said not natty for that one. That was stupid.
Bad.
And I'm Brown.
Yeah.
Good compliment.
I'm David. You said a natty, and a natty. I'm natural, 100%.
Wow.
Ha! Told you, chatters. Told you, chatters.
I've been training for 11 years, competing for 3. Competing in the OCB, I got my pro card there, and also competing in the NPC against gentlemen who are unnatural. So
Damn, bro. When they talk about the genetic lottery, this guy won it.
Hi, I'm Callie, and I am Natty.
There we go.
Sick.
When I was 15, I had some pretty serious mental health problems, and it was about 10 years of pills before a doctor was like, "What are you eating? Are you moving your body?" And it changed my life.
Hi guys, I'm Christina, aka Mama Swole, and I am Natty.
There we go. Mama Soul.
Have you ever thought about like
I'm
going
cooked.
and
I'm
being
cooked.
not natty or?
I have. I wanted to be a pro, a bikini pro. So.
what's up? I'm Josh, and I'm also Natty. 100%
There we
natty.
go.
Go.
Tibialis, yeah.
Tibialis.
You guys threw that in there? Yeah, okay, we're all on the loop on that.
One more time.
I'm done. I started so good. And I'm cooked now. I'm so cooked. I'm looking back at it now and I'm like, why the fuck did I say that? I tried to metagame too hard. I should have just gone with like, did I say this guy was not natty? What the fuck?
What's going on, everybody? It's your boy Andy, also known as the Magic Thug, and I am technically not natural. But that was 14 years ago. I did 2 cycles of tren orally. This round of losing 110 pounds was fully natural.
Nice. Sick. Congrats, dude.
Thank you.
At least I got that one.
I get it.
Hey,
Fuck.
it's not easy at all.
Yeah, no,
I know what it's like, so good.
Nah, Peasy fucked up your guesses. I trust Peasy.
Hi, my name is Damien, and I'm 100% natty.
There we go.
So I am 100% natural.
Wow.
Long story short, I
Told you. What did I tell you? Okay. The last one was he was natty. I got that one right. And not natty. The last one, I told you he is not natty, but he will say he is. Okay? He's not natural, but he always claims he is.
I had anorexia when I was 13. I dropped the lowest to 89 pounds. I was in the hospital, went to rehab 3 times, and discovering bodybuilding really helped me become the person I am. And my goal is to compete natural to the Olympia.
Wow.
So if you guys want to follow my journey, anything's possible, but yep, 100% natural.
That's dope, bro. I think I did all right. What about you guys?
Now that we found out, I think I did a lot worse than what I thought. But, I guess the answers are going to speak for themselves. But definitely, I think I did way, way worse.
So.
Okay, dude, now you take it back. What? Because he said he was anorexic and stuff? He's not natural, dude. I feel like you have some strict rules as to what makes someone not natty. No, there was a bunch of them where I thought, like, I was metagaming, where I thought, like, maybe it was a debate, or maybe they were just, like, shitty responders. And like they were taking steroids, but they actually looked like they weren't. I thought there would have been a couple like that, but I should have personally just gone with whatever looks like they're doing steroids and what's not looking like they're doing steroids.
In last place is Jason.
Yeah.
Get her.
You could.
Yeah, you
go
guys
out one.
shift up. Ending up in last, I've been on top before. I've been on the bottom before. You just got to keep holding your head high.
In second place is Scott.
I was gunning for first. I'm not too upset about my performance.
And in first place is Patty.
Good stuff, Patty.
Nice.
Natty Patty.
Natty Patty.
Natty
How many
Patty.
did I get right? I don't know. I think I got like, what, 5 wrong? 6 wrong? There are live agars everywhere for those with eyes to see. That's
There
funny.
we go.
Bro, chat is so funny. Oh, 6 is 70%. I said 6. I got 6 wrong. Chat went, you're about 50%. There's 20, man. I'd be tied with lean beef patty. Last one is not correct. We are correctly judging a book by its cover. This lean
It's a
beef
picture
short-
of me because we are.
This lean beef patty short got 4 million views.
Scaring hoes or we're not scaring?
No, he said the album is called Scaring the Hoes, but not these hoes because like you're impossible to intimidate. That's what he's saying.
Oh, that's silly. Okay.
Yeah. Why? Do you get scared?
Oh.
Did that scare
I
you?
am actually pretty jumpy.
Did that scare you?
No.
What scares you?
The only thing that really scares me is hitting
Yeah, I
hitting
fucked him up. Sorry.
the last stage of your life and then looking back on it and being unsatisfied or disappointed. That's it. Nothing else, really.
That was insanely dark, dude. What
No,
the
we
fuck?
talked about this.
I thought you were gonna say like spiders.
It's a picture of me.
Damn, I'm funny, dude. What the fuck? Yo, I crack myself up, dude. When are you dropping the workout? Brother, I literally every day drop my workout routine on my Instagram, or at least one part of it. Yes, chat. It's Black Myth Wukong time, but it's not launching for some reason. I haven't played a video game on my stream for so goddamn long that like my computer is not even used to it. My computer's like, are you sure you want to do this? What monohydrate would you recommend? Dude, I don't know. I take fucking four pills, okay? Let's try this again. Running install script. Microsoft.NET framework? What the fuck does that mean? Lyric took an hour to make Wukong run on his computer. Grab a controller and kick back. Bro, this shit is dusty, chat. Look at this. Look. Can you tell? That's how long it's been since I last played a fucking video game on this. God damn, dude. God damn. Why does it say grab a controller? Like I grabbed it. Okay. What the fuck? Allow private and dude, I'm giving the Chinese government access. Is the Costco dad natty or not? He's not natty. Did you update drivers? No. Why did I download it on my oh my god. Why did I download it on my PC so I can play it on my Steam Deck with remote play? PlayStation, I have remote play as well, but I'd rather have it on my Steam Deck. It will compile, Hassan. It may crash, but that is okay. You may need to update drivers. If I update drivers, I can't play the game because then I'd have to end stream. Some people said to try this. Well, you have a 4090, so maybe not. Wait, it's like that? It crashes that much? Why is it not optimized? It takes 5 minutes. Chat, if I update my drivers, it's going to boot the fucking stream. I've done it before. Okay. My favorite feminist game. Pro doesn't update every driver in the PC. Yes, because stream renders on GPU. Why are chatters telling me this? Like, why are chatters fucking telling me what's what? Popular YouTuber Mudahar has left eggs due to his timeline being covered in what? Poo jokes about Indians? Why are people retweeting America First posts? It's like a fucking Nazi Twitter account. The amount of xenophobia this game brings to chat is wild. Wait, what? Like, what are they saying? This is the most pro-China community on Twitch. Straight up. Will stole your piss bit? What's my piss bit? No, bro, you can absolutely update drivers while streaming because OBS runs through the CPU graphics card before the normal one, so it bypasses the update. I made all this up and okay, good. I was about to say you're wrong. It doesn't, for me at least. Until pattern is faintly. I read all of it fast. The fast way. Chinese voice? No, dude. What the fuck? Get out of here. Fuck are you talking about, chat? No, of course I'm not gonna do fucking Mandarin, dude. Yeah, I'm doing dubs, dude. What the fuck? The dubbing is horrible. I don't give a shit. Like, I don't care. If I lose some social credit, I lose some social credit. You know what I mean? Like, it's fine. Fuck, it's loud. God damn, it's loud as fuck. All right, I lowered the volume on OBS desktop audio. Oh, uh-oh. Gotta definitely change the motion blur. Holy fuck, that's a lot of motion blur. Oh my god, the camera wobble. Am I playing yet? Like, what's happening? Is it a cutscene? Or am I playing? It's been so long since I played a video game, I forgot. This is crazy. We must have pissed off. What's the name of the guy?
My master, safe. The scriptures sound. All I ever wanted was a life in my mountain, free from you and your so-called merits. Those high above don't trust me. I understand that. And they send you and those knuckleheads to threaten me. To obey and serve once more. I understand that too. But what I don't understand is... you bastards killing my kind!
He doesn't understand how to avoid a top of the hour ad break, which is by subscribing, chat. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Little pupper, dude. I'll give him the work. Get your little puppy ass out of here, bro. I'm Goku.
Stay back, stupid dog.
Little pup.
Mark this. He's not just any monkey. He's a monkey of merit. A monkey was made Buddha once. None other than me can challenge him to a duel. Look, monkey. I don't make a habit of fighting someone I've bested before. Here's my offer. If you lose, I'll take you to the Celestial Court. They will stay and level your mountain. But if I lose, I shall certainly take revenge, and they will level your mountain nonetheless. How tragic would that be, huh? You are one of the court. We don't need to resort to violence. How about you bend the knees, admit the wrongs, and we can put this behind us.
All these years, except for that pig, you're the one who talks the tallest tales. Good, I am entertained. Speaking of entertainment, wouldn't it be fun if I pluck your extra eye out for my snack and allow you to keep the other two? Because I'd hate to let you miss how I'll slaughter each mongrel of the court. Those below, those above, and that black mutt of yours. Come at me, all of you.
They gave you many chances, yet you spurned each one. Such ingratitude.
Wait, what the fuck? Wait, why is it not working? Oh. Wait, what? Beat or dodge or roll? Wait, are the controls wrong? Wait, what the fuck? Why am I invisible? Bro, I don't know what I'm doing. Ah! Bees ass. RT.
The victorious fighting Buddha. Have you any idea how many would give their everything for immortality?
Immortality? For that word, all realms and beings have ruined themselves.
Fuck! What does that do? Rock solid? Bitch! I'm beating his ass, bro. Wait, what does this do? Wait, what? Oh! Yo! Beat his ass, bro! God damn! I'm whooping his ass in multiple dimensions, dude! Oh my god! Okay, that's crazy. Bro, he got mad. I love that one. That's sick. Damn, our weapons are just fighting each other. This is incredible, dude. It's not cinema, it's G-Cinema.
Monkey! Taste my axe!
Yo, ain't no way. He's got iframes, bro. He cut the planet in half. It's Genema.
Rat! You
Thank
call
you, leader.
that a duel? The glare up here is dazzling. Fight me in the woods if you have the guts.
Settings PS5 controller. I can't pause it yet. He said chat on screen. Loki stole ideas from Dragon Ball. Yeah, it's kind of weird, right? And numerous other works, really. So weird.
And so ends the last tale of Sun Wukong. A hero who treasured his freedom above all else. Buddhahood he attained, yes, but cumbersome he found the celestial rules, for he yearned to come back and to revel in the simple joys with us.
Bro, this is pretty
did he
sick so
know
far.
His choice to forgo the life above only fueled their mistrust.
Wait, is that him but old? He went to the beach that makes you old?
This stone has stood for countless days on the mountain. Since my youth, they've said that his remains lie within it. Unbegotten, undying, such is the nature of a stone monkey. Though his body was broken, his spirit endures. Into 6 relics he turned, and separately they escaped, choosing to stay hidden. Those are the 6 senses of the great sage. Yet no one has ever seen them. Nothing.
Chatter's fucking not getting the joke I'm making about Dragon Ball and trying to explain that this is an ancient, like, it's an old Chinese myth is so funny.
Venture through all the lands I cannot. Yet among you, there might be one who is destined. One that shall recover all his scattered relics. And upon the return of the relics to Mount Tuaguo, he may yet rise again.
There's one chatter in the chat that's like begging for the heart rate monitor, which is like a level of parasocial that I didn't know people had. He's like begging for it. Like, please, I beg you, put the heart rate monitor on. Like, I need to know if your heart skips a beat. Okay, that was sick. The old monkey has told his tale. What controller do you use? A PlayStation one, but I got to change it in the settings because I was like looking at the fucking... I think it's like, it thinks it's showing controls for Xbox, I think.
Nowhere better than a home. We cheat death and ever grow. Huh? Here, you see what bliss my fate shows.
Luck's around the corner. Seems like you just fell from a fruit tree here.
Perfect timing. This peach knew I needed a snack. You sneaky rascal! Dare to fool me? I'll make sure you regret it!
Bitch, you got nothing on me. Wait, how do I pause the fucking game, dude? How do you pause this fucking game? Oh my god, bro. I've been trying to get to the fucking settings for this whole time. Okay, one. We gotta fix the sound. Overall, put it at 60, and then we can increase the sound again. And then, how do I change the fucking controller? Oh, there it is. Thank God.
No
matter how many times you come around.
And I gotta fix motion.
Mischievous as ever, eh?
I gotta fix motion blur too. Fuck, that shit was crazy. Motion blur was crazy. Display mode. Motion blur is strong. No, I'm good, man. Like, that's crazy. Change your graphics or the frame rates will drop. Why? It seems fine so far. Ooh, thank God there's a gathering component in this game.
You cheeky monkey.
4090, no ray tracing. Bro, why are you complaining, dog? Why? It looks good. It looks good as fuck. Am I crazy? Do you want me to? Zelda ass frame rate. The graphics look fucking fine. Oh, I don't want to fucking... I don't want to restart it.
Our king is fully prescient. Someone did show about to brawl.
One tapped him, dude. What the fuck? Okay, so this game is not like From Software games where like the low-level creeps cook you. It seems. This is literally like, this is God of War, bro. This is just Chinese God of War. Which is sick. Which is sick. Don't tell him, chat. There's some strong low-level mobs. Okay.
Oh, what you waiting for? Pluck your hair and make an offer.
You gonna understand soon. Okay, we'll see. There are some bosses that are harder than Souls bosses. What?
I, the keeper of Blackwind Mountain, have long been waiting for your arrival.
Damn, he's ugly.
Oh, his spitting image. I'd say. Up ahead is Guan Yin Temple.
I know I said every man can be a 7. He can't be a 7, chat. Sorry.
Once it was bustling with worshippers before it was ruined by that fire. Then the temple was rebuilt. What good is it to rebuild a temple if the goodwill of men has been burned to ashes?
That's right.
You've forgotten this place, but they haven't forgotten you.
Bro, I'm a different monkey, dog. What the fuck?
That's a tough
chill.
one. Good luck to you.
Right? I'm a different monkey, right? He keeps saying I'm the same monkey, but I'm a different monkey, I think. Get that ass whooping. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's very nice. It's beautiful. The world is beautiful. People were saying it's like kind of empty though, like in between boss fights. Like it's like a boss run, you know? Oh fuck, he fucked me up, yo. I ain't getting enough sparks out of this, let me tell you. Cook my ass, dude. Oh, Purple Lingshi. That's my favorite.
Starter, our mighty king's got serious.
Bitch. Shut the hell up. Can you parry? I don't know, probably. Oh, is that guy gonna fuck my ass up? This is gonna be a fuck ass, right? Let's see what kind of attacks he has. Oh! Okay, chill. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, I keep fucking... I'm so stupid, I keep hitting R1. I keep hitting R1 thinking that that's gonna hit him. Forgetting that that is not how this game works. Oh, fuck. Okay. I'm gonna get used to it in a second. My gourd is empty though. I'm fucking cooked. The music is great. Oh shit! paused him. Did I pause him? Oh no, he paused him.
It's been a while, but the immobilized spell still works like a charm. Since you hail from Mount Huagro, it won't hurt to teach you a handy trick.
I apologize,
Now,
old man.
here we
I
go.
called you ugly. You ugly, but you're powerful. Still think he's ugly? I mean, he's still ugly objectively, but he's powerful, so.
There you go. Should you come across any miscreants, just point your finger at them and release this spell. You'll be able to hold them in place.
Bro, looks like a
while
root
giving
vegetable,
yourself
chat.
a
Come
breather.
on.
Sadly, mine is but a humble trick. Its power will wear off within a few short moments. Though it's good enough against boneheads like this one. Anyway, just consider it an ace up your sleeve.
You think he's natty?
No! The young boys these days know no manners. Fear not. Teach them a lesson with your new spell.
Wait, how do I spell him? Oh fuck, I'm about to die, bro. One hit! Oh shit, I'm one hit. I was one tap. I couldn't freeze him again. I was out. I was out of juice. I was out of juice. Is it still God of War? It is, yeah. I mean, it's got better combat mechanics than God of War, I think, so far. Wait, he's not gonna make me play the cutscene again, right? Reignite the sparks, reallocate the sparks. Oh fuck, wait, no. Each talent moderately reduces the if you can't do this, Elden Ring DLC's cooked. Rest. Wait, let me try the other controls actually. Let me try the other controls. Use on hands, L2. Use spell, L2. Use gourd, L1. Thrust stance, smash stance, pillar stance, move, sprint. Is that better? These look closer to, like, it looks more like Souls controls, I think. Okay, now I fucking... Why can't I hit him like... I'm trying to fucking... I'm still trying to sprint by pressing O. Press triangle after jump attacking him? Okay. Bro said O. What is it? Circle? Yeah, whatever, dude. It's O, bro. Chill the fuck out. Come on, bitch. What's up? What's up? You don't know I got hands. Okay, you got hands too. My bad, bro. My bad, bro. I didn't know it was like that. Oh shit! Oh, that was a perfect dodge, right, Chad? That was a perfect dodge, right? Is that what happens when it's a perfect dodge? Oh shit, I'm fucking pressing the wrong buttons again. Wait, no health? That's crazy. No health after that? That's crazy. I didn't even freeze his ass, dude. Man can't go home to his wife and kids. R2 and triangle to parry? Like that? Dude, it's very fluid. I like it. Like, the movements are fluid.
Master said something about a rare guest today.
The graphics are beautiful. The world is beautiful, like, for sure.
Your weapon, and maybe I can spare your life.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, he blew up. Oh, gross. Poison damage. You can't backstab in this game. That's a bit of an L, but it's fine. I mean, I guess it's because I have a staff. And it's also dishonorable. Wukong doesn't play that game. Yeah, is this PC or PS5? Is a PC with a controller. I'm playing PC but with a PlayStation 5 controller. Ne oldu? Peki. Murat hazır mı? O zaman hazır değil yani.
Be smarter. Our mighty king's got.
Yo, give me health, bro. These enemies need to give me more health. I'm scared. I'm scared. Hayır, ben hazırım. What is this? What is that? Frames are dropping, right? Okay. Turn off RTX. It is. Okay. Nereye gidiyoruz? Duymazlar. Ne yemek yiyoruz? Wait, ne? What? How did IGN give it an 8? I can't. If I'm being, I mean, so far, it's a new, like, this is new experience for me, so I don't know. But if IGN gave it an 8, I suspect they did it because it's like, they probably did it because it's like, I mean, it's a solid score. What did they give God of War? Never look at scores, dude. I don't. I can't remember the last time I've actually looked at a score. It gets better as you get unlock more moves, bro. It's fucking really good so far. Dude, listen, I don't think you understand. I'm saying I like the game so far with the shitty limited moveset.
Hey, wait! You don't think you can just parade in, do you? It's not that simple. Let me transform you into a golden cicada so you may follow the fires ahead.
8 isn't bad. I know, but if they gave God of War a 9, this seems like this has better combat mechanics than God of War. I mean, maybe the combat gets repetitive. I don't know.
It might be humble, but my shrine is very versatile. You'll get it soon.
What the fuck? I'm a bug now?
In the depths of Black Wind Mountain, there are secrets galore. The cicada form may help you explore, but beware, this form does not last forever.
One day
Should you
there's
find
anything
yourself
left
lost,
inside.
just follow my voice. Now, off
Leave
you
them
go.
be. One misstep, Lord Lingshu might make a meal out of us. You might not know.
I thought maybe I could annoy them.
Is on his way here. Master told of it.
That rusted monk is roaming again. Rest won't come easy tonight.
What the fuck is this? Oh shit, he hits hard, bro. Wait, what the fuck was that? What is he doing? Oh shit, he two-tapped me. God damn. What did you say about the frames? Bro, you love God of War 2018, but you heard one Northern Lion ran on Ragnarok and never wanted to touch it again. What? Northern Lion? What Northern Lion ran are you even fucking talking about? I did love God of War in 2018. I think what ruined God of War for me was From Software. I'm not even kidding. Like, Ragnarok is fine. It's just that, like, it's fine. I think From Software fucked me up. Because what happened in between 2018? What happened between 2018 and Ragnarok? No, not just COVID, chat. I played Sekiro. I played all these fucking games. I think Sekiro fucked me up the most. I literally didn't finish Ragnarok. No, that's what I'm saying. That is what it is. I think From Software ruined God of War for me a little bit. All of those games definitely, for me, all those games definitely ruined like the hand holding, like follow from behind, walking simulator, like big cinematic sequences. Like it made me feel like that was repetitive. Bro, get off the game, man. Get back to politics, ass motherfucker. Yeah, also, we gotta go. I gotta go to dinner with my family, so I have to end it here. But this is the beginning of something beautiful, as you guys know. It's called gaming, and it's back on the broadcast. Shut the fuck up, classic. I mean, what do you want, man? I gave you a crumb. I gave you a crumb. I gave you a crumb. I gave you a fucking crumb, and I'm gonna give you more than just a crumb. But I have a family, and they have demands from me, from your boy. And one of those demands is that I be a wonderful son to them. So we're gonna go have dinner together. All right, I love you all. See you tomorrow. We're gonna get back to the news, but I'll play more video games tomorrow, okay? Peace.
The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There is again a sun is streaming, a sun is streaming. There is again a sun is streaming, a sun is streaming. Review in the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord active prop, great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There is again, a sun is streaming, a sun is streaming. There is again, a sun is streaming, a sun is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There is again, a sun is streaming, a sun